Chapter 1972. The Tao of Life and Death. Li Xiaoyao, of course, was a name that some of the older martial artists knew. He was the #1 sovereign of the 4 great eras of the mortal world. According to the legends, Li Xiaoyao had defeated the demons, ghosts, and even the nation of God. He, the one called fallen mortal, is it? Another voice sounded out, and the geniuses of the 3 races were seated in the taverns, tea houses, and restaurants, watching from a distance of several hundred meters. Everyone also looked towards Huang Sun's side, their gazes landing on a youth. That youth was drinking tea, his expression calm, unmoved. Is he the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? If he recovers his former strength, then the 4 realms will be united by him again. He's not the strongest right now. Why don't we join forces and kill him? Are you stupid? He is the child of Huang. Apart from giants, who can kill him? Moreover, the 6 little demon kings and the 4 great divine talents didn't act blindly without thinking. Naturally, they have some misgivings. Who knows, maybe the ancient giants of the mortal world are paying attention to this place. That's true. The crowd discussed animatedly. There were demons and gods, and naturally, there were also humans. The human experts all laughed. Now that Huang's son was here, the demons and gods wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between us. But for now, let's wait for the results of those big shots discussions. Evil god of immortality, one of the 4 ultimate talents, said indifferently. At present, whether the humans were friends or foes was still undetermined, so he didn't make a move. I'll be waiting for you. In the distance, Fallen Dust took a sip of tea and said indifferently. As for Tianzong martial god and Prince Xiaoyao, their eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. They were clearly very interested in the top geniuses of the demon and celestial races. I heard that the human realm has the most geniuses, and their potential is also very strong. There is a great chance that they can become the children of desolation. However, I wonder how they compare to the geniuses of our demon race and god race? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was 9 Suns' heavenly divine Jin Feiwu who spoke. That's right. In the vast human world, it is said that only Li Xiaoyao has been to the martial god realm. Then the human race should be very strong. The overall strength of humanity is generally weaker than the god race. What qualifications do they have to be arrogant? In my opinion, besides the son of famine, everyone else is trash. That's right, trash. Laughter came from both sides of the street. It was the people from the nation of God. Hearing this, some of the human world's martial artists frowned. The divine race's people were very arrogant. As for the son of famine and the others, they acted as if they hadn't heard anything and continued to drink their tea. It was clear that they wouldn't casually attack, because the other side had geniuses from 2 great clans. Once they attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. The human race is a bunch of hypocrites who bully the weak and fear the strong. My demon race has long experienced this. One of the 6 minor demon kings sneered. This person was 3 meters tall and was clad in armor. His aura was terrifying. He was none other than Mo Jiao, one of the great commanders of the demon army. He was also the youngest demon monarch. Aren't the demons the same? You only know how to talk big. What was surprising was that the sons of desolation and the others were silent, but there were people from the human side who refuted them. This made many humans excited. Looking over, it turned out that there was another camp among the geniuses of the 3 clans. It was the camp of the Xian Di 10 heroes. One had to say that the Xian Di 10 heroes had a backbone. That's the double talisman judge. Someone was surprised. The double talisman judge had the cultivation of the 9th realm of Wuxia. He was ranked 3rd among the Xian Di 10 heroes. You want to show off? Impudent. Lifeblade, go and teach him a lesson. Seeing the double talisman judge speak, 9 Suns god Jin Feiwu said indifferently. To him, only the sons of desolation could make him afraid. The other human world's geniuses were just trash. The white-clothed youth immediately walked out, and a large golden saber appeared in his right hand. With a shake of his hand, The saber actually grew to 5 meters long with a bang. He walked out with the large saber on his shoulder, and the entire street was shaken. What a terrifying aura! The people from the 3 clans were shocked. The godly kingdom was indeed full of strong people. The one in front of them was only below the 4 absolute geniuses, but he was already so strong. It was hard to imagine how strong the 4 absolute geniuses were. The ancient giants are discussing the result, so I'll give them face. I won't kill you today, but you better come out and apologize. Life Blade stopped and looked at the restaurant indifferently. The Xian 10 heroes frowned. They could feel that Life Blade was very strong, and his laws were probably more than 1,000. Your talent is only at the 2nd grade of the divine realm. You're not my match. I refuse this battle. The double talisman judge looked at him and said indifferently, "Haha, are all humans this arrogant?" Life Blade smiled and raised his right hand, slashing down with his great blade. With a rumbling sound, the restaurant where the double talisman magistrate was located was split into 2. Moreover, the wine cup in his hand cracked, spilling wine all over his body. This caused him to angrily glare at his opponent. This was going too far. "Ha, oh, what's your name?" "The Xian 10 heroes." "I think it's a bear as in a bear, ha." Life Blade carried his blade and slowly walked over. Loud laughter came from the street. Many humans secretly clenched their fists. This guy was too arrogant. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. If he didn't, he would just humiliate them. They couldn't help but look at the child of wilds in the distance, hoping that he would stand up for them. However, Tianzong and the others thought that their status was higher, so they didn't say anything. It was disappointing. "Wait, did I say you could leave?" At this moment, the double talisman judge walked out. Clearly, he couldn't take this lying down. "That's right. We're all at the same level, and you're more talented than me. Let's see who's stronger." Life Blade also stopped and waved his blade. The universe is boundless. The heaven's stem and the earth branch all have their own fate. I am the master of fate. Bing Ding Cho Wu Blade. He didn't waste time and slashed out. 9 tranquil hell, good and evil will be rewarded. I am the judge. My left hand lives, my right hand dies. The double talisman judge didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He also erupted with terrifying law power. He held a talisman in each hand, representing life and death. Yang realm in realm, ghost mortal. As soon as the 2 talismans appeared, it was as if the door to life and death had been opened. Ghostly winds blew, but there was also a vast amount of life force within. It clashed with Life Blade's blade. Rumble. The 2 powerhouses clashed, shaking the entire street. One specializes in fate, the other in the Tao of life and death. Both are the laws of heaven and earth. But the double talisman judge's talent is stronger. He won't lose. Hee, that's not necessarily true. Life Blade of the Godly Kingdom is no pushover. All around the street, the martial artists of various races were amazed by these rising stars. They were almost at the level of the giants of the 3 races. You have some skills. Unfortunately, your talent is the door of life and death. It won't affect me because I'm in charge of life. The terrifying life and death chi attacked, but Life Blade was unmoved. He stepped forward and disappeared on the spot. He appeared above the double talisman judge's head and slashed down with his 5-meter-long blade. Chapter 1973. Calamity. Rumble. The terrifying power of laws exploded, reaching over 1,200. Moreover, these laws were not only numerous, they were also extremely powerful. Ordinary 9th-degree realm experts like Wu Sheng were absolutely not his match. One must know that in a battle, not only did the number of laws matter, it also depended on the strength of the laws. Law Soaring Heaven Talisman. The double talisman magistrate's expression changed. He raised his talismans and the gate of life and death started to open, forming the cycle of life and death. However, after clashing with the large blade in the sky, he discovered that his talismans melted like tofu. "There's something strange about your saber." The double talisman magistrate's expression changed. His body was killed in one slash, but he quickly appeared on the other side. It was his doppelganger. That's right, mine is a one-star immortal weapon. Therefore, on the path of martial arts, stronger innate talent does not represent everything. Weapons are also a part of one's strength. Life Blade followed closely and shouted, "Divine mandate, heavenly dance." With one slash, 1,500 laws actually exploded. It was the law of life. This kind of law was extremely strange and tyrannical. It could change the heavens and defy fate. Bang bang bang. The double talisman magistrate kept retreating. The life and death talisman in his hand also scattered. He discovered that his innate talent was ineffective against Life Blade. Life Blade borrowed the large blade and had more laws than him. Apologize. With the final slash, the life and death talisman in the double talisman magistrate's hand shattered. A blade hung on his neck, causing the double talisman magistrate to be at a loss. He lost. Xian 10 Heroes was ranked 3rd, but he still lost. I will not apologize. The double talisman magistrate frowned and said. There were many humans watching, so he could not lose face for the human world. Then you will be crippled from now on. Life Blade waved his blade and laws exploded, shattering the double talisman magistrate's dantian and turning him into a cripple. Life Blade stepped on the double talisman magistrate's chest and looked at the remaining members of the Xian 10 Heroes with a proud gaze. Finally, his gaze landed on Long Yinfeng. You are the strongest among them. Come, if you don't come, he will forever be stepped on by me. Long Yinfeng's gaze flickered. In reality, he really did want to go up because this was an opportunity for the 3 clans to become famous. However, he soon realized that Life Blade's blade was very powerful and could defy the heavens and change fate. He only had a 50% chance of winning, and if he lost, his fate would be the same as the double talisman magistrate. None of the geniuses from the nation of God were weak. Everyone is looking at Long Yinfeng expectantly. The latter is the 3rd dragon ancestor of the Xianyuan clan. He should be able to win glory for the human race. However, Long Yinfeng pondered for a moment and chose to remain silent. Seeing this, the crowd sighed softly. Xian Di was the number 1 of the 10 heroes, yet he didn't dare to fight. How embarrassing! Everyone looked at the double talisman magistrate again and could not help but secretly admire him. This was a martial artist of our generation. Even if he was crippled, he would not fear a battle. Soon after, they looked at the Son of Desolation's side and saw that the 3 top geniuses of the human world were also silent. Everyone's expression became even more gloomy. Xiandi's 10 bears? More like a coward. Like I said, the human world is full of people with undeserved reputation. They only know how to be hypocritical and shameless. Such trash actually wants to monopolize the human world. They are simply looking down on themselves. Trash. A large amount of laughter came from the side of the devil and god race. This made Long Yinfeng feel extremely embarrassed. He felt that he was very unlucky. Why did Life Blade take a fancy to him, causing him to not dare to go up, and if he did not go up, he would lose face? Wait, you want to fight? That person over there is the Son of Desolation, Lin Ling. His status is higher, you can try with him. Suddenly, Long Yinfeng sneered and made everyone look at the street far away. They saw outside a restaurant. A blue-robed youth was leaning against the wall, drinking wine with his eyes slightly closed, as if he did not care about everything that was happening around him. Lin Ling? Looking at that handsome youth, many people's hearts were pounding. Currently, in the 3 realms, there were many people who had heard of Lin Ling's name. Devil race, human race, they had already heard of him. As for the god race, it was because of the astronomical bounty. This person is Lin Ling who killed my 3rd brother? On the other side, Pink's 2nd prince's expression was cold. He did not expect that after the astronomical bounty, Lin Ling was actually not dead and even dared to come here. As for Prince Xiaoyao and Martial God, their eyes flickered. They were also surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. The 4 absolute geniuses of the godly kingdom looked at Lin Ling with great interest. They were puzzled as to why Lin Ling could become the Son of Desolation even though his realm was not high. Another Son of Desolation? Hee, you are not with Fallen Dust and the rest, so you are probably not in the same camp. However, you seem to be only at the 7th layer of Wusheng. You can be called a son of desolation with such strength? This was the first time Life Blade saw Lin Ling, so he was a little surprised. Could it be that the title of Son of Desolation was randomly given? Some trash could also become a Son of Desolation? Come and fight me. Life Blade raised the blade in his hand and indifferently looked at Lin Ling. The crowd was also looking forward to it. The devil race and the god race also wanted to see the strength of Son of Desolation Lin Ling. As for Long Yinfeng, he sneered. He had succeeded in causing trouble. At least, he was not the only one being scolded. Moreover, if Lin Ling lost, he would be scolded even more. Come and fight me, trash. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Life Blade angrily shouted again. Not interested. The youth in the distance was Lin Ling. He continued to drink and indifferently said. He came here to find the statue, but the astrolabe heavenly armor indicated that the statue was in this city, so he was forced to stay in the city. Moreover, he was also forced to see the confrontation between the top geniuses of the 3 realms. However, he did not feel any pressure regarding this. Although his strength did not reach the level of a Son of Desolation, it was not difficult for him to sweep through the 10 heroes of Xiandi. Moreover, he had the Berserk God Fruit and the Berserk Armor, so even if a Son of Desolation wanted to kill him, it would not be easy. Not interested? Or you don't dare? Life Blade was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. He never thought that as a Son of Desolation, Lin Ling also did not dare to fight him. His foot was still on the double talisman judge's chest, and he ruthlessly rubbed his foot a few times. This guy is the only one in the human race with backbone. Unfortunately, he is now under my foot, heavily humiliated. Don't you plan to do anything? He was obviously provoking Lin Ling to fight. Because Wusheng was only at the 7th realm, he did not put him in his eyes. Lin Ling glanced at the double talisman judge indifferently and continued to drink. Hee as expected, trash. Are the human race a bunch of cowards? What a disgrace. Seeing this, everyone laughed even more. This Lin Ling was somewhat undeserving of his reputation. Among the human race, everyone's face was gloomy. Even Mad God Lin Ling did not dare to be arrogant. This showed that the god race's geniuses were indeed terrifying. However, they didn't blame Lin Ling, because at least Lin Ling spoke. He was better than those children of desolation, because they didn't even speak. They didn't care about the other humans at all. Lin Ling, come out and fight him. At this time, Long Yinfeng suddenly said. If Lin Ling did not fight, he would become the focus again. He did not want to be scolded. Chapter 1974. Must fight, why should I listen to you? Lin Ling said with a smile. They are humiliating the human race, how can we not fight? I am one of the 10 heroes of Xiandi, so I order you to fight. Long Yinfeng stood up and shouted angrily as if he was blaming Lin Ling for losing face for the human race. Order me? Who do you think you are? You are only the leader of the 10 heroes of Xiandi. Do you think you are one of the 7 emperors? Lin Ling shook his head. At least, my cultivation is higher than yours, and I became famous earlier than you in the human world. Is this enough? Long Yinfeng's expression became even more unsightly. Lin Ling refuted him in front of the 3 clans. Could it be that Lin Ling thought that he would be able to sweep through the 10 heroes just because he became famous in the Dharma River? Maybe in the future, but definitely not now. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so why don't you fight? You should know that others challenged you first, but you put the blame on me. Do you want me to fight for you? Also, your face is really thick. I am the son of Huang, and you are only one of the 10 heroes of Xiandi. Do you think you can order me around with this identity? In my eyes, you are just trash. Lin Ling sneered. His words were like pearls. Long Yinfeng's expression froze. He couldn't refute. He admitted that he was stronger than Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's identity was indeed higher than his. Long Yinfeng, so shameful. You only know how to bully your own people, but you are as low-key as a dog in front of foreign experts. No, calling him a dog is an insult to dogs. Many humans also shouted. Long Yinfeng himself didn't dare to fight, but he actually had the cheek to ask Lin Ling to fight. He obviously didn't want to lose face, and wanted everyone to ridicule Lin Ling instead of him. You're stronger than Lin Ling, but you don't dare to fight. You're even silent in front of a god race genius. You're a disgrace to the entire human race. At least Lin Ling dares to retort. Disdainful voices drifted out, causing Long Yinfeng's complexion to become extremely unsightly. His illustrious reputation was completely destroyed. Ha, both of you are afraid of me, so you're avoiding me? Lifeblade couldn't help but laugh while watching the human geniuses fight among themselves. Both of them didn't dare to fight. This was undoubtedly a great boost to his reputation. However, this matter wasn't over yet, because if he could stomp on the Child of Desolation, then that would be the most satisfying thing. Lin Ling, is that you? At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from afar. Several figures walked over quickly with surprised expressions on their faces. The leader was a woman in a black dress. She had a noble and mysterious aura, giving people the feeling of darkness. But what was surprising was that she also had the pure feeling of the sea. The combination of these two mysterious powers made her even more attractive. As for the people behind her, they were dressed strangely, but they were all excited when they saw Lin Ling. Among them, a tall and sturdy man knelt down before Lin Ling with one knee. It's you guys? Lin Ling also looked at them in astonishment. These people were the geniuses of the 18 islands of the spirit race. The kneeling man was Tai Yen, and the black-dressed woman was the Black Feather Princess. Back then on True Spirit Island, in order to meet Daoist came, Lin Ling had fought against them. However, it seemed that their strength had increased, and their cultivation was even higher than Lin Ling's. It really is you. The Black Feather Princess excitedly looked at Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling removing her seal, she definitely wouldn't have reached this height, and Tai Yen was the same. Why are you guys here? Lin Ling curiously asked. We followed the Spirit Crown Prince and the Spirit Guardian here. They are both children of desolation. The Black Feather Princess smiled with an extremely gentle appearance, causing the spirit race youth behind her to be astonished. In their impression, the little princess was the most indifferent, but they didn't expect her to reveal such a feminine side. Children of desolation? Lin Ling was stunned. Currently, he knew that the children of desolation were heaven-warping divine martial, son of heaven carefree, and mortal dust. He didn't expect the spirit race to have two as well. Including himself, Lin Ling, there were only 2 children of desolation that he hadn't seen before. Not bad woman, TSK, not bad at all. Son of Huang Lin Ling, is this your woman? Bring her here, then you and I will fight, and I will forgive you. Seeing the Black Feather Princess, Lifeblade's eyes lit up. That woman was not bad. The voice interrupted Lin Ling's conversation. The Black Feather Princess and the others were stunned. That person wanted their spirit race's little princess? Who do you think you are? Tai Yen walked out with a cold expression. I saw you kneeling in front of Lin Ling before. You should be under Lin Ling, but your master doesn't dare to speak. What qualifications do you have to speak? Get lost. Lifeblade said disdainfully. His gaze was still fixed on Lin Ling. Did you not hear my words? Bring her here. His voice carried a thick majesty. He was deliberately ordering Lin Ling in front of the 3 races. Moreover, there were now 4 races because of the addition of the spirit race. As for facing Lin Ling, he didn't care at all because Lin Ling didn't dare to fight him. Around the street, many people sneered. Lin Ling was about to lose face. He couldn't even protect his own woman. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. The Black Feather Princess' feathers fluttered, appearing even more mysterious. Clearly, she wouldn't allow anyone to humiliate her benefactor. Relying on a woman to protect him. This is the human race's child of desolation? I think he relied on a woman to become a child of desolation. Lifeblade laughed loudly. The god race also laughed loudly. Relying on a woman to become a child of desolation? Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't know where Lifeblade's confidence and leisure came from. He actually dared to challenge him in front of the geniuses of the other races. Now that the situation had developed to this point, even if Lin Ling was too lazy to fight, It was clearly impossible because he couldn't let the Black Feather Princess and the others be implicated. My time is limited, so let's settle this in one move. Block my blade and you win. Lin Ling finally walked out, causing the laughter to instantly disappear. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, but soon, their laughter became even louder. This was because Lin Ling didn't dare to fight before. Now, he didn't want to lose face in front of a beauty, so he fought to the death. Many humans shook their heads. They also had the same thought. Haha, do you think you won't lose face if you agree to fight now? Perhaps it will be even more embarrassing. Life Blade indifferently said. He felt that Lin Ling's choice was very foolish. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was expressionless. He walked step by step towards Life Blade and said, I didn't fight before because I didn't want to fight for someone, especially that hypocrite. The moment his words fell, many people looked at Long Yinfeng. So it turned out that Lin Ling didn't fight because he didn't want to fight for Long Yinfeng. As for the Double Talisman Magistrate, he is indeed a man, but I don't like to fight for the dignity of others because he lost. If I defeat his opponent for him, it would be a humiliation to him. Also, his opponent must be defeated by himself. Lin Ling spoke again, but this time, his words caused the entire street to become silent. Could this be the reason why Lin Ling didn't fight before? As for the Double Talisman Magistrate on the ground, he became excited. Lin Ling's words were not wrong. He was a martial artist, a man, and a member of the Xian Di 10 heroes. He lost. He didn't like others fighting for him because it was indeed a humiliation to him. Chapter 1975. He had no self-awareness. Lin Ling, I admire you today. The Double Talisman judge roared angrily. Although his dantian had been destroyed, his fighting spirit had not been extinguished. At worst, he would cultivate bitterly for 1,000 years and fight again. As a man, it doesn't matter if he loses, but he must not lose his fighting spirit. I believe you can rise. Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked at the Double Talisman Magistrate with a faint smile, which made many humans secretly admire him. The Double Talisman Magistrate was indeed an arrogant martial artist, even better than Lin Ling. Soon after, they all looked at Lin Ling. Previously, Lin Ling did not want to fight, that was for a reason, but now, he had agreed to fight, but was he a match for Life Blade? Life Blade's strength was obvious to all. Even Xian Di, the number 1 of the 10 heroes, didn't dare to fight him. This meant that his strength was already half a step into the ranks of the Children of Desolation. Although Lin Ling's talent was strong, his cultivation time was too short. Very good. Fighting for the sake of your confidant is a very good reason. However, there is a price to pay for playing the hero. Life Blade sneered. If Lin Ling could fight, then that would satisfy him. As for Lin Ling's cultivation, he knew that Lin Ling's strength wasn't worth mentioning. It wasn't just him, but even Son of Famine and the others were sneering. There wasn't much time left until the end of the spiritual river, so there was no way Lin Ling's strength would increase so much and surpass the Xian Di 10 heroes. Therefore, in this battle, Lin Ling was definitely going to lose face. It was even possible that he would be crippled. Divine will heavenly dance. A powerful power of laws erupted. A vortex appeared around the Life Blade. It was a vortex of fate. It was extremely shocking. Before the law of fate erupted, it immediately touched Lin Ling like countless tentacles, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. Such a strange talent seemed to be able to change the heavens and the fate of others. It seemed like the godly kingdom was also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A mere genius already had this kind of talent. What about the 4 absolute geniuses? However, this law of fate could affect others, but it clearly couldn't affect Lin Ling because no one could control Lin Ling's life. The reason was that he was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. But at this moment, Life Blade had condensed all the laws into his saber, causing it to become even more dazzling. He had actually erupted with 1,500 laws. What was surprising was that even though Life Blade was facing Lin Ling, who had a lower cultivation, he had used all his cards from the very beginning. And Lin. His reputation would soar if word got out that the Desolation's son was crippled by him. You said before that you didn't want to waste time, So you wanted to defeat me in one move. Now, let's see if I can defeat you in one move, or if you can defeat me in one move. Life Blade said coldly as he held his terrifying blade. Lin Ling definitely couldn't block his blade. Lin Ling was still calm. His blue and white robe was as pure as the sky. He knew that Life Blade's cultivation was at the 9th layer of Wuxia. He had killed people at this level before, but this was his first time using his own strength. However, Life Blade's talent was weaker than his. It was only that blade that was powerful. It wasn't worth mentioning. Lin Ling didn't say much. His body emitted a terrifying aura, as if he was the sole ruler of the world. The illusion of the godly demon body appeared behind Lin Ling, causing the ground to crack. It was as if he was standing in front of a giant beast. Physical strength? Trash talent. Life Blade said indifferently. He didn't care about that talent at all. As for Lin Ling's hand, he slowly reached behind him and pulled out the tyrannical song sword. The moment he pulled out the sword, space exploded and the entire street shook. The shattered void around Lin Ling formed a scene that resembled a pool of lightning. What sword is that? What a powerful power of law. The expressions of the warriors changed drastically. They felt a strong pressure. Lin Ling, the Desolation's son, didn't have an undeserved reputation. Life Blade's expression also changed slightly, but he still shook his head. No matter how strange Lin Ling's sword was, he was definitely no match for Life Blade. After all, Life Blade was the leader of the Sun God Nation and the only genius below the 4 ultimate geniuses. You can't defeat me by relying on external objects. Life Blade said softly. Seeing that Lin Ling was still ignoring him, he didn't choose to wait any longer. The 5-meter-long giant blade in his hand slashed out fiercely. It formed a storm as if it was going to cut the street in half. 1,500 points of power of law suddenly burst out. The giant blade was like a pillar that supported the sky. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, which made many people frown. Lin Ling still hadn't pulled out his sword? Almost as soon as they thought of this, Lin Ling's sword finally appeared. 1,200 points of power of law slashed out. In addition to the power of the godly demon body, it was a 3rd-grade divine rank talent. This sword was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Life Blade's eyes narrowed. When Lin Ling didn't pull out his sword, he felt that it was just SOS. But when he pulled out his sword, it was the most terrifying sword he had ever seen in his life. It made his heart tremble. There were even voices that came out. How could a guy like Wuxia, who was only in the 7th stage, have such a sword? Clang. Under countless gazes, Life Blade's blade collided with Lin Ling's sword and immediately shattered into pieces. Compared to Lin Ling's immortal weapon, his blade was too tender. Then the space law cut through Life Blade, cutting his clothes into pieces and cutting his dantian. Finally, a sword hung on Life Blade's neck. This sword shocked the 3 realms. Everyone's expression changed. The god race was shocked that Lin Ling's realm was lower than Life Blade's, but he defeated him with 1 sword. One had to know that Life Blade was a genius of the Sun God Nation. The demon race and human race were shocked that Lin Ling was even stronger than last time. This sword also told the 3 realms that he, Lin Ling, had already surpassed the so-called Xian Di 10 heroes. He was now the true son of Huang. Especially Long Yinfeng, Tianzong Divine Marshal, and the others. At this moment, their expressions were ugly. They knew that Lin Ling would definitely grow, but they didn't expect that it would take such a short time. Without a doubt, after this earth-shattering battle, Lin Ling had stepped into the eyes of the 3 realms' geniuses. You want to fight me with your current appearance? Lin Ling's voice drifted out of the silence. Life Blade's face was pale and even twisted. It was extremely humiliating. Everyone was sure that Lin Ling didn't want to fight earlier. Sure enough, he was not interested. You crippled me. Life Blade gritted his teeth and spat out this sentence. He was very unwilling. If you're not convinced, then you can cripple me. Lin Ling put away his sword and walked towards Life Blade. His calm appearance caused Life Blade's body to tremble. When you cripple others, do you not think about their unwillingness? Lin Ling's right hand reached out and grabbed Life Blade's neck, then fiercely slammed him to the ground. After a boom, Lin Ling's foot stomped on Life Blade's body. You should be lucky. If it wasn't for the dual talisman magistrate, you would be dead right now. I left you alive for the dual talisman magistrate. His voice drifted out, shocking everyone. In the distance, the dual talisman magistrate clenched his fists tightly, but he smiled. Life Blade was also a cripple like him. Then, everyone would start at the same time and see who was stronger. Lin Ling's foot was still on Life Blade's body as he lightly said, "Martial artists from the nation of God, are they all so ignorant?" His voice drifted out again, causing everyone's hearts to rumble. The martial artists from the nation of God who were clamoring earlier all went silent. Meanwhile, the humans fiercely clenched their fists in excitement. As expected of Mad God Lin Ling. When no one dared to fight, he was still arrogant to the end. Long Yinfeng, get the hell out here. Chapter 1976. Pink Prince Long Yinfeng's complexion changed as he braced himself and said, "Why should I listen to your orders? In terms of status, you are inferior to me. In terms of strength, you are also inferior to me. Then, according to your previous rules, shouldn't you listen to my orders?" Lin Ling looked straight at him and said, in the beginning he was waiting for the second stone sculpture to appear, so he was too lazy to fight. However, Long Yinfeng had forced him to fight. Since he had to fight, Lin Ling would not leave the matter at that. "Long Yinfeng, get out, Lin Ling is calling for you. You trash coward, why are you still hiding? Lin Ling has already defeated the opponent that you don't dare to fight, don't you feel that you are losing face?" On the side of the human race, many people angrily shouted. They had long found the pretentious Long Yinfeng to be an eyesore. "Fine, I will come out." Long Yinfeng's face darkened as he walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently as he pointed at an expert of the demon race and said, "Go fight him." "What? You are ordering my war demon clan. I refuse." Long Yinfeng did not expect Lin Ling to make such a request. "Trash. You are simply throwing away the face of the human race." Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold as he heavily swung his palm, teaching Long Yinfeng a lesson in front of the three races. It was as if the head of the Xian-Di-10 heroes was under his command. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap resounded. It was painful on Long Yinfeng's face, but it pierced his heart. His eyes were red as he raised his head to stare at Lin Ling. Lin Ling dared to slap his face? "Withdraw your gaze, otherwise, I don't mind cleaning up the scum of the human race. If you are not convinced, fight." Lin Ling's gaze was filled with battle intent as he stared at Long Yinfeng. Long Yinfeng held his cheek and lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Ling's eyes again. His body was trembling. Lin Ling actually gave him a slap. Moreover, it was a direct slap in front of so many people. Where would he put his face now? However, when he was about to resist, he suddenly realized that Lin Ling might be waiting for him to resist and even use this opportunity to kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to speak. He never thought that the price of framing Lin Ling would be so great. Of course, this was because he underestimated Lin Ling's strength. He thought that he was still stronger than Lin Ling, causing him to offend the wrong person. "Let's fight." Lin Ling shouted again. "Long Yinfeng, go and fight. Fight like a man." Sneakily hiding behind others and plotting against them, what kind of ability is that? On the human side, many people followed suit and shouted. I was wrong, I don't dare to fight." Long Yinfeng simply did not dare to challenge the demon race, and he also could not refuse, so he begged for forgiveness. Not only the humans, but even the demon race and the celestial race laughed mockingly. The head of the Xian-Di-10 heroes was actually so shameful. This head position, it was better not to be. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Ling sneered and directly gave Long Yinfeng 3 slaps. Get lost. He naturally knew that Long Yinfeng hated him to the bone, and Lin Ling never showed mercy to those who were hostile to Lin Ling. However, the experts of the 3 races were present, so Lin Ling did not kill Long Yinfeng. Of course, the main reason was that Long Yinfeng was like an ant to him, and could be killed at any time. After the 3 slaps, Long Yinfeng's face burned with pain. He gritted his teeth and left step by step under the mocking gazes. At this moment, even the other members of the Xian-Di-10 heroes were extremely disdainful of him. Long Yinfeng did not dare to fight and shifted the blame to Lin Ling. They were already disdainful of him. However, at that time, Lin Ling also did not dare to fight, so they had nothing to say and did not angrily curse Long Yinfeng. However, the result was that Lin Ling was not afraid to fight, and won beautifully. Then, what qualifications did Long Yinfeng have to speak? Slapping his face, how could he resist? Not bad strength. Mad God Lin Ling is among the children of desolation. His cultivation time is the shortest, but his rise is the fastest. In the hearts of us demons, Lin Ling is the true genius. At this time, a laughing voice was heard. Everyone looked over and discovered that the speaker was Pink Prince. And his words undoubtedly made the faces of Prince Xiao Yao and the others unsightly. Because in the hearts of the demons, Lin Ling was the one who was valued. They were actually behind Lin Ling. Did this mean that they were not as good as Lin Ling? Lin Ling also looked at Pink Prince. This was the first time he saw this person. However, in reality, it was also the first time Pink Prince saw Lin Ling in person. Wu Sheng is a 7th stage realm, a 3rd grade god rank talent. With the help of the sword in his hand, he can erupt with 1,200 laws. Although it is slightly less than Life Blade's laws, the power of the laws is stronger. After all, Life Blade's talent is lower than yours. Pink Prince said again. This made many people puzzled as to what Pink Prince was trying to say. Wu Sheng is already like this when he is a 7th stage realm. What if Wu Sheng is a 10th stage realm? Pink Prince finally said something. Everyone's eyes flickered. They finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. In an instant, the gods and demons' geniuses had murderous intent in their hearts. It was better to strangle such a monstrous genius in the cradle. In their hearts, Lin Ling was only inferior to Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, fallen dust. The degree of dread he caused was ranked 2nd. My lord, he only relied on that sword to win against me. At this time, Life Blade on the ground said unwillingly. Weapons are also a part of one's strength. Didn't you also rely on that blade to defeat the double talisman magistrate? Moreover, you must know that he is 2 stages lower than you. What was surprising was that Pink Prince actually spoke up for Lin Ling. His words were like a slap to Life Blade's face, making him unable to refute. I am very interested in the son of desolation, Lin Ling. So, how about we exchange a move? The current Lin Ling's strength has been recognized. He is the true son of desolation. I believe your excellency Lin Ling wouldn't dare to do so. Pink Prince said again, finally revealing his motive. Hearing this, the 4 gods' race geniuses sneered. If there was a chance, they would definitely kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't have a huge grudge with them, so they didn't make a move. But they didn't expect Pink Prince to actually make a move. However, they believed that Lin Ling wouldn't exchange that move. Pink Prince was the devil race's little devil king and his strength was comparable to a son of desolation. He wasn't a waste like Life Blade. Although Lin Ling was a son of desolation, but his cultivation realm was too low and this was his weakness. So if he wanted to exchange a move with Pink Prince, unless he was an idiot, otherwise he would absolutely not agree to it. Lin Ling directly shook his head. You are at the peak of Wusheng realm and a genius of the devil race. Whereas I am only at the 7th stage realm of Wusheng. Do you think there is any meaning in this exchange? He was confident that he would surpass all the sons of desolation. But rice must be eaten bite by bite. Currently he had surpassed the Xian-Di-10 heroes and this progress was extremely terrifying. But he had not reached the level where he could sweep away Pink Prince. Indeed there is no meaning. But I believe you will accept the challenge. Because I am Pink Prince and also the person who wants to arrest you. Pink Prince laughed as he walked out step by step. It is rumored that Mad God Lin Ling cannot be bullied. He is lawless and when he is rash, he doesn't even fear the heavens. Now that you have met someone who wants to kill you, you shouldn't be able to endure silently, right? So it's you. Lin Ling's pupils turned icy cold. From the moment you killed Pink Third Prince, you, Lin Ling, have become my enemy. Pink Prince kept his smile and revealed his demonic nature. Do you dare to exchange pointers? Chapter 1977. A one-move spar. All the humans had a serious expression. Lin Ling couldn't go, or his life would be in danger. As for Tianzong and the others, they sneered. Lin Ling wanted to represent the human race, but he was obviously a thorn in their side. This Lin Ling was still too inexperienced. Ignore him. If you don't fight, will he dare to force his way in? The Black Feather Princess walked over. She also knew how terrifying Pink Prince was. He was comparable to the son of famine of the spirit race. No one wanted Lin Ling to fight, but they didn't know that Lin Ling would definitely lose in a one-move spar. Moreover, Pink Prince had already revealed his killing intent. Lin Ling wouldn't be bullied by others. His personality was to become stronger when facing a strong opponent. He hated it when others were high above him. A one-move spar. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling slowly walked forward. His firm voice shook the street. The geniuses of the godly nation were all shocked. The son of famine and the others were also stunned. Even the experts of the three races sucked in a cold breath. Pink Prince's strength was without a doubt. He was probably invincible in the realm of Wuxian. Lin Ling wasn't his opponent at all. But Lin Ling actually agreed? This one-move spar was probably an unprecedented battle among the younger generation of the three races. Hi, you're bold. Pink Prince laughed boldly. He wasn't surprised that Lin Ling agreed. If Lin Ling was humble, then he wouldn't be Lin Ling. Prince, let me... A burly demon said from the side of the demon race. This person had a body of white bones that were as hard as armor. He was the powerful Tian Ho. No need. Let me do it. Pink Prince shook his head and stared at Lin Ling. His killing intent grew thicker. He wanted to kill Lin Ling with his own hands. Lin Ling, be careful. His voice floated out. It seemed like a warning, but he didn't show any mercy. Pink calamity. Boom. Boundless red demonic fog drifted out and formed a tide. It transformed into a terrifying punch that blasted toward Lin Ling. In that instant, the entire fifth city shook. The houses collapsed and tumbled in the sky like straw. One had to know that the spiritual energies in the unparalleled stupa cloud were much richer. Therefore, the attacks of human realm experts did not cause much of a stir. However, Pink Prince was able to cause such a stir. This meant that his strength was terrifying. He overestimated himself. He actually dared to take a punch from Pink Prince. When Pink Prince became famous, this Lin Ling was probably still in his mother's womb. The geniuses from the nation of God said coldly. They could already see the result of this battle. Furthermore, they knew that Pink Prince did not use his full strength because he did not need to use his full strength against Lin Ling. Fallen Dust and the others also shook their heads. Even they didn't dare to casually fight Pink Prince, so they didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Lin Ling, be careful. Compared to their schadenfreude, the geniuses from the spirit race and the human race shouted anxiously. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. He could see that the punch had exploded with the power of 4,000 laws. This was obviously not Pink Prince's full strength. He did not even use his innate talent. However, it was enough to kill any 7th or 9th stage Wuxian. However, Pink Prince did not use his full strength. Wasn't he underestimating Lin Ling too much? 4,000 laws. Do you think that I, Lin Ling, have never fought before? Lin Ling's pupils were burning with flames. He wanted to see how impressive Pink Prince was. I'm sure that you have never fought before. 4,000 laws is something that you can only look up to. Hearing this, Pink Prince shouted coldly. His words were filled with contempt. You can talk nonsense after this move. Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered and the yellow spring's flames spread out. This time, he did not use his sword. Instead, he chose to use his fire martial arts. Another third-grade god ranked innate talent. Evil God Undying, Nine Suns Sky God, Jin Fei Wu, and the others' expressions changed. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling. They did not expect Lin Ling to be a double innate talent. His potential is more terrifying than expected. It's a pity that he hasn't grown. Evil God Undying paid more attention to Lin Ling rumble. White flames soared into the sky and burned vigorously. What was surprising was that no one could sense the scorching aura. Instead, they felt a little cold. This made the godly kingdom's geniuses shocked again. That was not an ordinary flame. It could be upgraded. This meant that Lin Ling's innate talent was definitely not third-grade god-ranked. Heaven and earth divine flame. Someone exclaimed, making the surroundings even quieter. The devil race and god race's experts wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. Fortunately, Pink Prince was here. He would definitely succeed. Rumble. The white flames burned the ground, causing no one to see Lin Ling's figure. When Pink Prince's fist arrived, the white flames began to shrink and turned into a huge flame wheel. It collided fiercely with the surging fist. There was actually a fist hidden in the flame wheel. Seeing this, everyone held their breaths. They were not willing to miss a single scene. Yellow Spring's flame? Unfortunately, it's too weak. Pink Prince's disdainful voice floated out. Boom. Finally, the two forces collided. The red and white energies intertwined. All the buildings in the fifth city were turned into dust. Is that all you've got? Pink Prince looked down from above. He could sense that Lin Ling's attack was very weak. Rumble. As soon as his words fell, the red devil mist fist pressed down on Lin Ling. You're just SOSO. But at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Although he was retreating, the reincarnation flame was getting bigger and bigger. The law erupted. 1,000. 1,500. 2,000. Gradually, it reached 2,500. He's only Wu Sheng's 7th stage. How can he erupt with so many laws? Exclamation point. That terrifying law energy made countless people gasp. It was as though they had seen the 6 paths of reincarnation. They didn't know that Lin Ling had already swallowed all the berserk divine fruits. How could his law be weak? The sudden surge of energy made Pink Prince's expression turn ugly. He didn't know why Lin Ling was able to erupt with the law instantly. But to him, it was just so. This is your full strength? His fist was like a demon from the devil realm. Demonic chi surged. Boom. Finally, that fist hit Lin Ling's chest fiercely, causing the entire city to fall into silence. Was he dead? No matter if it was the devil clan, god clan, or even the human clan, this thought floated in their minds. In actual fact, Lin Ling had hidden his strength very deeply. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Ling defeating Life Blade was his limit. Even so, everyone was still shocked at Lin Ling's potential. But who knew that when Lin Ling and Pink Prince clashed head-on, he was still able to erupt with the law energy. This meant that Life Blade had a huge gap to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was a demon, but his cultivation realm was still too low and his cultivation time was too short. So no matter how dazzling he was, he couldn't block Pink Prince. As time passed, 2 figures gradually appeared on the street. One maintained the state of punching out while the other was hit. 2,500 law energy. Not bad. Unfortunately, in terms of playing style, you're still inferior to me. Pink Prince spat out a sentence indifferently as he looked in front. In his imagination, even if Lin Ling didn't die, he would be crippled. I've said it before. I've only used 4,000 law energy. You're belittling me. Chapter 1978. An unprecedented battle. You are fine. Pink Prince's pupils constricted. He suddenly discovered that Lin Ling had unknowingly put on a set of red armor and that armor seemed to have blocked his punch. In terms of laws, I'm not any lesser than you. Just at this moment, Lin Ling moved. The red armor on his body glowed brightly as it rose up and actually reached Lin Ling's right fist, causing his fist to light up and the white flame to become even hotter. Moreover, with the descent of the god-devil physique, he had the power to uproot mountains and rivers, dominating the world. It's my turn. Everyone heard this sentence. Their hearts seemed to have been struck by lightning as it exploded. Lin Ling took Pink Prince's punch, and not only did he not die, he even counterattacked. "TK, so what if it's your turn?" Pink Prince was stunned as he let out a cold voice. Lin Ling was lucky to not die. Could it be that he could injure him? 8,000 laws, I've seen them all. It's just 4,000 laws, I don't understand where your arrogance comes from. Lin Ling's fist was like a shooting star as it struck towards Pink Prince's face. And this punch was so terrifying. Because Lin Ling had used the Berserk armor previously and absorbed Pink Prince's law energy. In addition to the Berserk God Fruit and the God Devil Physique's energy, how could this punch not be strong? Pink Prince sneered. Wuxiang's 7th-stage realm attack was just trash. But in an instant, his pupils constricted. He sensed the overbearingness of the law. It was the power of the great law. It was like birth, old age, sickness and death, spring, summer, autumn and winter. It was the destiny that he, Pink Prince, could not defy. You! Pink Prince's voice shocked the crowd because they seemed to have seen Pink Prince crying out in terror. But the following scene shocked their hearts even more. A punch like heavenly thunder. Pink Prince's handsome face was distorted from the impact and his body flew backwards like a shooting star. Along the ground, he passed through numerous broken buildings and actually disappeared into the 5th city's desolate forest. Silence. The entire city was silent. Pink Crown Prince, one of the top geniuses of the demon clan, comparable to the great leaders of the human realm. He was the absolute main character today. Not to mention Wuxiang, who was at the 7th-stage realm, even Huang's son, one of the 4 absolute geniuses, none of them dared to belittle Pink Crown Prince. But now, Lin Ling had blasted Pink Prince away. This was simply unbelievable. Because even the children of Huang couldn't do this. Boom. At the same time, demonic chi exploded in the distance. A figure shot back like a cannonball and floated above everyone's heads. It was Pink Prince. Obviously, the punch from before had only injured him, but it wasn't fatal. However, the damage caused by that punch was clearly in his heart, in his dignity and face. You hurt me. Pink Prince's expression was ferocious as he stared angrily at Lin Ling. He had clearly underestimated Lin Ling. If he had used his full strength from the beginning, he would not have been injured. Of course, this wasn't because he was arrogant, but in his imagination, Wuxiang was only in the 7th-stage realm, so no matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to it. I was just lucky. On the ground, Lin Ling's blue long robe fluttered as he looked calmly at the sky. These words made many people's expressions change drastically. Lucky? If he was lucky, then why would Huang's son, one of the 4 absolute geniuses, be afraid of Pink Prince? To be able to achieve this step based on luck, this was obviously impossible. It's just an exchange of pointers. Why should you fly into a rage out of humiliation? I've said this before. To defeat me, Lin Ling, you need to take out at least 10,000 energy of law. 4,000? I'm very sorry, I really don't think much of it. Lin Ling said once again. His words were filled with sarcasm. Haha, didn't Pink Prince say that 4,000 energy of law was something that even Lin Ling had not seen before? But now, doesn't he feel that those words are like a slap to his own face? Perhaps his self-confidence is inflated. Asking for humiliation. On the side of the humans, after a moment of silence, cheers rang out like waves. They seemed to be extremely excited. Who in the human world didn't know of Mad God Lin Ling's arrogance? That kind of arrogance even made many people dislike Lin Ling. But now they suddenly felt that Lin Ling was very cute. This was because when he treated his enemy with such arrogance, it made them feel elated and even proud. Kakaka. Pink Prince clenched his fist, emitting a crisp sound. Clearly he was quite angry. He shouted, "How about another move?" With these words, not only were the humans stunned, but even the demons were stunned. Pink Prince couldn't afford to lose? So, another move? You want to take turns fighting me? How about I accompany you? At this time, a cold laugh came from the broken house in the distance. There were 2 figures standing there. One of them wore a green robe and had skin as white as snow. He was very handsome, and his ears were very long. He gave off a noble and mysterious feeling. The other person was 2 meters tall. He wore a black robe and a black mask. His eyes were emotionless, as if he was a war machine. Prince of the spiritual tribe, guardian of the spiritual tribe. Black Feather Princess was pleasantly surprised when she saw the 2 of them. The 2 of them also walked over. Wherever they passed, the top geniuses of the 3 races had a serious expression. Today was really a day of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The strongest geniuses of the four races had all gathered. The two of them were clearly the strongest geniuses of the spiritual tribe. Pink Prince, Lin Ling fought Life Blade before. Now, you want to spar with him. You lost because of your carelessness, and you still have the nerve to ask for another battle. Are all of you demons so thick-skinned? The handsome youth said as he walked. What does it have to do with you? Scram. Pink Prince frowned, but he obviously didn't dare to underestimate the latter. Hee, look at the spiritual tribe. Who still supports you? Although the spiritual tribe is cruel, they are magnanimous. They dare to take responsibility for their actions. As their prince, you don't acknowledge your loss. You're a disgrace to them. The spiritual tribe prince said again. However, it was true. The spiritual tribe was silent. Clearly, they also felt that Pink Prince was a disgrace. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had won fair and square. Lin Ling, you're lucky this time. Next time, I won't underestimate you. Pink Prince finally reacted. He walked down from the sky with a gloomy face. He sensed that the spiritual tribe prince and crown prince seemed to be on the same side as Lin Ling. Next time, you'll still lose. Lin Ling looked at Pink Prince and said, after the first spar, he had a better understanding of the top geniuses of the spiritual tribe. Lin Ling actually won this spar. Many people also sensed that today's spar between the various races seemed to have ended. However, the previous unprecedented battle was still shocking. Although it was only a spar, it could be seen that this Huang's son, Lin Ling, wasn't an ant. On the contrary, he was very troublesome. As for Prince Xiaoyao and the others, they felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. The result was completely different from what they had imagined. Now Lin Ling seemed to have a powerful helper. They couldn't do anything to him. Lin Ling, I've long heard of your name. Today, I see that you're even more powerful than I imagined. Chapter 1979. Divine Martial Grotto Heaven. Although it was Lin Ling's first time meeting the spiritual tribe crown prince, he was polite and had helped him before. Hence, Lin Ling returned the greeting. It's just a title. However, thank you for your help. He knew that if a conflict broke out, he would be alone. Fallen Mortal and the others would not help him. It would be good if they did not kick him when he was down. There's no need to be so polite between us. After all, we are good friends. Moreover, my sister often talks about you. The spiritual tribe crown prince laughed. This made Black Feather Princess angry. She stretched out her small hand and twisted the spiritual tribe crown prince's ear, making him scream. The crowd was speechless. The powerful spiritual tribe crown prince had such a side to him? Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He did not expect the spiritual tribe crown prince and Black Feather Princess to be siblings. Furthermore, Black Feather Princess did not mention it at True Spiritual Island. It seemed that she did not want to rely on her brother to grow. Those guys are so selfish. When the human tribe was humiliated, they stood by and did nothing. I was very unhappy. The spiritual tribe crown prince stared at Prince Xiaoyao and said, they're just trash. Lin Ling laughed disdainfully. Although he was not a saint, he had the strength to fight back when he saw how arrogant the demon tribe was. At least he was better than those hypocritical people who carried the identity of the Son of Desolation but were selfish. Although it was the first time the two had met, they felt like old friends because of the 18 islands of the spiritual tribe. They chatted like good friends. I wonder what the outcome of the discussion between the ancient giants and the other giants is. If the discussion fails, I'm afraid this war is unavoidable. The spiritual tribe guardian beside the spiritual tribe crown prince said. His voice was extremely low, like rocks rubbing against each other. Lin Ling looked at him in surprise and nodded. This war is indeed unavoidable. His intuition told him that the ancient giants of the human world could not stop the invasion of the demon tribe. Rumble. At this moment, the fifth city began to shake. The city began to sink and a bottomless hole gradually appeared. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled happily. According to the astrolabe heavenly armor, the second stone statue was in the fifth city. Now, the stone statue must be in the hole. The others also laughed. It seemed that the rumors were true. From the looks of it, the battle between Lin Ling and Pink Prince resulted in the destruction of the fifth city, and the ancient cave appeared. Besides, that's an underground city. Someone looked at the big hole and said, he could vaguely see the buildings. From the looks of it, those buildings are quite old. I'm afraid they have existed since the primordial era. Let's go in and take a look. That's right. Perhaps we can obtain a great fortune. The nation of God is a citizen of the Einherjar realm. They must have brought a lot of treasures with them. Go. No one could restrain their thoughts as they all shot towards the big hole. Let's go. Fallen Mortal and the others also laughed. They had been waiting for this moment. As for the four absolute geniuses of the gods, their eyes were filled with anger. They believed that the legendary treasure belonged to the nation of God. What right did the other races have to touch it? However, even the demons had rushed into the hole. At this time, no one cared about the thoughts of the divine race. Lin Ling, take care of yourself. Pink Prince coldly stared at Lin Ling and also left. Lin Ling naturally ignored that threat. He licked his lips and said, "Let's go. Let's go." At this moment, he wanted to immediately obtain the second stone sculpture. If he did, he was confident that he would surpass the other children of desolation. Pink Prince would be like an ant. All right. Let's go. The Black Feather Princess and the Spirit Crown Prince also revealed looks of anticipation as they shot into the huge hole with Lin Ling. The hole was at least 1,000 miles wide. It seemed bottomless and was pitch black. No one dared to easily approach it. However, those who came here were all top powerhouses of various races, so none of them were afraid. After a full 3 incense sticks worth of time, they finally reached the bottom of the hole. Only then did they realize that there was a completely different world here. There were mountains, water, and light. It was as if it was another world. Moreover, a huge stone tablet that was 100 meters tall sat on the ground. There were mottled words carved on it, Divine Martial Grotto. Seeing this, the people of the God race became excited. This was indeed the place where the first batch of God race powerhouses came. Perhaps they had left behind many treasures of the martial god world. If they could obtain those treasures, they could soar into the sky. Everyone, disperse. If you encounter any treasures, it will depend on your own luck. Everyone dispersed. After Lin Ling and the others landed, they exchanged a few words with each other. Then Lin Ling set off alone. Although the Black Feather Princess wanted to follow him, he could only refuse because of the second stone sculpture. The astrolabe heavenly armor appeared in his hand. A direction began to appear on it. Lin Ling was overjoyed and sped up. On the way, he also encountered powerhouses of various races. They were searching everywhere for treasures. Of course, there were also cases of robbing each other of their treasures. Lin Ling wasn't interested in it for now when he saw this. On the other hand, all those experts took a detour when they saw Lin Ling. Presently, Lin Ling was renowned throughout the 4 clans, and besides top geniuses, no one dared to rashly offend him. The stone that the demon race held before had a mysterious power. If I wasn't in a hurry, I would have snatched it. Lin Ling licked his lips and said with some reluctance. Against the demon race and the god race, he naturally didn't need to be polite. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding people gradually disappeared. A scene of uncanny craftsmanship appeared in front of him. A large number of stalagmites were planted on the ground. Each stalagmite was 100 meters wide and 1,000 meters tall. Moreover, they were densely packed, making this place look like an ancient stone forest. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air, but also revealed a smile. Because of the astrolabe heavenly armor's indication, the second stone sculpture was here. His heart beat violently. Without hesitation, he shot into the stone forest. At this time, a terrifying roar came from ahead. It made one's scalp tingle. That aura was so strong that even Lin Ling felt it was a little troublesome. Obviously, this stone forest hid a terrifying existence. However, the second stone sculpture was right in front of him. Therefore, even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, Lin Ling would still step in. And at this time, a sense of life and death crisis arose. Lin Ling had experienced many life and death situations since he started learning martial arts. Therefore, he trusted his intuition very much. Black Tortoise 9 steps. With a low shout, Lin Ling disappeared from where he stood. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a black shadow passed by where he disappeared. Wherever it passed, those huge stalagmites all melted like tofu. That was close. Lin Ling secretly wiped his sweat. What was that? Its speed was too fast. Not good. Following that, Lin Ling shouted and stepped out with the Black Tortoise 9 steps again. And that black shadow shot over again, chasing after Lin Ling. Its speed was actually not slower than Lin Ling's. It could also enter space. After repeated pursuit, Lin Ling already had nowhere to retreat. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and the law of space bloomed. Great creation! The sword ruthlessly slashed out, and a clanging sound rang out. Lin Ling could clearly feel that his sword had struck the black shadow, but there was the sound of metal colliding. Crow. Chapter 1980. The Second Stone Sculpture. This time, Lin Ling finally saw what it was. It was a crow that was as tall as a human, with 4 claws. Its feathers were as black as the night, and it seemed to have the power to absorb light. Moreover, its strength was extremely terrifying, because with just its feathers, it was able to block his sword. Following that, Lin Ling raised his head and saw that on top of a stalagmite in the sky, the crow from before was looking at him coldly. Its eyes seemed to have a hint of humanity. Crow! The crow immediately let out a sound. Something that made one's scalp tingle appeared. On top of the stalagmites all around, there was actually a giant crow. Lin Ling already found it difficult to deal with a single mysterious crow, but there was more than one here. Damn it! Lin Ling smiled bitterly and immediately used the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps to run. Crow! Those strange crows obviously wouldn't let Lin Ling go. They all flew down, causing the void to ripple like water. Ancient Divine Crow. A voice finally sounded in Lin Ling's mind. This kind of ancient divine crow came from the martial god realm. In that place, it was an extremely ordinary existence. However, in this world, it was an extremely terrifying existence. Every one of them was comparable to the peak of the Wuxia realm, and when they grew to the limit, they could reach the height of a martial emperor. The world was heartless and treated all living things as dogs. There had never been any so-called fairness in the world. These ancient divine crows had been born in the eggs of laws since they were young. Even the feathers on their bodies carried the power of laws. Yellow Spring's army, come out! Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. He had to use his full strength. However, although the Yellow Spring's army was powerful, they were clearly unable to block the ancient divine crows. They were all sent flying backwards, but the Yellow Spring's army was extremely loyal. Those souls were still fearlessly protecting Lin Ling. Bastard, if I, Lin Ling, do not die, my Yellow Spring's army will use you as mounts. Lin Ling's pupils were cold. As the ancient divine crows got closer and closer, he had no choice but to use his strongest trump card. Freeze time. A terrifying soul force spread out and time froze. However, what was surprising was that even though those primordial divine crows were frozen, their eyes were still staring at Lin Ling. Clearly, their thoughts were not frozen. Furthermore, there was a time limit to the freezing. The stronger the opponent, the shorter the freezing time. After Lin Ling ran wildly, those primordial divine crows chased after him again. Die! With a sword in his right hand and a flame in his left, Lin Ling went all out. He had never imagined that the second stone sculpture would be so close, but the process of obtaining it would be so difficult. The ancient divine crows also knew that Lin Ling was risking his life to resist, so they did not choose to fight head-on, and instead chose to slowly kill him. Every time an ancient divine crow flew past, blood would appear on Lin Ling's body. Furthermore, those ancient divine crows had the power of mysterious laws, and when their feathers or claws swept past Lin Ling, not only did those wounds heal very slowly, they even kept on growing bigger. If it was anyone else here, they would have died long ago. Lin Ling had the body of a god and devil, so he was barely able to block it. He retreated as he fought, but his injuries were getting worse and worse, and he was about to faint at any time. However, when he stepped into the new area of the stone forest, the ancient divine crows behind him suddenly quieted down. They stopped on top of the stalagmites and remained motionless. It was as if there was a forbidden area in front of him. Even the ancient divine crows are afraid. It seems that I, Lin Ling, am going to die here. Lin Ling smiled bitterly, but his injuries were too severe, and he finally fainted. At this time, a huge shadow appeared in the stone forest in front of him, like a river flowing along the ground. What was surprising was that wherever it passed, it was completely silent. As for the ancient divine crows on the stalagmites, they were all trembling, not daring to approach the forbidden area, not even daring to move. Gradually, the shadow stopped in front of Lin Ling, raised its head high, and stared at Lin Ling with a pair of emotionless eyes. However, in the next moment, the emotions in its eyes changed. It circled around Lin Ling, sometimes approaching, sometimes deep in thought, and then wrapped around Lin Ling, bringing Lin Ling into the depths of the stone forest. At this moment, Lin Ling was still unconscious, but without the pursuit of the ancient divine crows, the injuries on his body slowly recovered. After an unknown amount of time, when Lin Ling opened his eyes, he felt intense pain all over his body, but he sensed that he was still alive. 1 inch what's going on? Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. His gaze wandered, and he discovered that there were even more stone forests here, as if they were walls surrounding him in the distance, and the place he was in was actually an open space. Looking in front of him, a stone sculpture that was hundreds of meters tall sat there. The man in the stone sculpture was extraordinarily handsome. His eyes were indifferently looking at the sky, and he had the aura of supremacy. And this stone sculpture was shockingly Li Xiaoyao. The second stone sculpture. Lin Ling muttered to himself, his heart was extremely excited. Unknowingly, he had found the second stone sculpture. He couldn't help but look behind him. Immediately, he saw a snake as thick as an arm. It spat out its tongue and looked at him excitedly. It looked extremely cute. What is this little black snake? Could it be that it saved me before? Lin Ling blinked slightly, and as if it knew Lin Ling's words, the little black snake continued to spit out its tongue, but it slowly grew, transforming into an ancient black snake that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a black torrent, and its aura was so terrifying that it actually caused Lin Ling's heart to rumble violently. This huge black snake was even more terrifying than the ancient divine crow from before. However, while he was surprised, Lin Ling also felt a sense of familiarity. He had seen this snake before, and it was very familiar. You know me? Lin Ling asked tentatively. The huge black snake looked ferocious and terrifying, but it nodded at Lin Ling in an extremely obedient manner, causing Lin Ling to be somewhat astonished. Suddenly he thought, could this snake have been left behind by Li Xiaoyao? It seemed that if he wanted to know everything, he would have to come into contact with the second stone sculpture. Wait for me for a moment. Lin Ling looked at the stone sculpture, his heart beating violently. It felt as if he had returned to his own home. If I find the 3 stone sculptures, I will know everything about the past, and this is the second stone sculpture. When Lin Ling arrived under the stone sculpture, he raised his head to look at the tall stone sculpture. His eyes revealed a hint of vicissitudes. He suddenly wanted to know what had happened to the former number 1 emperor, and what had caused him to finally reincarnate. The answer to everything might be right in front of him. His hand gently touched it. Rumble. At the same time, the tall stone sculpture swayed and began to shatter, turning into a large amount of golden light that enveloped Lin Ling. In the distance, the black snake's eyes were filled with tears. After waiting for thousands of years, it had finally waited for the return of its master. Previously, if it had not sensed the aura of its master, perhaps it would have made a big mistake. A large amount of information lingered in Lin Ling's mind. At this moment, his body was shining with golden light, his long hair fluttering, as if Li Xiaoyao had come back to life. Vaguely, he was even more familiar with the secrets of this world. He could also see the experts of all the eras at a glance. He did not expect that in this world he had left behind so many disciples. the ancient giant of the ancient rhythmic immortal plateau, the dark dragon emperor of the human realm, the azure heaven sword immortal of the demon realm. Everything began to return. Chapter 1981. Li Xiaoyao's return. Lin Ling's eyes kept moving. Everything in the past floated into his mind like smoke, including Li Xiaoyao's birth, origin, martial arts, and so on. The huge amount of memories caused Lin Ling's mind to ache, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were clear, but deep. They were calm with an aura that could not be shaken by the world. He stretched out his right hand, and there was still a golden light floating in his palm. Then he smiled, stretched out his left hand, and slowly drew on his right palm. Sky Extreme Flame Seal. Lin Ling shouted. A mysterious barrier appeared on his palm and merged with it. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have seen through the netherworld flame. Boom! In his body, the netherworld flame increased rapidly from the 3rd grade of the divine rank to the 4th grade. Crackle! White flames burned and became even colder, making the surroundings look like hell. Sky Extreme Flame Seal. This was the barrier left behind by Li Xiaoyao. It had the power of flame observation and could further increase the level of the fire element. The foundation of this body is too weak. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. If others heard this, they would be shocked. Lin Ling's potential and talent were recognized as abnormal, but his foundation was still weak? Of course, when he said it was weak, it was from Li Xiaoyao's point of view. Original Source Seal. Lin Ling drew the barrier again. After 2 hours, he sat cross-legged on the ground. A huge mysterious symbol appeared under him. Warm light spread and covered Lin Ling's entire body. The flaws left behind by his cultivation in the past were now fixed. One had to know that martial artists used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to change their fate. They swallowed and refined a large amount of natural treasures. Although it did not seem to affect them much, in fact, most of them would have chronic problems. Moreover, there would be too much spiritual energy in their body that was difficult to digest. This original source seal could allow all the spiritual energy to be absorbed by the body. This 3rd grade Wusheng, it's a pity. It's a waste. 4th Transformation Seal. Lin Ling struck out the barrier again and unleashed the 3rd grade real energy source to the limit. A smelly smoke floated out. The impurities in Lin Ling's body which could not be seen by the naked eye floated out. The excessive spiritual energy was all digested and those small worlds became more active. Lin had awakened a lot of small worlds. But after too many battles, some small worlds had started to wither and die. But now they had regained their vigor. As for the corporeal strength source in his dantan, it began to revolve, emitting a rich power of laws. Boom! Following a glass-shattering sound, the real energy source seal. Wu Sheng's 8th stage. The terrifying thing was that the advancement this time seemed to have made up for all the flaws from before. The advancement of a single realm had actually increased the energy of 200 laws. Whereas the previous increase was only Fong was the level increased Fong Xian Fong. This was the effect brought about by the 4th transformation seal. It fully unleashed the potential of the real energy source seal. In the entire heaven and earth, other than Lin Ling, no one knew about this mysterious barrier seal. The increase of 200 laws of nature in one realm, and in addition to the laws of nature that were lacking in the previous realms, Lin Ling had gained a total of 600 laws of nature. If he used the Tyrant Song Sword, it would add up to 2,000 laws, which was comparable to Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm. Moreover, it was the powerful Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm. Because an ordinary Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm would not have so many laws. After all, an ordinary Wu Sheng's 7th stage realm would only have 300 laws. Only geniuses with strong innate talent would have more laws. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. And this was the benefit of having a strong foundation. As for Lin Ling, he was the king of foundations. Barely satisfied, Lin Ling finally smiled. Based on his current ability, Wu Sheng had few opponents in the 10th stage realm, whereas he was merely Wu Sheng's 8th stage realm. Essence, Qi and Spirit Triple Cultivation. Above Qi, I've improved again. But above Spirit, I can still improve. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he searched his memories for a suitable cultivation method. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Evasion Domain. Evasion Domain. This was a soul force martial art which he had obtained from a historical remains. It allowed one to see through the power of laws and break away from the laws of heaven and earth, forming a terrifying evasion ability. In Lin Ling's memories, if one's soul force was strong enough, even the clouds could be avoided. It was extremely terrifying. However, to cultivate this kind of soul force martial art, firstly, it had a high requirement on one's soul force. Secondly, once it was used, it would continue to deplete one's soul force until it was completely depleted. In the past, my soul force was 250 levels. But after merging with the second stone sculpture, it had reached 300 levels. It's enough to cultivate Evasion Domain. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief. This domain was very strong and could even be said to be invincible. Of course, the prerequisite was that his soul force was limitless. Evasion Domain is actually using one's eyes to see through the laws of heaven and earth, breaking away from the restrictions of the laws. In actual fact, there were many things in this heaven and earth that had broken away from the laws. For example, zombies didn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and didn't enter the 3 realms. But in actual fact, zombies had only broken away from a portion of the laws and not all of them. For example, they were afraid of fire and lightning, which was one of the laws that restrained each other. But even so, zombies were still an extremely difficult existence to deal with. Whereas Lin Ling had seen through the 4 great eras from Spiritual Master came not long ago, and he had faintly shown signs of breaking away from the laws. But unfortunately, he had just touched the doorstep. But this advantage was enough for him to cultivate Evasion Domain. Although Lin Ling had found all the memories, it didn't mean that he had Li Xiaoyao's strength, because there were many powerful techniques that he couldn't use with his current strength. Moreover, the second stone sculpture had left Lin Ling's memories of this heaven and earth. There weren't many memories of the martial god world. Otherwise, Lin Ling would be even stronger. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Then, he looked behind him and saw that the huge ancient snake had already grown to the size of an arm. It was sticking out its tongue and looking at Lin Ling with great excitement. "Little saint." Lin Ling revealed a gentle smile. He was excited. This snake was the black-scaled divine snake. It came from the martial god world and fell into this heaven and earth for some unknown reason. Later, it was rescued by Li Xiaoyao and raised with treasures. Gradually, it became the top existence in this heaven and earth. It was also Li Xiaoyao's mount. The little black snake stuck out its tongue and its eyes were moist. It was even more excited. Like an arrow, it shot into Lin Ling's arms and acted like a spoiled child. It had been guarding this heaven and earth for thousands of years. Now it was finally here. Lin Ling's heart warmed. He knew that if he didn't succeed in reincarnating, Little Saint would wait for his death here. This loyalty was much better than a person's. Li Xiao am back. From now on, you and I will dominate this heaven and earth again. Lin Ling said lightly. His words were full of confidence. Chi Chi. Chapter 1982. Winged Ghost Soldier, rest well, thank you for your hard work. Lin Ling said gratefully as he took a step forward and left the stone forest. Gradually, he walked out of the forbidden area, and outside, a large number of ancient heavenly crows stood on top of the stalagmites, looking down at Lin Ling. Bastard, I'm coming. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the sky indifferently. Crow. All the ancient heavenly crows were surprised. This human was still alive? This was simply a miracle. However, so what if he was alive? He would kill him right now. Crow. Those ancient heavenly crows flew down and shot towards Lin Ling from every corner like arrows, wanting to tear Lin Ling to shreds. The same move can be used once, but it won't work a second time. Lin Ling shook his head and softly spat out a sentence and casually shouted, "Dodge domain." Something strange happened. Lin Ling seemed to be able to see through all the traces of the ancient heavenly crows. He could dodge any law. and with a single step he easily dodged the bites of a large number of ancient heavenly crows. At this moment, it was as if he had disappeared from the world, escaping from the laws of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Crow. Those ancient heavenly crows all had intelligence, and at this moment, they were all shocked. What's going on? That handsome man was clearly in front of them, but they couldn't attack him. Furthermore, it gave them the feeling that the man had disappeared from the world, as if he wasn't bound by the world. You're addicted to hunting me down. Lin Ling appeared to be calm and collected. When he dodged the ancient heavenly crow's pounce, he also struck out with his palm. Although it could not harm the ancient heavenly crow, it still left a clear mark on the feathered beast's body. Crow. Gradually, the ancient heavenly crows became afraid and planned to leave. Because they could not harm Lin Ling at all. How could they know that Lin Ling had activated the dodging law and had a 100% chance of dodging, but his soul force was also constantly being consumed? Once it was exhausted, the dodging law would also lose its effect, and now that they had chosen to leave, it was clear that they had overestimated Lin Ling. However, was it possible for them to leave right now? Chi knew divine seal. Lin Ling's indifferent voice gently floated out. Boom. All the ancient heavenly crows were frozen in place, their eyes filled with shock. Because they wanted to fly, they wanted to leave, but they couldn't control of their bodies. In fact, they couldn't control of their souls and minds. It was as if they wanted to leave, but in their hearts, they didn't want to leave. Clearly, the mysterious mark that Lin Ling had left on them had taken effect. The Tao, the path, and the heavenly Tao, the Tao, and the Tao, the Tao for the Tao, for the Tao, Tao for the Tao. It had to be known that the path of martial arts was filled with endless resources. There were countless martial artists who knew how to tame beasts, but they could only tame ordinary monster beasts. The stronger the monster beast, the more intense its resistance would be. It could even devour its master. And Lin Ling's Chi Nu divine seal was extremely powerful. He had enslaved these ancient heavenly crows, and the ancient heavenly crows would never be able to resist. I, your father, am not that easy to kill. Moreover, I've said it before, if you chase me sooner or later, you will become the mounts of my Yellow Springs army. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief, and those ancient heavenly crows all lowered their heads, their eyes filled with depression. How could this young man be so powerful? Yellow Springs army, return. Woo. Upon receiving his order, a large number of souls flew back from the stone forest, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Great Emperor! All of the Yellow Springs army knelt down and said. Looking carefully, there were headless ghosts, white skeletons, ghosts, and so on. These Yellow Springs army cultivated the path of ghosts, and all of them were extremely powerful. Go, each of you choose an ancient heavenly crow as your mount. These ancient heavenly crows naturally like Yin, so it's just right for you. Lin Ling said, Great Emperor, those terrifying feathered beasts will be our mounts? All the ghosts were surprised, because they knew how difficult it was to deal with the ancient heavenly crow. Don't you understand my words? Lin Ling said indifferently. Who told you to doubt the great emperor's words? The moving mountain eagle was Lin Ling's first Yellow Springs ghost soldier. At this moment, he had already become an elder, and he had even fallen in love with this kind of ghost lifestyle. He had even found the former Xian Di and defeated him, allowing him to let out a huge sigh of relief. Yes, sir. How could the Yellow Springs army dare to question him? They were just too shocked before. They quickly flew towards the ancient heavenly crows, thinking that if the ancient heavenly crows resisted, they would be dead for sure. However, they were clearly thinking too much. When the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers appeared on the ancient heavenly crows, they were all surprised and excited. These ancient heavenly crows all listened to them. Fly! Some of the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers flew up and soared through the stone forest at an extremely fast speed. Gradually, all of the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers flew up, forming a majestic scene of a ghost cavalry. Seeing this, Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. His Yellow Springs army's strength had finally increased greatly. Moreover, his Yellow Springs Flames talent had increased, and the Yellow Springs army could recover 80% of their strength. Great Emperor, we were scattered earlier, and the Great Emperor disappeared without a trace, so we were like headless flies wandering around. However, we encountered people from the god race, and a few of our brothers were killed. The moving mountain eagle said to Lin Ling with extreme respect, "Kill my soldiers? You have guts, but my soldiers are not so easy to kill." Lin Ling was stunned, then frowned. Although most of the Yellow Springs army were his enemies in the past, after their deaths, they had all become his subordinates. How could he, Lin Ling, pretend that he did not see them? "All of you come back!" Lin Ling shouted. All of the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers turned into ghostly winds and disappeared into Lin Ling's purple mansion. They knew that Lin Ling was the most protective and would definitely seek justice for them. Of course, now that their strength had increased greatly, they could seek justice for themselves. However, without Lin Ling's orders, they would not dare to do so. Lin Ling slowly left the stone forest. Now that Li Xiaoyao had returned, and what he lacked were cultivation resources. It was a good opportunity to go out and plunder some. The divine martial grotto was left behind by the first batch of god race, so there were naturally many treasures. Under the guidance of the moving mountain eagle, Lin Ling spent 2 hours hurrying. Then, a huge palace appeared in front of him. This palace was already in ruins, but one could see its former glory. As for the palace, a large number of experts were gathered there. There were god race, demon race, and even humans. At this moment, they were staring at a 5-meter-tall crystal bone in the main hall of the palace, and their hearts jumped. Although they did not know the origin of the crystal bone, based on the aura they sensed, it was obviously the bone of an expert. "This bone has a demonic nature, so I want it," a demon race expert said coldly, his eyes filled with greed. "That's a good idea, but don't forget, this is the territory of the god race." The experts of the god race were naturally unwilling. Chapter 1983. Azura Devil Bone. I say, everyone who sees the treasure has a share, we should split it equally among the 3 races. That's right, there are a few people from the spirit race here, we should split it equally among the 4 races. The person from the human race walked out and said, this person was the Puto envoy of the Xian Di 10 heroes, and there was also Buddhist Asian. These 2 people were not to be underestimated in the human race. As for the spirit race, it was Tai Yen and a few others. However, although there were many geniuses on their side, the divine race and demon race had more experts, and all of them were experts who had cultivated for more than a few thousand years. You said we should split it equally among the 3 races? The experts from the divine race and demon race stopped talking and looked at the human race with ridicule. Do you think trash like you have the qualifications to speak? A 2-meter-tall demon race expert said coldly. Hee, human race, you are very arrogant. Now that your homeland has been invaded, I don't know where you get the confidence to speak to us. The divine race expert sneered. Then what do you want? The Putua envoy frowned. Get lost, or we will start a massacre. The experts from the divine race and demon race said at the same time, as if they were talking to ants. The human race and spirit race experts' faces turned ugly, the other party was too arrogant. I remember that your spirit race has a little princess who is not bad. Hee, I am different from the demon race, my taste is more human, so that little princess will be pressed on the bed by me sooner or later. On the divine race's side, a golden-haired young man said with a smile. This person was a genius from the Fire Cloud Empire, named Huizi. His strength was below the 4 divine race geniuses. Get lost. The demon race shouted angrily again. The Putua envoy's side was furious, but they knew the situation was out of their control, so they snorted and left. The human race was not united, causing them to lack a leader, so they could not resist the divine race and demon race. Just as the human race was about to leave, the tall demon race expert suddenly walked out and said, because there are many treasures in the underground city, we don't want to waste time killing you, but it doesn't mean you can leave if you want to. Now, crawl out from under our pants, those who refuse, die. That's a good suggestion, and the spirit race is the same too. The celestial race experts were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. In fact, they had always been jealous of the human race because the human race had a wider world and was the center of all the races. However, the experts that dominated that world were very weak and were as lowly as slaves. So, how could they let go of the opportunity to humiliate the human race? Don't go too far. All the humans were enraged. They found a treasure, but it was snatched away by others. They couldn't swallow this anger, but their strength was inferior, so they could only swallow their anger and leave. But now, the devil race actually wanted them to crawl out of their pants. This was an insult to their dignity. My patience is limited. If you don't kneel in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all of you will die. Also, let me tell you, don't think that just because Lin Ling gave you face, you can fly away. When the God race and devil race's big shots have finished their discussion, even Lin Ling will crawl through my pants. The devil race great senior shouted coldly. This is a good suggestion. The God race genius raised his golden hair and nodded with a smile. However, at this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the top of the palace, causing the entire palace to sway. Then, under everyone's gaze, a dazzling light appeared in the palace as if it was cut by a sword. Then the entire palace's top fell. Bang, 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 bang. Those huge rocks smashed into the ground, shocking everyone. At the same time, a young man in a blue and white robe, who looked calm and composed, floated down. You want me to kneel too? You're in a good mood. An indifferent voice came out, causing the palace to fall silent. Lin Ling. Lin Ling had actually come. The people of the 4 major races were shocked, while the humans and spirit race were excited. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Scram. On the God race's side, the golden-haired genius's face was extremely ugly. Obviously, he was afraid of Lin Ling. However, his words made the humans laugh sarcastically. Previously, when Lin Ling was not around, the Celestials were so arrogant. However, when Lin Ling suddenly appeared, each and every one of them became fearful. Their character of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was worse than the humans. Someone wants me to kneel from the crotch of their pants. I've come as promised. Am I not welcome? Lin Ling ignored the crowd and looked at the crystal bone with a burning gaze. TSK, not bad. It's actually the Azura demon bone. It looks like my luck isn't bad. Bang. As soon as these words fell, the God race and demon race's hearts trembled. Lin Ling seemed to have taken a liking to the crystal bone. We found this giant bone first. The demon race's great monarch immediately said. However, his words made the humans look down on them. After all, they were the first to find the crystal bone. Lin Ling continued to stare at the crystal bone. With his experience, he naturally knew that this devil bone came from the martial god world. It was the skeleton of an ancient powerhouse. Most importantly, Lin Ling cultivated essence, energy, and soul, but his godly demon body had already reached its limit. Now, his godly demon body could still be improved, and that was to improve his demon body. Then Lin Ling directly walked over. Seeing this, the God race and demon race clenched their teeth. Lin Ling was ignoring them and directly taking the treasure? Lin Ling, scram. Scram. On the demon race's side, a great monarch shouted angrily. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. It was as if he didn't care about an ant on the side of the road. He waved his left hand and white flames formed 6 paths of reincarnation. The laws of heaven and earth erupted and sucked the great monarch into it. His soul turned into the Yellow Springs army. This action was undoubtedly shocking, because the great monarch of the demon race was Wu Sheng, but he was killed in an instant. The process was too simple and violent. For a moment, the God race and demon race fell silent. Hee, Azura demon bone, what's the use of it even if you get it? That kind of treasure isn't something an ordinary person can refine. Of course, if you beg me, I may introduce some methods to you. After all, in terms of knowledge, the human race can't be compared to the God race. Hee. Suddenly, the God race genius said indifferently. As soon as these words fell, the God race experts became arrogant, as if they saw Lin Ling begging them. Hee, Although the Azura demon bone is an inanimate object, the pressure it possesses isn't something an ordinary person can withstand. The god race genius became more complacent and said indifferently. But when he finished speaking, his pupils constricted. Lin Ling came in front of the tall demon bone and punched out, crushing the demon bone into powder. The demon bone's pressure had no effect on Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a deep breath and all the demon bone's powder was sucked in by Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, the illusion of a crystal skeleton appeared on Lin Ling's body. Rumble. The palace shook as if the Azura demon king had arrived. Lin Ling's physical strength continued to rise, gradually reaching 50 universe force, 60 universe force, and finally stopping at 80 universe force. Boom. The palace's ground exploded, unable to withstand Lin Ling's terrifying power, causing Lin Ling to disappear into the ground. This. Chapter 1984. Are you going to risk your life? Impossible. The Azura Devil Bone is from the ancient Devil King of the martial god world. Even the divine king of our Fire Cloud Empire would need 30 years to refine it successfully. Therefore, Lin Ling must be dead. We are most familiar with the Devil Bone. Lin Ling is not from the Devil race, so he must have failed. Yes. The divine race and devil race were stunned for a moment before speaking one after another. Rumble. At this time, the earth rumbled, and a figure in a blue and white robe jumped up and appeared in front of everyone. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Not bad. The Devil Bone has finally made my fiend god body have the taste of a devil. If I can find the blood of God, this is the real fiend god body. Yes. Moreover, my fiend god body has reached the 4th grade of the divine realm, and I have 80 universe power. I can resist 60% of any devil chi. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling was undoubtedly very happy. He did not expect to get such a precious treasure as soon as he left the stone forest. After all, the only thing he lacked now was cultivation resources. In fact, if he had enough cultivation resources, he could become the strongest person in the world in 3 days and dominate the world. His words were undoubtedly like thunder, and the experts of the divine race and devil race froze in place. Lin Ling refined the Devil King's bone from the martial god world in 1 day? No, it was not even enough time for an incense stick to burn, and the refining effect was very obvious. His talent had increased again, and his strength had also increased. This was too inconceivable, because even the great Devil King of the Devil race could not do this. Well, I'm in a good mood, so whoever killed my ghost before, stand out now, and the others can still live. Lin Ling's eyes moved around, looking at the crowd. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. I admit that we are not your opponent, but there are many people who are stronger than you, such as the Divine Genius and the 6 Great Devil Kings. If you have the ability, go to the east. The Pink Prince is there. I think you don't dare to. The Devil Race's great senior did not want to lose face, and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled, and his smile was extremely cold. These guys still dared to be arrogant in the face of death? The God Race and the Devil Race were clearly Lin Ling's, enemies. He never showed mercy to his enemies. But Lin Ling took 9 steps of the black tortoise, and appeared in front of the Devil Race Great Senior, and punched him. Boom. That Fiend Race Great Venerable was clearly not weak. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Ling and was smashed to smithereens with a single punch. Speak, continue, I admiring people with courage. After that, Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd calmly. The Shen clan, who had always been arrogant, was furious. Lin Ling seemed to treat them like ants. They were the dignified Shen clan, noble and holy. When had they ever been ants? Great sect Lin Ling took another step forward. That God Race member who said "you" was killed with a single punch. That punch contained 80 universes of power. The current Lin Ling was simply an Azura demon king. Continue. Lin Ling said again. The God Race's eyes went wide, but no one dared to speak. They were arrogant, they were sacred, and they had courage. Then Lin Ling would beat them until they had no courage, no pride, and no holiness. So what if they were God Race? In front of Lin Ling, they were still ants. Speak. Lin Ling's voice became louder, like thunder, intimidating all the God Race's people until their bodies trembled. Speak, isn't the God Race the highest? Why aren't you speaking? On the human side, everyone shouted. The people who killed my ghosts, step forward. Seeing the God Race and Devil Race not dare to be arrogant anymore, Lin Ling asked coldly, moreover, even if you don't speak, I still have a way to find you. At that time, everyone will die, so don't implicate others, because you can't shoulder this crime. Ghosts? We did encounter several ghosts before. Those ghosts wanted to harm us, so we took action and erased them. Don't blame us for this matter. Finally, the God Race's genius finally spoke. His tone was subservient. For her, Lin Ling smiled and walked forward step by step. They attacked first. Moreover, it's just a few ghosts. Your Excellency Lin Ling, there's no need to fight over this. I'm a genius of the Fire Cloud Empire. If Your Excellency Lin Ling gives me face, after this matter, I'll represent the Fire Cloud Empire to be friends with you. The God Race genius kept retreating and said anxiously, Fire Cloud Empire, one of the 3 divine nations. Seems like a good choice. Lin Ling stopped and hesitated. The God Race genius was delighted and wanted to speak, but at this time, Lin Ling said again, unfortunately, I've always been protective. As long as it's my people, no one else has the right to teach them a lesson. So not to mention you, even the giants of your Fire Cloud Empire have to die. As soon as he said this, the God Race genius's expression changed drastically. He finally unleashed his full strength. Don't go too far. If I fight with my life on the line, it's hard to say who will win. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling appeared above his head and stomped his foot down. Boom! Like a giant's leg, the God Race genius was crushed into powder. A genius who was only below the 4 unmatched talents was easily killed by someone else. Moreover, he died in an extremely ugly manner. Fight with your life on the line? Lin Ling appeared on the ground with a disdainful smile on his face. The rest of you, kill yourselves. I don't want to waste time. Are we all going to die? The faces of the people who were attacking Lin Ling's soul were pale. As for the demon race, their hearts were pounding. Lin Ling was indeed protective. He actually wiped out the other party's entire army just because they attacked one of his subordinates. As for the human race, they sighed. The God Race and Demon Race were so proud before, but after Lin Ling's arrival, he suppressed 2 major races alone. It had to be said that in this world, strength still determined everything. No matter how proud a race was, if they were weaker than others, it was a joke. Bang bang bang. The murderers all self-destructed and died without hesitation. They had some backbone because if they didn't kill themselves, they would implicate others. In this aspect, they were much better than the human race. However, Lin Ling didn't have any sympathy. He wasn't a saint and only cared about the people around him. As for the great calamity of the world, as long as they didn't provoke him, he didn't care who the king was. Taiyan, come out. Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling shouted. Taiyan immediately walked out from the spirit race and knelt on one knee before Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and walked in front of him. Both his hands formed a complicated seal and then he patted Taiyan's head, causing Taiyan to show a pained expression. But in the next moment his body grew bigger and turned into a 10-meter tall blue giant. His skin was condensed from seawater and gave off an extremely majestic feeling. Most importantly, his cultivation instantly reached the peak of Wu Sheng's 10th realm. He was probably only 1 step away from Martial Emperor. Sea Giant Clan, not bad. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. The previous boundary was to stimulate Taiyan's potential and Taiyan didn't disappoint him. Thank you, sir. Chapter 1985. Mysterious Body Born, so envious. Envious. At this moment, not only the human race, but also the devil race and the divine race were envious. After all, Wu Sheng's advancement was measured in years. For those with poor talent, it would take thousands of years. For those with good talent, it would take hundreds of years. But now, Lin Ling had used less than an incense stick's worth of time, and an expert was born just like that. This Lin Ling was so mysterious. These people will crawl over your crotch. If they crawl over obediently, I will spare their lives. Envious. Lin Ling turned and left. Tai Yen nodded heavily. His gaze was fixed on the divine race, and he finally revealed a carefree smile. The divine race and devil race's faces were unsightly. They wanted to crawl under his crotch? This suggestion was made by them, and now it was implemented by them? This drastic change made them feel like they were dreaming. Right, you said that Pink Prince is in the east? Envious. Lin Ling suddenly stopped and said indifferently. That's right. Do you dare to go? A great venerable among the devil race coldly shouted. At this moment, he was fuming with anger. Did some treasure appear over there? Lin Ling asked curiously. I heard that a powerful talent appeared, and it came from the martial god world. However, Lin Ling, you don't need to pretend. Your current strength is not Pink Prince's opponent, so you don't dare to go. The devil race great venerable said proudly. He was not Lin Ling's opponent, but Lin Ling was definitely afraid of Pink Prince. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. East? That treasure is mine. Envious. That treasure is mine? Such a domineering sentence made the devil race's pupils dilate. Lin Ling was not afraid of Pink Prince? How could this be? Talkative guy, let him crawl 10 laps. Envious. Lin Ling obviously disdained to explain anything. He left after saying that. Tai Yen immediately nodded. He stared at the devil race great venerable with malicious intent. The devil race great venerable smiled bitterly. It seemed like he had no choice now. Lord, when this matter is over, I will come find you. At this moment, Tai Yen was extremely excited. He could feel that Lin Ling had changed. He gave off the feeling that he could control the heavens and earth, just like the spirit race's spirit god from the legends. There are so many treasures in this martial god world. I definitely can't miss this opportunity. Moreover, Yu and the others' talents are limited. It's time to find a suitable talent for them. After leaving the palace, Lin Ling released an ancient divine crow. He stood on top of the ancient divine crow and looked into the distance. In the past, when the devil race invaded, Lin Ling was worried about his friends and family. But now, he was no longer afraid because he could increase the strength of his friends and family. This great calamity was nothing to him. Moreover, he currently had many trump cards and he was not afraid even if it was an ancient giant. As for the great tribulation of heaven and earth, countless humans would suffer, but Lin Ling didn't care at all. So what if Li Xiaoyao saved the world in the past? Thousands of years later, no one would remember him. Therefore, the most important thing was to help his friends. Of course, if there was a chance to help ordinary people, Lin Ling wouldn't miss it. Because his nature was kind. In my previous life, I saved countless people. Unfortunately, most of them were hypocrites. For example, the ancient Ji family, the Xianyuan clan, and the 4 great immortal imperial families of the saints' great domain. But did they remember that kindness? Absolutely not. Therefore, Li Xiaoyao, who lived a carefree life, ended up in a miserable state. No one knew that he died in the martial god world. In this life, when I laugh, the heavens laugh. When I'm angry, the heavens and earth are angry. This is the true carefree life. Lin Ling muttered to himself. If one day, the world called him a devil, not only would he not be angry, he would be happy. Because only a devil could do whatever he wanted and not be bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Rumble. At this time, there was a rumbling sound in front of him. Lin Ling used the eye of time and saw a great battle in front of him. Moreover, there were many people involved in the battle. Among them, there was the devil race's Pink Prince, the deity race's genius Jin Fei Wu, and the spirit race's guardian and Tianzong Shen Wu. Each of these terrifying existences was an expert below the ancient era's giants. With just a move of their feet, the 4 clans would be stirred up. As for the other top geniuses, Lin Ling guessed that they were in other places. Because this place was too big, there must be more than one treasure. Very good, it's the talents of the divine body and the ice spirit Shen body. These talents surpass the divine realm. Soon after, Lin Ling became excited. He saw several terrifying rays of light shooting up into the sky in front of him. This was the powerful talent from the martial god realm. This talent was useless to ordinary people. Only experts could refine it. However, Lin Ling had hundreds of ways to refine it. Of course, he was only interested in two great talents. They were left for Yu and Annuer. In this world, the pinnacle of talents was the immortal body. However, in the martial god world, the immortal body was the most ordinary talent. Above it was the Xian body, which was also divided into heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. Rumor had it that there were immortal bodies and desolate bodies. Of course, that was just a rumor. Lin Ling was not interested in learning about it for the time being. First, I will get the Xian body for Yu. Lin Ling went in another direction. In front of them was a ruin. There were dilapidated walls everywhere, but they could sense that this used to be the imperial city. For some unknown reason, the imperial city had fallen. A large number of experts had died, and some of the top experts had left behind their talents. Yanran, you must look after the divine body for me. I will stop the geniuses of the other races. After you get it, immediately leave this place. Tomorrow, I will announce the godly nation and marry you. In front of a ruin, a large number of figures were standing there. A green-haired, devilishly charming man laughed. Beside him was a golden-haired woman. She was like a goddess, with limpid eyes and snow-white skin. She was the #1 beauty of the sun god nation, Jin Yanran. Moreover, she had another identity. She was the wife of a young prince of the immortal divine nation. There are 5 talents here. One of them, the spirit ice Xian body, is very suitable for me. It is the talent of soul force and ice law. You must get it for me. After all, you can become the immortal evil god because I got a large number of cultivation treasures from that idiot. Jin Yanran replied. Don't worry, baby. It has been hard for you to marry that idiot. However, you also got a lot of benefits from that idiot. The green-haired man laughed. His smile was very attractive. It could make an ordinary woman lose herself in it. He was one of the 4 absolute geniuses, the immortal evil god. Hee, that idiot Zhang Yingjun, I married him. It was too easy for him. So, he gave me his cultivation treasures. That is what he should do. Jin Yanran shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were full of disdain. If Zhang Yingjun was not spoiled by the immortal divine nation, she would not have married that boring trash. At least the immortal evil god was handsome, evil, and had a lot of tricks. It made her forget to leave. Well, I will go first. The guardian of the spirit race and the heaven-warping martial god are not soft persimmons. I must stop them. You must get the talent as soon as possible. Chapter 1986. Unfaithful woman, lay down the barrier, use the divine Wutong wood. Yes. Jin Yanran immediately looked into the distance, where there was a flickering light. It was the divine body, and in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she had to lay down a barrier and collect the talent. My lord, the divine Wutong wood is a treasure of the immortal divine nation. Lord Zhang Yingjun gave it to you. Do you want to waste it here? A guard said in surprise. What is given to me belongs to me. This treasure can let me obtain the talent, and it has its own uses. Yes. Jin Yanran shook her head, as if giving all of Zhang Yingjun's treasures to her was a matter of course. The other guards sighed inwardly, but they did not dare to oppose. After all, Jin Yanran had great prestige in the immortal divine nation, and even the king did not dare to make things difficult for her. The reason was naturally because of Zhang Yingjun. Zhang Yingjun liked Jin Yanran too much, and he would agree to any request. However, Jin Yanran used Zhang Yingjun's treasures to give to the immortal evil god, and she was also living a good life with the immortal evil god. Such a matter undoubtedly made people angry, but there was nothing they could do. You seem to be Zhang Yingjun's wife. Yes. Just as Jin Yanran finished setting up the enchantment, a voice suddenly sounded out. They saw a huge black crow flying in the sky, and a handsome young man was standing on top of it. Everyone was puzzled. Who was that person? Jin Yanran was also surprised, but it was clear that not long ago, when Lin Ling fought against Life Blade on the street, and when he fought against Pink Prince, she did not appear, so she did not recognize Lin Ling. Or you? Yes. Jin Yanran raised her pure white chin and said arrogantly. Zhang Yingjuan's friend, Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was extremely cold. He clearly saw what happened before. Although he knew Jin Yanran did not like Zhang Yingjun, he did not expect Jin Yanran to be with someone else. If Jin Yanran hadn't married Zhang Yingjun, Lin Ling wouldn't have had anything to say. After all, it was others' freedom. However, they were already married in name. In this case, Jin Yanran cheated on Zhang Yingjun. Most importantly, Zhang Yingjun worshipped Jin Yanran, and he could get whatever he wanted. Jin Yanran not only used it for herself, but also used it to raise her lover. How could Lin Ling not be enraged by such a shameless person who didn't abide by the virtues of a woman? So it was you. You can leave. This has nothing to do with you. Jin Yanran finally remembered that the young man and Zhang Yingjun were friends. Earlier, you seemed to have walked together with someone else. Your actions brought shame to Zhang Yingjun. Lin Ling walked down from the sky with a cold expression. As I said, it's none of your business. Also, no matter what I did to Zhang Yingjun, he did it willingly and he owes me. Most importantly, I don't like him. He talks about how handsome he is every day, but in reality, he's not handsome at all. Doesn't he know how disgusting those words are? Jin Yanran said coldly. So, you cheated on him? Lin Ling's voice became lower and lower. I don't have the right to make you like anyone, and I don't have the time to care. But since you married him, you should do your duty well. If you don't like him, you can choose to separate. At that time, even if you become a woman of the mortal world, and anyone can ride you, I won't care. But now, you want to get benefits from Zhang Yingjun, despise him for being ugly, and use his treasures to raise him. Don't you think you have no sense of shame? You are simply unreasonable. Just like Zhang Yingjun, you don't understand other people's hearts at all. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Jin Yanran was obviously angry, because Lin Ling actually said that she was a woman of the mortal world, and anyone could ride her. This comparison was too disgusting. She was the daughter of a minister of the sun god nation. How could a woman of the mortal world compare to her? Everyone has their own dreams. Don't you have them too? I'm moving toward my goals and dreams, that's all. My dream is to become a person above others. I have people I like, and there are people who like me. Is this dream wrong? I know you are Zhang Yingjuan's friend. For his sake, I will spare you this time. If you slander me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Jin Yanran said coldly. Dream? Her dream was to have a man who liked her, who would provide her with endless treasures for cultivation. At the same time, she also wanted a man she liked, who would accompany her at night. And such a dream made Lin Ling laugh, a disgusting laugh. She wanted to have everything. This woman thought too highly of herself. I don't have time to care about your business, but I will tell Zhang Yingjun. Zhang Yingjun will definitely make a choice. Now, get lost because you are too disgusting. Don't appear in front of me. Although Lin Ling was angry, he didn't make a move for the time being because he had to wait for Zhang Yingjuan's reply. And now, he wanted to seize the divine body. I already knew you were up to no good. You said so much just to get that treasure. I will also tell Zhang Yingjun, tell him how ugly his friend is. Jin Yanran's sneer deepened, as if she had seen through Lin Ling's intentions. However, if you want that treasure, do you have a clear view of yourself? Get up, God's 8 desolations 6 directions boundary. Boom! Rumble. Along with her voice, the hidden boundaries in the surroundings rose into the sky, forming a terrifying light curtain. The aura of the 8 desolations 6 directions boundary also filled the air. This Jin Yanran was actually a boundary master. Humph, you're just a lowly human. You approached Zhang Yingjun because you wanted to get some benefits from him. However, I've seen through you. Now, get the hell out of here. A barrier is not something a lowly human like you can understand. Boom! Jin Yanran disdained to say anything more to Lin Ling. She strode with her slender legs, her golden hair fluttering, like a goddess walking toward the treasure. Unfortunately, boundaries? The strongest boundary master in the nation of God was only 1 star. This meant that she, Jin Yenran, was only a white-robed boundary master. However, Lin Ling was able to forge a 3-star boundary. He had already become a blue-robed boundary master. Lin Ling's face turned cold. He didn't say anything more. His hands moved frequently, and a more terrifying boundary was blasted out by him. Although the 8 Desolations 6 Directions boundary in front of him was more complicated than a normal boundary, Lin Ling knew that the 10 Revolutions 9 Emptiness boundary could easily break this boundary. Moreover, it was broken silently. Outside the boundary, the guards all opened their mouths wide. In their eyes, the young prince's friend actually walked into the boundary, and the 8 Desolations 6 Directions boundary melted like tofu. They were all shocked. Wasn't that person a human? How could he break the boundary of the nation of God? At this moment, Jin Yenran didn't know what happened behind her. She smiled and walked forward as if she had obtained a powerful talent. At this moment, a voice came. "You said I was up to no good? Excuse me, this treasure is yours? This treasure has your name? Do you know who left this treasure behind?" "Yes." Chapter 1987. Primeval Chi, you can't answer me, right? Then I'll tell you. The divine body is the body with the most balanced of the 5 elements. It uses humans as a barrier, and when it reaches the peak, it can become a divine body. You don't know anything, but you say that the divine body is yours. With your rubbish knowledge, I'm afraid that even if you were given the talent, you wouldn't know how to use it. Lin Ling said as he walked, his eyes filled with disdain. "You're talking nonsense." Scram. Jin Yenran was furious. She pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. When she was angry, she didn't realize that Lin Ling could break her enchantment. Was he someone she could provoke? Lin Ling shook his head, as if it was beneath him to say anything more. He stopped in his tracks and sent out a slap. But the loud slap made Jin Yenran dizzy and a little confused. Because even Zhang Yingjun didn't dare to hit her, but as a human, Lin Ling dared to hit her? Revolt. This is definitely a revolt. "Do you know what you're doing?" Jin Yenran roared like a shrew, but what answered her was a slap. Lin Ling was telling her what he, Lin Ling, was doing. Pa pa pa. Moreover, he continued to slap Jin Yenran until she spat out her teeth. It was extremely disgusting. "Aren't you very noble? Aren't you a goddess? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you're nothing but a slut." After a few slaps, Lin Ling punched out. Boom. A punch landed on Jin Yenran's stomach, causing her beautiful face to distort, giving off an extremely ugly feeling. Then she spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball, smashing into the distance. She was in an extremely sorry state. "How dirty my hands!" Lin Ling strode away. If Lin Ling didn't want to tell Zhang Yingjun about this, he would have killed Jin Yenran long ago. Of course, not killing her now didn't mean that he would let her go. After he told Zhang Yingjun about this, if Zhang Yingjun didn't have a choice, he would make the choice for Zhang Yingjun. Because Jin Yenran gave him a disgusting feeling. At this moment, Jin Yenran spat out blood, her hair was messy, her nose was bruised, and her face was swollen. She struggled to sit up, her eyes full of resentment. Take a good look at your own strength. Take a good look at who is the real lowly commoner. If you still can't see clearly, then I'll send you to the underworld to see clearly. But at this time, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Jin Yenran didn't dare to speak, but her eyes were full of hatred. She would let the undying evil god kill this ant. She had never expected that the treasure would not be obtained by the geniuses of the mortal world, but instead it would be obtained by this ant. He was truly a piece of rat shit that ruined a nest of soup. Of course, if she knew that the so-called rat shit was Huang's son, then she wouldn't dare think like this. Lin Ling arrived at the bottom of the city wall. Precious light blossomed there, and the pressure was extremely terrifying. Not bad, it's indeed the aura of a Xian body. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. This powerful talent was very suitable for Yu to use. It could activate the divine wheel, absorb all the laws and great Daoists, and then feed them back. Then, his hands formed a complicated barrier, and under the shocked gazes of the guards in the distance, he collected the precious light. Heavens, he's actually not afraid of the pressure of that treasure? You have to know, That's the talent left behind by the powerhouses of the martial god realm. In the blink of an eye, he collected the treasure and easily broke the 8 Desolation 6 direction formation. Is he also a boundary master? Moreover, he's so young. Those guards were all shocked, because they imagined that even if the immortal divine king came, he wouldn't be able to collect the treasure in a short period of time. Although martial artists grew slowly, their age could be vaguely guessed from their appearance. And for powerful martial artists, even 1,000 years of cultivation was extremely young, so they could see that Lin Ling's cultivation time was very short. Lin Ling ignored them and looked into the distance. The battle there was extremely fierce, and all the powerhouses were fighting for the treasure. However, Lin Ling saw a familiar person, and it was the Black Feather Princess. "Go over there," Lin Ling said indifferently. At this moment, in the chaotic ruins, figures flickered, and laws collided. The spirit race's genius Black Feather Princess. Legend has it that you have the talent of the sea and darkness. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. For you, I'm Yuan Ruochen of the human race's primitive royal family. I can be considered an ally of the spirit race. This time, I hope I can help the Black Feather Princess. No need. Hee. Now that the celestial race and the demon race are in chaos, the Black Feather Princess is not safe alone. Let us protect you. After that, just spend a night with us. Beautiful spirit race, I have never tried it before. In front of a ruin, an emerald sword was unearthed. It looked extremely extraordinary, and on the city wall not far from the sword, several figures stood indifferently. There were a few people on the left, and the leader was a woman wearing black feathers. She held a bow in one hand and pointed to the front. The spirit race people beside her were all on guard. As for the other side, they were the powerhouses of the saint's great domain. They obviously had their eyes on the sword and the Black Feather Princess. At this moment, the surroundings were in chaos. If anything happened to the Black Feather Princess, no one would know who was behind it. Hee, why do you have to be so rough? Among those powerhouses, a young man wearing a white robe floated down. This person was called Yuan Ruochen, and he was from the primitive royal family of the 4 human immortal royal families. This ancient force had also given birth to a son of desolation. This sword is mine. Yuan Ruochen was like a flying swan. He floated down and slashed out. Dazzling laws were like threads, cutting the surrounding city wall. Rumble. Amidst the dust that filled the air, Yuan Ruochen walked toward the emerald-treasured sword. He was calm and confident. Don't shoot an arrow at me. Otherwise, you will stay here forever, he suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Feather Princess shot an arrow at him. How could she be willing to let the sword be taken away by someone else? Moreover, that person looked elegant, but his words were extremely frivolous. You overestimate yourself. Yuan Ruochen seemed to be pleased with himself. He slashed out with his sword and split the Black Feather Princess' terrifying sword into 2. The arrow was also caught by his left hand. He put it under his nose and sniffed it. It smells so good. This action was undoubtedly a humiliation to the Black Feather Princess. However, just as Yuan Ruochen arrived in front of the sword, the sound of crows came from the sky. A young man in a blue and white robe appeared in the sky and then floated down. The Black Feather Princess could not help but laugh. Yuan Ruochen's expression did not change. He looked at the person indifferently and shook his head. His left hand was still reaching for the sword on the ground. However, just as he was about to grab the sword, a hand reached out and grabbed his wrist. At the same time, an indifferent voice sounded, "This sword is not yours." Yuan Ruochen raised his head and his eyes were filled with surprise. When did this person appear in front of him? Looking at his cultivation, this person was only Wu Sheng's 8th stage realm. Why was he so strange? The person who came was Lin Ling. Let go of your hand. Although you are somewhat powerful, your cultivation is not high. So don't provoke trouble. Yuan Ruochen's eyes turned cold. The primeval qi. I didn't expect an expert from the saint's great domain to come. However, this sword is not yours. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and said, Chapter 1988. The Battle of the Beacon Tower. You have good taste and talent. Are you interested in learning swordsmanship with me? Yuan Ruochen pondered for a moment and said. Hearing this, a few people's faces changed. Yuan Ruochen was known as the primitive sword saint in the Great Saint realm. Countless people wanted to be his disciple, but he rejected them all. Now, he had his eyes on a disciple as soon as he arrived in the nation of gods. Why aren't you thanking him? Those people were envious. This was a great opportunity. You're not qualified. Lin Ling ignored them and let go of Yuan Ruochen's hand. He slowly put away the sword on the ground and was secretly satisfied. This sword was a 2-star immortal weapon. No wonder there were so many people competing for it. Then, Lin Ling threw the sword to the Black Feather Princess. The Black Feather Princess had asked the Spirit Tribe Crown Prince to help him. Now, it was time to return the favor. The Black Feather Princess was overjoyed after receiving the sword. Seeing that Lin Ling ignored him, Yuan Ruochen immediately snorted. He was being shameless. I won't kill you, but I'll stab you 1,800 times. A long sword appeared in Yuan Ruochen's hand. The law erupted and the space cracked. He had the talent of space. This sword is flying. It's the sword of space speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he stabbed out 2,000 swords of law at a speed faster than light. The law was extremely sharp. Rumble. Behind Lin Ling, the ruins exploded. This showed how terrifying this sword was. The Black Feather Princess wanted to warn Lin Ling to be careful, but it was too late. 2,000 swords of law were stabbed out, but it was over quickly. It felt like it was over in the blink of an eye. Not everyone is qualified to be my disciple. It's your blessing that I have my eyes on you. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Kneel. But very quickly, his eyes narrowed. He saw that Lin Ling was still standing there. His expression was calm and his eyes were clear. Just now, Yuan Ruochen's sword of heavenly law had not even touched Lin Ling's clothes. What had happened? He didn't know that Lin Ling was way better than him in terms of space domain. Moreover, Lin Ling's evasion domain was so powerful that he could see through those swords. What surprised Yuan Ruochen was that the sword in his hand had fallen into Lin Ling's hands. Boring. Oomph. With a wave of his right hand, the law of space erupted. Then, he tossed the sword aside and left. Clang. The sword fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. As for Yuan Ruochen, he stubbornly stood where he was. That sword had been too fast. It was the power of the spatial laws, and he couldn't see through it. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his crotch. He looked down and saw that his white robe was already stained with blood. His crotch had been severed. Ah, you crippled me. Yuan Ruochen let out a ferocious cry. From now on, he couldn't have sex. Previously, he wanted to taste the Black Feather Princess. Although it was mostly teasing, it was now an extravagant hope. For you. Yuan Ruochen fell to the ground and looked at Lin Ling with difficulty. Lin Ling ignored him and left with the Black Feather Princess and the others. The Black Feather Princess looked at Yuan Ruochen with disdain and said, He's Lin Ling, the son of famine. Hearing this, Yuan Ruochen and the others' expressions changed drastically. It was Lin Ling. The most ironic thing was that Yuan Ruochen wanted to take Lin Ling as his disciple. Of course, although Lin Ling was famous, his cultivation realm was not high. This was known to all. So subconsciously, many people thought that they could surpass Lin Ling and seize the identity of the son of famine. But Yuan Ruochen now knew that Lin Ling's sword Dao was stronger than his. It was more powerful than the rumors. After all, Yuan Ruochen could fight with the son of famine and not be defeated for 10 rounds. Among the younger generation of the human realm, who could do this? And Lin Ling only needed one sword to defeat him. Lin Ling led the Black Feather Princess and the others to the center of the ruins. The battle there was even more intense. Lin Ling, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Yuan Ruochen is Wu Sheng's 10th stage. He's stronger than Life Blade. Did you hide your strength in the 5th city not long ago? The Black Feather Princess was extremely surprised. Lin Ling smiled faintly. I had some small fortuitous encounters, so my strength increased. The Black Feather Princess' expression changed drastically. What kind of fortuitous encounter could make Lin Ling's strength increase again in such a short period of time? She stared at Lin Ling and the light in her eyes became brighter. Lin Ling also noticed the scorching light and smiled bitterly. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he seemed to be very popular with beauties. In his memory, Li Xiaoyao was even more exaggerated. Not only was he free and unfettered, but he was also a romantic. There were countless people who had a crush on him. Not good, the battle there is getting more and more intense. I'm afraid the Spirit Clan's guardian is in danger. At this time, the Black Feather Princess said anxiously. The battle in front included the experts of the 4 clans. At the beginning, it was a clash between clans, but gradually, it became a spectator. On an ancient beacon tower, a cold light was emitted. The pressure and holiness caused the entire beacon tower to freeze into ice pillars. It was the talent left behind by the martial god realm's expert. It seemed that the ancient expert had died on the beacon tower a long time ago. That was why the talent was left there. At this moment, the strongest geniuses of the various clans were fighting. They were the devil race's Pink Prince, the god race's 9 Sons god, Jin Fei Wu, the Spirit Clan's guardian, and the human race's heavenly martial god. So powerful they are really abnormal. Their strength is comparable to the human world's giants. If given a little more time, these people will definitely be the most terrifying existence of the 4 clans. The heavenly martial god rushed to the beacon tower. The experts of the 4 clans were extremely excited and cheered. They wanted to see the final owner of the treasure. And now, the heavenly martial god was obviously the closest to the treasure. However, at this moment, evil energy rushed to the sky, causing the air to burn. The undying evil god had arrived. Rumble. His attack immediately knocked the heavenly martial god down, causing the experts of the human race to feel regretful. It was so close. The undying evil god looked at the treasure on the beacon tower and shouted excitedly. Was the treasure going to be his? Dreaming? However, the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth erupted, turning into terrifying fire laws that burned the underground city. In the sky, the infernal god descended, and 9 flames roared. It was the 9 Sons god, Jin Fei Wu. His attack undoubtedly shocked the world, letting the 4 clans know of his strength. Moreover, although the undying evil god was one of the 4 ultimate geniuses, at this moment, the treasure was in front of him, so Jin Fei Wu did not hold back. However, just as the 9 Sons god rushed to the beacon tower, the Spirit Clan's guardian arrived. This person transformed into a 100-meter-tall metal man, and his fists seemed to explode the world. The 9 Sons divine gold Fei Wu was immediately stopped. Seeing this, the crowd sighed. The strength of the top geniuses of the various clans was unquestionable, but their strength was comparable to each other. Because of this, no one knew who would end up with the treasure. Chapter 1989. Who can compete? These bastards. Tianzong martial god's eyes were bloodshot. He had lived high and mighty his entire life, but when he encountered someone of the same age who was no weaker than him, he had suffered losses time and time again. This was a heavy blow to him. You're old, so scram to the side. But at this time, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Like a tide, like thunder, it spread over in a mighty manner. Countless people's expressions changed. They looked over and saw a figure flying over from the distance. Had someone else come to compete? I'm old? You've got guts. Tianzong martial god was already in a bad mood. Now that someone suddenly said he was old, he was even angrier. He wanted to see just who was so arrogant. This treasure is mine. Countless people heard this sentence, causing their expressions to change drastically. The current situation was that none of the strongest geniuses of the various races could seize the treasure. They were evenly matched, and it was like a battle between tigers and dragons. But how arrogant was this newcomer? He actually dared to say that the treasure was his. At this moment, the top geniuses of the various races frowned. They all stopped fighting and looked at the newcomer. Crow. A giant crow appeared in the sky, like a dark crow. And on top of the crow, a youth in a clean blue and white robe stood there. His expression was calm, and his eyes were unfazed even if the sky collapsed. Son of famine Lin Ling? Seeing this handsome youth, everyone's hearts thundered. They never thought that Lin Ling would dare to take a share of the loot. Did he have enough strength? Lin Ling's potential could not be underestimated. But not long ago, when he fought with Pink Prince, everyone knew that he won by a fluke. This also meant that he had not reached the height of a son of famine. So right now, he did not have the qualifications to join the top-level battlefield. The crowd began to discuss. Some were disdainful, some were mocking, and some were looking forward to it. Especially the humans. They were looking forward to it the most. Although Lin Ling's strength was recognized as inferior to Tianzong martial god, Lin Ling was the representative of miracles. This fellow actually came. The guardian of the spirit race smiled. Perhaps he knew that it would be difficult for him to obtain that treasure. Therefore, if Lin Ling was confident in obtaining it, he did not mind helping Lin Ling. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Lin Ling's eyes stared at the icicle on the beacon tower. The icicle was about the size of a palm and was shaped like a crystal. However, it revealed a terrifying might. It was an ice attribute Xian body. Moreover, the most mysterious thing was that there was a terrifying soul pressure coming from it. Clearly, this was a Xian body formed from the combination of soul force and ice element. In fact, that mysterious Xian physique was even more talented than Lin Ling. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to obtain Li Xiaoyao's third stone sculpture in the future, he definitely wouldn't miss out on that Xian physique. Lin Ling, you said that the treasure belongs to you? At this time, the heaven-blessed martial warrior spoke. His eyes were very cold. This was because he had seen Lin Ling rise step by step. The ant of the past was only a step away from him today. Heaven-blessed martial warrior, it's just a treasure, yet you still can't get it after spending so much effort. Don't you think that you're a disgrace to the name of Desolation's son? Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked indifferently at the other party. Haha. The heaven-blessed martial warrior laughed loudly. You, Lin Ling, don't have the qualifications to talk to me. You can't get that treasure. You're just asking to be humiliated. I can tell you that if you can get that treasure, I don't care about the name of Desolation's son. In his opinion, Lin Ling was talking nonsense. He was so strong, but he was still stopped by others. What right did Lin Ling have to talk so arrogantly? Do you think you'll keep your words? Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the remaining geniuses. The top geniuses sneered. The Nine Sons Divine God Jin Feiwu said, "You want to get that treasure?" Lin Ling nodded. Hearing this, the Nine Sons Divine God Jin Feiwu laughed. He did not know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Then go ahead and try. The undying evil god said indifferently, as if he had no intention of stopping Lin Ling. The others were the same, but in fact, it was impossible. Everyone had a chance to get the treasure, but they were all stopped at the crucial moment and almost died. Therefore, if Lin Ling dared to go, someone would definitely stop him. They might even kill Lin Ling while Lin Ling was distracted by the treasure. And this was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Since you're giving the treasure to me, I'll gladly accept it. Go! Lin Ling did not seem to know the evil intentions of the top experts. He took a step forward and headed for the beacon tower. At this moment, everyone was nervous. Lin Ling could not possibly get the treasure. Impossible. Those geniuses are very shrewd. They will definitely make a move at the crucial moment. Go! Lin Ling, you're courting death. Damn! Lin Ling's appearance had calmed down the previous battle, but the geniuses were only resting for a while. An even more intense battle would definitely erupt. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had become the fuse. Finally, when Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the beacon tower, a god's extremity made a move. Get down. Scram. It was the Nine Sons Divine God Jin Feiwu. He had wanted to see if Lin Ling would be so bold, but who knew that Lin Ling would be so bold? 9 flames entwined together like a firestorm, sweeping toward Lin Ling and instantly erupting with 2,000 points of law power. This level of law power was obviously not Jin Feiwu's full strength, because he was afraid of the others, so he did not dare to use his full strength. However, It was enough to send Lin Ling flying. Lin Ling had fought against Pink Prince not long ago. He guessed that it was because of Lin Ling's armor. Lin Ling's strength was still very weak. The other top geniuses sneered. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with it. Get back. Go. However, at this time, countless waves of water drifted over, forming an ocean that seemed to drown the earth. Then, a blue giant descended and similarly erupted with 2,000 points of law power, turning it into a fist that blasted toward the 9 flames. Rumble. The collision of water and fire caused a storm and thunder to explode. What was shocking was that the 9 flames were actually evenly matched with the sea giant. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. What was going on? Other than those experts, there was actually someone who could block Jin Feiwu's attack? Tai Yan. Go. While everyone was shocked, a voice drifted out. At this moment, the spirit tribe's guardian was shocked. Obviously, he had seen through the true body of the sea giant. What surprised him was that when did Tai Yan reach such strength? Lord Guardian, this is the strength that Lord Lin Ling raised for me. Go! The sea giant let out a low voice, and his subconscious words made everyone gasp. Lin Ling, he had actually nurtured such a terrifying genius? This was too unimaginable. 4th grade divine rank talent? Yes. Jin Feiwu's expression was extremely cold. In fact, if they really fought, the sea giant was not his opponent, but it was obviously difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Chapter 1990. The Pink Prince's talent. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes darkening. That giant was Lin Ling's doing? Lin Ling's own strength was not strong, so why did he help to raise the other's strength? Moreover, to raise one's strength to such an extent was not something that anyone could do. He's getting closer and closer to the beacon tower. Heavens! He didn't even look at Heavenly God Nine Sons when he attacked earlier. Everyone's eyes were still fixed on Lin Ling, their faces full of shock. Lin Ling was like a king returning. The other top geniuses had ugly expressions. They hadn't expected Lin Ling to reach such heights. You said I'm old? Ha, then I'll let you see if I'm old. Tianzong martial god snorted coldly. Before this, he had treated Lin Ling as an ant and didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to obtain the treasure. That was why he stood aside and watched. But now, he could no longer sit still. Haha, if you want to attack, I'll play with you. However, just as he was about to make a move, the guardian of the spiritual tribe strode over with earth-shattering steps. You're helping him? Don't you want the treasure? Tianzong martial god was unhappy. I want the treasure, but I lack the courage. So, if Lin Ling is confident that he can get it, I'll help him. The guardian of the spiritual tribe said calmly. Many people were shocked. The guardian of the spiritual tribe was the son of Huang, so he was proud and arrogant. But he was willing to put down his pride and help Lin Ling. This was extremely rare. Moreover, they didn't understand why Lin Ling would get the guardian of the spiritual tribe to help him. In their minds, Lin Ling and the guardian of the spiritual tribe should be the servant. Lin Ling should be the master. What courage! Lin Ling is getting closer to the beacon tower. The crowd looked at Lin Ling again and saw that the blue-robed youth was still walking forward. It was as if he knew what was going to happen. It had to be said that the aura of a king who wouldn't be alarmed even if the heavens collapsed was much better than that of the geniuses of the various races. Let's make a move. Our competition was so intense earlier. How can we allow that fellow with no real strength to take advantage of us? Wretch God of Undying finally spoke. Clearly, he was lying when he said that he wouldn't attack. He only wanted to see if Lin Ling had the courage to do so. Are you going to attack? Jin Feiwu said calmly. I suddenly feel that I don't need to do anything. Someone else will. Evil God Undying suddenly laughed evilly. His gaze shifted and landed on Pink Prince, who had been silent all this while. Pink Prince would definitely take action and kill Lin Ling. Their voices drifted out, causing the experts around the beacon tower to look towards the ground. That's right, Pink Prince definitely wouldn't let Lin Ling have his way. Moreover, Lin Ling had humiliated Pink Prince previously. Pink Prince probably still remembered how stunning that punch was. Pink Prince would definitely make a move. For a time, the ancient land fell silent. In the battle between Lin Ling and Pink Prince, who could compete? Of course, the outcome was obvious. I've said it before. You shouldn't appear in front of me. Indeed, a hoarse voice finally drifted out from the ground. Pink Prince had his hands behind his back and kicked out. Not far away, a 100-meter-wide boulder was kicked away and shot towards Lin Ling like a cannonball. He had attacked. Today, he was going to return the humiliation from that punch 10 times over by killing Lin Ling. The boulder was extremely fast. Compared to Lin Ling was like an ant. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling continued to move forward as though he didn't notice Pink Prince's provocation. However, when the boulder was only a meter away from him, he finally threw out a punch. However, this punch was earth-shattering. Boom! The 100-meter-wide boulder exploded, sending gravel flying in all directions. It was obvious that Lin Ling had casually thrown out a punch, but it had violently shattered the boulder. So cool! However, to many people from various races, that punch was indeed shocking. As for Lin Ling, he finally came to a stop. It was as though he had only just realized that he had been stopped by someone. It's time to continue the spar. And on the ground, Pink Prince revealed a sinister smile as his fiendish teeth flashed. So it's you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. What was surprising was that he had only just noticed Pink Prince. It was as though he had been ignoring everyone previously. Such boldness was undoubtedly worthy of admiration. Then, are you seeking revenge? However, let me remind you that the second punch might be more painful. Lin Ling said with a smile. In the second spar, you might be the one to be humiliated. Pink Prince stretched his neck. Anyone could tell that he was enraged. He was the son of one of the infernal domain's 5 great infernal kings. How could he be humiliated by a weak human? How exciting! Are they going to fight? Lin Ling seems to be very confident. Perhaps, he might be able to give Pink Prince a second punch. Dream on. Last time, Pink Prince underestimated Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, do you think he can give him a second punch? That's right. In fact, everyone is well aware of the outcome of the battle between the two. The only difference is how badly Lin Ling will be beaten up. The experts from the human, infernal, celestial, and spirit tribes expressed their opinions. Last time, I only used 30% of my strength. However, you have already gone all out. This time, do you think I will still use 30% of my strength? Pink Prince took a step and appeared in front of Lin Ling. Between the two of them was the mysterious talent. Is that so? Then this time, you'd better use 100% of your strength. The price for underestimating me is very high. Lin Ling laughed. This caused Pink Prince's eyes to turn cold. Indeed, he had underestimated Lin Ling the last time and had paid a huge price. 100%? You're not qualified. 50% is enough. This time, I'll let you see my talent. Pink Myriad Demonic Barrier. Pink Prince opened his arms and a terrifying talent erupted from his body, forming a large area of red demonic fog. This talent was actually at the 5th grade of the divine rank. Ka-ka-ka. The demonic fog surged and spread out. On the ground below, many experts were instantly turned into stone statues. They were unable to block it and were killed in one move. What a terrifying talent. As expected, Pink Prince underestimated Lin Ling the last time. Otherwise, with his talent, Lin Ling would be dead for sure. Legend has it that the son of the infernal race has a terrifying talent. He has long snake-like hair. As long as it looks at him, anyone would be turned into a stone statue. Is this Pink Prince's talent? He's too invincible. Many experts retreated to avoid the red demonic fog. The demonic chi there was too terrifying. He thought that by defeating Life Blade, he could enter the ranks of the Children of Desolation. What a pity. He doesn't know the difference between us. Die. He died just like that? I told you, that treasure isn't something Lin Ling can obtain. Jin Feiwu, Tianzong Divine Marshal, and the other geniuses shook their heads in disdain. They weren't surprised by the result in front of them. In the sky, the red demonic fog was like a tide. Wherever it passed, all creatures would be turned into stone statues. Even the dust couldn't escape this calamity. As for Lin Ling, he had already turned into a stone statue. Moreover, a large number of demonic stones were flying towards him, turning him into a vast mountain. Chapter 1991. Underworld Army, Ghost Cavalry. Hee, you're still too inexperienced to be so arrogant in front of me. As for the mountain, Pink Prince shook his head. Lin Ling's armor was indeed powerful, but this time, he used his talent to suppress Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's armor was no longer effective. I'm arrogant, the world is arrogant, what can you do? However, at this moment, the huge mountain began to sway. Following that, a fist blasted out. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy mountain was actually blasted apart. A figure slowly walked out. The terrifying demonic aura was not any weaker than Pink Prince's. The crystal demon bone also appeared at this moment. It was the Azura demon bone. Seeing this, the world suddenly became silent. What happened? Pink Prince also opened his mouth wide. He was very familiar with Lin Ling's strength, so he was confident that he could kill Lin Ling this time. However, he now realized that Lin Ling was even more difficult to deal with than before. Could it be that after entering the underground city, Lin Ling's strength had increased again in this short period of time? How could this be? Jin Feiwu and the other top geniuses' faces changed drastically. They noticed that the demonic qi on Lin Ling's body was very dense, and his talent seemed to have reached the 4th grade of the divine rank. Moreover, because of the terrifying demon bone, he seemed to be immune to most of the demonic qi. This was also the reason why Pink Prince's talent was ineffective against Lin Ling. In fact, if it was Jin Feiwu who also had the talent of the 5th grade of the divine rank, Lin Ling would definitely not be able to resist. Because Lin Ling's talent was not afraid of demons, but it was impossible for him to not be afraid of the sun god fire. 4th grade of the divine rank talent, and your cultivation realm has increased. What did you do in this short period of time? Pink Prince said word by word, and he was shocked again. I just increased my strength, it's that simple. Of course, you missed out on one point, and that is that my physical strength has reached 80 units. Lin Ling walked out step by step with a cold expression. At this moment, he was even more like an Azura demon king. I said that you should explode with 100% of your strength, 50%? Sorry, you lost again in the second spar. Lin Ling's footsteps quickened. The Azura demon king's fist smashed out ruthlessly. 80 universes of power erupted at the same time. Now that he had the demon bone, his strength had greatly increased. If he could obtain the blood of God, then that would be his true divinity and demon body. So fast. Pink Prince sensed the explosion in the air. The entire sky was like boiling water, constantly boiling. Lin Ling clearly did not use the power of laws. He was able to erupt with such speed with just the strength of his body. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling's fist appeared in front of him. What did he see? What he saw was not a venerable sovereign, but an Azura demon king from the martial god realm. He instantly understood that in this short period of time, Lin Ling's strength had indeed increased greatly. To be able to increase his strength by so much in such a short period of time, Lin Ling was truly a monster among the 4 great clans. The second punch will be very painful. Lin Ling roared. Boom. With a single punch, 80 universes of strength erupted. What kind of concept was this? It could be said that 10 universes of power could destroy a city, but 80 universes? It was unimaginable. Pink Prince's face twisted, and his teeth spat out. Then he smashed into the ground like a cannonball. The ground instantly cracked, and a 1,000-meter-wide hole appeared. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. It was as if Lin Ling's punch had smashed Pink Prince into the earth's core. This punch was so terrifying. In this second spar, Pink Prince was once again defeated. Furthermore, it was still a shocking punch. Most importantly, Lin Ling did not cause much damage to him last time, but this time, he had clearly dealt him a heavy blow. Seeing this, the entire beacon tower was silent. Now, who dared to say that Lin Ling had not reached the level of Desolation Sun? He could now fight to a draw with Desolation Sun. No, it should be that his skill was higher. Staring at the figure in the sky, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What was a monster of the four great clans? Right now, the monster was here. As for the Black Feather Princess in the distance, she was also stunned. Previously, she wanted Lin Ling to help the Spirit Tribe's watcher, but who knew that Lin Ling would send Pink Prince flying? Do you think I'm stupid? Don't you have any confidence in coming here? So, I don't know if I'm stupid or if you're stupid. Above the sky, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the top geniuses and shook his head. He naturally knew that these geniuses were disdainful of him, but the result determined everything. The strength he had displayed now gave these geniuses a ruthless slap in the face. This treasure is mine. Then Lin Ling turned around and walked towards the top of the beacon tower. In your dreams. You dare. At the beginning, everyone was disdainful of Lin Ling, but now, they all took him seriously and could no longer sit still. They had clearly been tricked. Lin Ling was stronger than they imagined. Of course, this was not because they looked down on Lin Ling, but because it was impossible for him to increase his strength in such a short time. It could be called a miracle. Kill! Kill! The undying evil god flew into the sky and exploded with killing intent. Jin Feiwu also exploded with terrifying flames. Her eyes were red as she charged into the sky. If Lin Ling were to obtain that treasure, they would lose all their prestige and dignity. After all, none of them had succeeded in their previous competition. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was a rising star. If he were to win the final treasure, then they would all be inferior to Lin Ling. I said that you're stupid. Do you think I only have one talent? Let me tell you, I still have the Yellow Springs flame. Come out, Yellow Springs army. Kill! Looking at the experts on the ground who were charging at him like crazy, Lin Ling sneered. He opened his hands as if he had opened the door to the ghost world, allowing a large number of the Yellow Springs army to appear in front of everyone. And this Yellow Springs army was not a match for Jin Feiwu and the rest. But the truly terrifying ones were the ancient heavenly crows. Because the ancient heavenly crows were Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm strength. Even if Lin Ling faced them, he would have to avoid them. Moreover, one of them was not enough to make Jin Feiwu and the rest fearful. But what about thousands of them? Crows. Crows. The majestic sight of ghost cavalry began to appear in the sky. It was densely packed with black crows. There were ghosts riding crows, and with Lin Ling as the center, they flew out in all directions. At this moment, Lin Ling was like the Yellow Springs great emperor. Looking at this terrifying scene, Tianzong and Wu Sheng were stunned. Jin Feiwu was stunned. The undying evil god was stunned. Even the Spirit Clan's guardian was stunned. They had obviously sensed the terror of the ancient heavenly crows. But in such a short period of time, how did Lin Ling's strength increase by so much? He was going to block all the monstrous geniuses alone. Not good, he's going to get the treasure. Stop him. After the shock, the various clans' strongest geniuses roared. They would rather die than let Lin Ling have his way. Otherwise, what face would they have left? Crows. However, what welcomed them was a black mass of ghost cavalry. Chapter 1992. Do you dare? People of Sun God Kingdom, listen to my orders, kill him. Jin Feiwu also knew how difficult it was to deal with the ancient divine crow. Its speed and defense were beyond imagination, so he needed cannon fodder. A large number of Sun God Kingdom warriors rushed into the sky. They didn't know that they had become cannon fodder. Courting death. With the other party having already revealed his killing intent, Lin Ling would naturally not show mercy. With a jolt of his heart, thousands of ghost cavalry flew over, their speed able to traverse space and their defensive power able to forcibly resist the power of laws. Also, their claws and wings were able to easily reap the lives of 9th-level martial saints. The sky was filled with dark crows that covered the heavens and covered the earth as it was a shocking sight to behold. The Sun God Kingdom warriors all cried out in pain. It was as if there were a large number of death gods flying above their heads. In an instant, there were countless casualties. Moreover, the Yellow Springs army also collected all the treasures left behind by the warriors. Very pitiful people, they don't even know that they have become cannon fodder. Lin Ling's face was emotionless. He had obtained Li Xiaoyao's memories and was already used to killing. Moreover, those people were courting death themselves. Boom. At this moment, Jin Feiwu borrowed the cannon fodder's defense and a golden flame burst out. It soared up with a dense heaven and earth divine might. It was one of the 10 great divine flames, sun god fire. He was one of the 4 absolute talents, so his strength was obviously extremely difficult to deal with. Sun god fire, the source of all sun martial arts, is also the nemesis of Yin Soul Ghost Qi. However, have you completely refined your sun god fire? The fire of 9 suns is unclear. If you forcefully use the sun god fire, it will only cause you to be burned to death by the sun god fire. Although fire is powerful, there are many people who play with fire. Lin Ling stared at Jin Feiwu, his voice like thunder. What did you say? When his words fell, Jin Feiwu's footsteps instantly stopped and his face froze. Indeed, he possessed the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth, and his talent was even stronger than Lin Ling's flames of Yellow Springs. However, his talent was too high, so he couldn't control it completely. If he rashly unleashed all of the divine flames of sun, the result would be that he, Jin Feiwu, might be burned to death. In fact, Lin Ling's Yellow Springs flame was also one of the 10 great divine flames, but its talent level was temporarily lower than Jin Feiwu's. This was also the reason why Lin Ling could control the Yellow Springs flame. If the Yellow Springs flame's level was increased, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to control it. The terror of Lin Ling's Yellow Spring army was obvious to all. If he, Jin Feiwu, did not unleash the sun god fire, he would not be able to do anything to Lin Ling. How do you know all this? Jin Feiwu said with a gloomy face. I know far more than you can imagine. Lin Ling said indifferently, of course, you can choose not to believe me, but if you use the sun god fire, I might be able to take it. Do you dare? Hearing this, Jin Feiwu's eyes narrowed. The sun god fire was the sun god nation's totem, and it was also a secret. Lin Ling actually dared to say that he could take it? Don't believe his words. He wants you to be wary and not make a move in the end. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was evil god Immortal. Although Lin Ling's ghost cavalry was terrifying, they could see that if they really went all out, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to stop them. Therefore, Lin Ling must be using words to intimidate them. Evil god Immortal, your talent is the divine grade 5th stage Emperor Burning Sky. It is domineering and can devour all the flames in the world. However, you want Jin Feiwu to unleash his full strength. Are you trying to devour his sun god fire? You have a good plan, but be careful of the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold laughter floated over. Hearing this, evil god Immortal's expression changed drastically, and he roared, nonsense. He was shocked. Lin Ling was like his master. He actually knew his hidden secret. I'm talking nonsense? Hee, then make a move. Why are you standing there? Jin Feiwu, your flames can restrain my underworld ghost soldiers. Why don't you make a move? Lin Ling spread out his hands. His voice was extremely cold, and it shocked the hearts of the 2 divine geniuses. They actually didn't dare to make a move. Obviously, the 2 of them were wary of each other, afraid that the other would take advantage of them. So powerful, Lin Ling seemed to have pointed out their weakness with just a few words. Seeing that scene, many people were shocked again. On the other hand, Lin Ling was fearless. He controlled the locust-like primordial divine crows to wreak havoc everywhere. Crow. Even Jin Feiwu was in trouble. He was swept by the primordial divine crow's claws. Although he was not injured, he was in an extremely sorry state. He was so angry that he was boiling with anger. However, if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he had to erupt with 100% of his strength. Otherwise, it was impossible. However, how could he dare to casually erupt with his full strength and let others take advantage of him? Evil god Immortal was the same. On the other side, heaven-warping martial god's talent was also extremely heaven-defying. It was actually the god-slowing road. Once the law was out, the law was vast and mighty. It could slow down everything, including time and law. Such talent was indeed heaven-defying. However, it was obviously not easy to block the primordial divine crow. After all, he was not as good as Jin Feiwu's heaven and earth divine fire. He could not restrain the primordial divine crow. Therefore, for a moment, he was also in an incomparably sorry state. He was chased by the primordial divine crow until his face was covered in dust. Of course, if not for Lin Ling being a little afraid of Jin Feiwu and Pink Prince, he would have already killed heaven-warping martial god. I've said it before, you're old. Scram. Lin Ling looked at heaven-warping martial god and shouted. In the past, he had to look up to heaven-warping martial god. However, now that Li Xiaoyao's memory had returned, heaven-warping martial god was actually just SOSO to him. You? Don't be too arrogant. Scram. Heaven-warping martial god had never suffered such a big loss before. He angrily shouted. If you're not convinced, then fight me. Otherwise, scram. Scram. Lin Ling coldly laughed. He pointed at heaven-warping martial god and shouted. This made the human side sigh. Heaven-warping martial god was so strong, but facing Lin Ling, could he only scram? And the result was indeed so. Heaven-warping martial god began to retreat. His face was extremely ugly as he retreated. Lin Ling, your strength is actually not comparable to us. The real powerful one is that mysterious crow. However, relying on external objects, you will never win against us. Scram. After leaving behind this sentence, he gave up on the treasure and fled far away. So it's those mysterious crows. Scram. Many people suddenly understood, but they still felt shocked. How did Lin Ling control such terrifying crows? The secrets on his body were like a bottomless pit. And with heaven-warping martial god's escape, the two absolutes did not dare to rashly make a move. Therefore, Lin Ling also collected the treasures of the beacon tower. Seeing this, the crowd sighed even more. Today, the treasures were unearthed. The top geniuses of each race were like dragons and tigers fighting. No one won. However, after Lin Ling arrived, he suppressed all the elite geniuses alone and finally obtained the treasures that everyone was looking forward to. Who would this treasure end up in? Finally appeared. But the result made the experts of the four races extremely shocked. After Lin Ling collected the treasures, he took out a large number of rings. These rings were all left behind after the death of the divine race and the demon race. They were all obtained by the ancient divine crow and handed over to him. As for the treasures in the rings, most of them were obtained from the underground city. Lin Ling opened the rings one by one. At the same time, Lin Ling began to inspect them. What a pile of trash treasures. After inspecting, Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. There were many immortal weapons, broken barriers, and other treasures. However, Lin Ling did not care about these treasures at all. Chapter 1993. The breakthrough was earth-shattering. Crazy! Everyone stared at Lin Ling's actions, their hearts aching. Most of those weapons were 2-star. Even in the nation of God, they could cause a bloodbath, let alone in the mortal world. But now, Lin Ling had taken them apart. For a moment, everyone was furious, but they were also curious about what Lin Ling was going to do. Lin Ling did not care about what they were thinking. He took out the treasures that were disassembled from the immortal weapons and placed them around him. Then, Lin Ling started to draw an enchantment in the sky. The complexity of the enchantment made everyone curious. Everyone wanted to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was actually drawing an enchantment in the sky? What was he trying to do? Hui Feihong Gate's boundary formation, a 3 stars boundary formation, has the power to destroy all treasures. Instead of using these treasures to forge immortal weapons, I might as well use them for cultivation. Fourth Revolution Seal. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like a mysterious world spiritist. When the gigantic spirit formation appeared beneath his feet, light soared into the sky. The treasures in the surroundings began to disintegrate, returning to their origin, turning into the most primitive spirit chi. With the help of the spiritual chi, Lin Ling began to raise his cultivation. The crowd was still curious about what Lin Ling was doing, But when they saw Lin Ling sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, they were speechless. Presently, the experts of various races were gathered, and there were even the 6 young devil kings among them. However, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in cultivation? This was too arrogant. He's breaking through. Jin Feiwu stared at Lin Ling and spat out a sentence in shock. Silence. As soon as these words were spoken, the area within 10,000 li of the beacon tower was completely silent. Lin Ling was actually making a breakthrough here? Moreover, in front of countless people? Was he ignoring everyone? Or was he overconfident? For a moment, everyone's jaws dropped. Mad God Lin Ling had gone mad in 4 regions. Even the experts of the human race could only smile bitterly. Today, Lin Ling had greatly raised the prestige of the human race. Bastard. Too arrogant. Jin Feiwu and Undying Evil God clenched their fists tightly. Lin Ling had obtained a great treasure, and that was enough. Now, he was even cultivating in front of them. Did he think they were mediocre? Kill him. Jin Feiwu let out a furious roar. This time, he wanted the experts of the demon clan to kill Lin Ling. However, none of the devil race's experts moved. Putting aside Jin Feiwu's words, why would they listen to her? Even if they did, would they be able to kill Lin Ling? Because Lin Ling was surrounded by locust-like ghost cavalry, forming a forbidden land of death. They would probably be torn to shreds before they could even reach the sky. Jin Feiwu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth when he saw that everyone was indifferent. If it wasn't for the evil god of immortality, he really wanted to kill Lin Ling even if he had to risk his life. But, can treasures used to forge immortal weapons be used for cultivation? Suddenly, someone asked doubtfully. Wu Sheng's requirement for a breakthrough is even higher. So, not to mention the materials for forging immortal weapons, even ordinary treasures can't satisfy him. He must be deliberately mystifying. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling's cultivation method was simply beyond their knowledge. They thought it was impossible. Boom. However, at this moment, the barrier in the sky shattered, and a terrifying power of law burst out. The soaring aura made all the experts, except for Jin Feiwu and a few others, tremble with fear. Breakthrough. He really broke through. The crowd's knowledge was completely overturned. Because Lin Ling's breakthrough was not only through a mess of treasures, but also a short-term breakthrough. This breakthrough was undoubtedly earth-shattering. Is this a dream? A human elder muttered to himself. This person was a sect master and had taught numerous disciples. He even often told his disciples that one must take one step at a time on the path of cultivation. There was no such thing as reaching the heavens in one step. But now, his knowledge was overturned. Lin Ling had become the first person in the human realm to break through in a short period of time. Moreover, not only in the human realm, even in the devil realm and God kingdom, Lin Ling was also the first. If he didn't remember wrongly, before Lin Ling entered the underground city, he was merely Wu Sheng's 7th stage realm. This fellow. Jin Feiwu and the others felt even more pressure. Although they knew that Lin Ling's potential was very strong, they didn't expect him to be so strong that it made their hair stand up. Not bad, 200 power of law were born in one go. Moreover, the power of the Yellow Springs flame has increased again. The Yellow Springs army can recover more than 80% of their strength. At this moment, Lin Ling stood up and smiled. Unfortunately, I didn't reach Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm. I'm a little disappointed. Based on his cultivation experience and knowledge, Wu Sheng's realm wasn't very difficult. So after using so many treasures, Lin Ling was a little disappointed that he didn't break through 2 stages consecutively. If Li Xiaoyao was still alive, he might give himself a few slaps. Disappointed? Hearing Lin Ling's words, not only the various strong practitioners, even Jin Feiwu's forehead was filled with green veins. If this was disappointment, then how were they going to face others? Ignoring everyone's gazes, Lin Ling kept the treasures and left in big strides. Those densely packed ghost cavalry followed in the sky, and it was still a ghastly sight. He's really like the Yellow Springs Emperor. Not long ago, when this Lin Ling was at the Dharma River, he was only stronger than a few of the Xian D10 heroes. But in this short period of time, He broke through 2 stages consecutively. I'm afraid that in a one-on-one battle, the various top geniuses wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. I really don't know how he cultivates. Why is he getting stronger and stronger, as though there's no bottleneck at all? The various strong practitioners stared at the departing Lin Ling with solemn expressions. Seeing Lin Ling obtain the treasures and seeing Lin Ling break through, they couldn't do anything. This kind of humiliation was imaginable. Jin Feiwu and Undying Evil God were the same. Today they had lost all their face. Of course, what made them even angrier was that Lin Ling had the ability to threaten them. Rumble. At this time, the ground exploded and dust flew. A figure floated out. It was Pink Prince. There was still a clear fist print on his face. It was obvious that Lin Ling's unexpected punch had injured him. He said in a low voice, "You are all trash and cowardly bandits. How dare you call yourselves the divine race?" He was scolding Jin Feiwu and Undying Evil God because the 2 of them had actually stood aside and watched. Hearing this, the 2 of them immediately became gloomy. Lin Ling is already fully fledged and doesn't fear any of us now. But if he's given more time, he'll definitely be able to defeat all of us. However, you had the chance to kill him before, but you didn't dare. You're selfish, you don't have the courage. Shame on you. Pink Prince shouted angrily. However, what he said was true. If Jin Feiwu and Undying Evil God were to go all out, they would definitely be able to kill Lin Ling. However, they each had their own ulterior motives and were afraid of each other, which allowed Lin Ling to benefit. Moreover, they actually watched as Lin Ling broke through. It was unknown how they could swallow this kind of humiliation. Let him be arrogant for now. Sooner or later, I'll definitely kill him. That's right. When my divine sunfire is completely refined, I'll be the first to kill him. Chapter 1994. Encountering an expert on the way, Lin Ling. What is his background? Why is his growth faster than fallen mortal? Pink Crown Prince touched the wound on his cheek and his anger boiled. Lin Ling had obviously become a huge problem for them. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have issued a bounty on Lin Ling and would have killed him personally. Let's go. He left with the demons. After all, it would be even more embarrassing to stay here. Moreover, there were countless treasures in the underground city. If he missed the treasure in the beacon tower, he couldn't miss out on the treasures in other places. So powerful. He shook the top geniuses of various clans alone. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. The Spirit Clan's guardian looked into the distance in shock. When he helped Lin Ling previously, he only had 60% confidence. But who knew that Lin Ling would suppress everyone and really obtain the final treasure? This result made him feel like he was in a dream. He is the Lord Spirit God. He is the most perfect and omnipotent. Tai Yen and Black Feather Princess ran over and said with admiration in their eyes. They weren't surprised by the miracle Lin Ling had created. Indeed. The Spirit Clan's guardian wore a black mask, but this was the first time he smiled. At this moment, Lin Ling was moving forward with a smile on his face. He had gained a lot this time. Other than the treasure in the beacon tower, he had successfully reached Wu Sheng's 9th stage realm. His power of law had increased by a lot. Moreover, his 2 god-level talents had also increased. Now, even if he met Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm, he could easily kill him. Of course, Jin Feiwu and the other god-level talents were an exception. Because not only did they have a lot of laws, the most important thing was that their talents were very high. My current strength is still a little weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be afraid of Jin Feiwu and the rest. Lin Ling thought to himself. He knew that if Jin Feiwu and the rest fought with their lives, Lin Ling could only choose to let the small saints fight. And in the mortal world, Lin Ling still had many disciples. This was also one of his powerful assets. Along the way, Lin Ling collected quite a number of treasures. At this time, he felt a powerful aura locking onto him. Then, clouds of fire swept across the sky, as if the entire ceiling of the underground city was burning. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of Lin Ling. This person wore a red robe and had a mustache on his face. His face seemed as if it had been carved with a blade, and the laws of fire on his body were extremely terrifying. They had probably reached an unimaginable height. Lin Ling was certain that this person was a martial emperor because the laws of the martial emperor realm were counted in tens of millions. Compared to the laws of the Wuxia realm, this person's laws were tens of millions of times higher. It could be said that with a martial emperor, even 10 million Wuxia realm experts would not be a match for him. A martial emperor, the emperor of martial arts. Most importantly, Lin Ling sensed that this person was at the advanced stage of the martial emperor realm. He was much more powerful than the Ji family head. That middle-aged man was also looking at Lin Ling. His eyes were filled with astonishment because Lin Ling's performance was too calm. There was no trace of fear. One must know that facing him, the #1 divine king of Fire Cloud Empire, not many people could remain calm. This made him take a closer look at Lin Ling as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. However, he was going to be disappointed. Even if his strength was exceedingly powerful, he still could not see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling gave him a feeling that he was very ordinary but also very mysterious. However, Lin Ling's cultivation realm was indeed not high. He was only at the 8th stage of the Wuxia realm, so he was certain that Lin Ling was not a top genius from various clans. Didn't a talent treasure appear in that direction? What's the result? Yes. That middle-aged man said indifferently. It was taken by someone else. Lin Ling replied. Who is it? Yes. That middle-aged man frowned and said, Is it Jin Feiwu? Or the undying evil god? I heard that the devil race's pink prince was also there. Could it be him? That's not true. No, it was Lin Ling who obtained it. That's right. Lin Ling smiled, appearing calm and composed. But his words made that middle-aged man's expression changed. Who is Lin Ling? Moreover, how could he possibly get the treasure in front of a god's peerless talent? You're lying to me. You're lying. I'm not so free. If it wasn't for the fact that you're blocking the way, I wouldn't even bother to say a word. That's right. Lin Ling shook his head and said, If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. That's right. Although that middle-aged man's ability was very strong, comparable to an ancient giant, but Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. To him, these people were just ants, so how could he possibly lower his voice to speak? That middle-aged man finally frowned but still asked curiously, Who is this Lin Ling? That's right. Human realm's son of desolation. Lin Ling replied. Hearing that, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock. Human realm's son of desolation? Why hadn't he heard of this name before? Could it be that he had risen up during this period of time? Various mysteries arose in his mind and finally his gaze turned towards Lin Ling. And who are you? Yes. You're talking too much. I'm in a hurry, so move aside. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head again, apparently too lazy to say more. But his words made the middle-aged man stunned. He was the Fire Cloud Divine King and there was actually someone who wasn't afraid of him. Moreover, the other party was just a Wuxia 8th stage realm little fellow. This made one astonished. You're not afraid that I'll kill you? Yes. That middle-aged man frowned. You don't have that kind of free time. Moreover, you should be a divine king from the 3 great divine kingdoms. For someone with such ability to come to the underground city, I'm afraid that a treasure has appeared in the underground city which attracted you. And since you're here, then the human realm, demon race and spirit race's ancient giants would also be here. So you can't cover the sky with one hand, so why should I be afraid? Lin Ling said indifferently. Your boldness and arrogance are the best I've seen in my life. But don't forget that in this world, strength reigns supreme. It's very easy for me to kill you. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent. This human brat was too calm, and his courage was extraordinary. Most importantly, he was from the human race. If such a courageous junior grew up, it would be extremely unfavorable for them. Lin Ling also knew that the other party had the intention to kill, but he still said indifferently, In this world, strength reigns supreme. But I can tell you that if you want to kill me, it's not difficult. But you'll definitely have to spend a lot of effort. And in this short period of time, the 7 immortal treasures have been obtained by others. As he spoke, Lin Ling looked into the distance. Now that his soul force was greatly enhanced, even if it was far away, he could still see clearly. And in the underground city, there were chaotic battles everywhere. But if one were to talk about the most sensational place, it would undoubtedly be that place because the 7 immortal treasures were there. It was the most precious treasure in the entire divine martial grotto heaven, causing all the experts to be mobilized to be ancient giants. He even saw the strongest giant from the human realm's disaster race fall. How do you know about the 7 immortal treasures? Where is it? The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically, then he shouted angrily, "If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Stop. Stop pretending in front of me, because those who pretended to be high and mighty in front of me are all dead. And now, you can kill me, but I'll still say the same thing, it's not easy to kill me. In the end, you may miss the 7 immortal treasures. Stop." Chapter 1995. Return. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. An ant was so arrogant. His right hand appeared and gathered 100 million strands of the power of law. He could easily kill Lin Ling. He wanted to see if this human boy would panic. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lin Ling continued to move forward as if he did not notice the terrifying power of law behind him. To Lin Ling, 100 million strands of the power of law were nothing. It was not like he had never seen it before. Moreover, even if he was humble, if the other party wanted to kill him, he would still attack. Therefore, he did not have to show a humble attitude. Moreover, with a little saint, it would not be easy for the other party to kill him. East, the 7 treasures of Immortal are there. If you are late, you might not get anything. Lin Ling's voice floated from afar, causing the middle-aged man to be stunned and hesitate. In fact, he really wanted to kill the human boy because he felt that the boy was too mysterious. His cultivation level was not high, but he seemed to be dominating everything. However, if he attacked, he might miss the 7 treasures of Immortal. Those treasures were obviously more precious and could allow him to rise among the giants of various races. Or not kill. The boy was so weak. Perhaps he could kill him in a breath. However, the boy was very confident and seemed to be hiding a trump card. Once they attacked, the boy would delay him for a long time, and he would suffer a great loss. Could it be that the boy was specially arranged by the ancient giants of the human race to tempt him? In a short period of time, thousands of thoughts crossed the middle-aged man's mind. In the end, he gritted his teeth and headed east. No matter what the boy's intentions were, it was obvious that he could not miss the 7 treasures of Immortal. Unfortunately, he did not know that his hesitation this time would lead to regret later because he missed the opportunity to kill Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling continued to move forward. When he sensed that the terrifying power of law had disappeared, he could not help but laugh. However, he was not surprised by the expert's decision because in front of treasures, anyone would give up the things in front of them and choose treasures that could increase their strength. The 7 treasures of the Immortal, they seem to be powerful immortal weapons. Unfortunately, they are useless to me. If I had enough materials, I would be able to forge such treasures myself. But right now, going to the 7 treasures of the Immortal is clearly courting death. That place is the martial platforms of the hegemons of the various races. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He chose to leave the underground city. As for the middle-aged man from before, he guessed that he was the #1 god king of the Fire Cloud Empire. His strength was comparable to Daoist Kame and martial god Tianyu. Currently, Lin Ling still had to look up to a powerhouse of this level. However, as long as he had enough cultivation resources, he would definitely be able to easily surpass such a powerhouse. The 5th city was still in ruins. A large number of experts stood at the side of the giant hole. Through the darkness, they stared at the mysterious underground city. Crow. At this moment, a shadow flew out quickly and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In just a moment, it disappeared without a trace. Who is that person? That giant crow from before gave me so much pressure. Blue robe? That looks like Lin Ling. Who is Lin Ling? Why do so many people know him? Even the demon race over there seems to know him. The Son of Desolation is also the most mysterious existence among the sons of desolation of the human race. His cultivation realm isn't high, but he can withstand a punch from Pink Prince. He is also the existence with the most potential among the sons of desolation. Isn't the Son of Desolation the one with the most potential? I heard that he is the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. That trash. There are many people who want to kill him. However, he has never done anything sensational. On the contrary, he has done many embarrassing things. Perhaps he is keeping a low profile. Low profile? I even suspect that he is the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. However, this time, the two great demon kings of the demon race have entered the underground city. Moreover, their goal is to kill the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Rumble. On the other side of the cave, the demon race revealed murderous intent. That's right. This time, the great demon kings had entered the underground city. Other than obtaining the treasures, killing the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao was also the most important thing. Fallen mortal must be in a difficult situation at this moment. However, as they had guessed, fallen mortal was indeed in a difficult situation. There were many people who wanted to kill Li Xiaoyao. Fallen mortal wanted to shout that he was not the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. The real Li Xiaoyao had already left. Lin Ling returned to the immortal divine nation. The first thing he did was to find Lu Susu, Qin Hu, and the others. You're back. That's great. I heard that the ancient giants of various races have appeared in the fifth city. Moreover, the top geniuses of various races have also appeared. It can be said that experts are as common as clouds. Lu Susu saw Lin Ling and immediately jogged over. She had a joyful smile on her face. Female profiteer, are you worried about me? Don't worry. The fifth city is not as scary as you think. Lin Ling smiled. Who is worried about you? I am afraid that after you fall, there will be no one to send me off in the future. Lu Susu curled her lips and said, Is that so? Then I will go to the fifth city to take a look. Lin Ling nodded and turned to leave. Don't go. Lu Susu immediately pulled Lin Ling's hand, causing Lin Ling to laugh. Only then did Lu Susu realize that she had been tricked. I realized that after you came back, you seemed to have changed a little. Lu Susu stomped her feet and said, Perhaps I have found myself. Lin Ling said meaningfully. This was his true self. Hee. I also realized that Lin Ling is a little different. However, he is still not as handsome as me. Zhang Yingjun smiled and looked at Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling was fine, he was relieved. Lin Ling, you must not go to the fifth city. You are now a wanted criminal. There are many experts there. I am afraid that all of them will be harmful to you. Qin Hu also said. They did not know that Lin Ling had returned from the fifth city. Moreover, the guy who wanted Lin Ling, Pink Prince, had also been punched twice by Lin Ling. Oh right, I have some treasures here. Lu Susu, Qin Hu, you too can use them to cultivate. Although they are all trash, it is better than nothing. After regaining his memories, Lin Ling did not care much about fame and fortune. Therefore, he was too lazy to talk about the fifth city. He took out the treasures that he had stolen and casually threw them on the ground. This is the berserk divine fruit? And there are so many of them. There is also the purple divine flower that is unique to the nation of God. What is this? This looks like the cloud essence magical water recorded in the immortal divine kingdom's ancient books. Qin Hu and Lu Susu looked at the ground in shock. Even with their knowledge, they could not recognize these treasures. However, Zhang Yingjun had seen many of them. These were treasures that were rare even in the nation of God. Lin Ling actually said that they were trash treasures? Even the cloud essence magical water could instantly restore one's source of power. Legend had it that it only appeared in the martial god realm. How could Lin Ling casually throw away such treasures? Moreover, where did Lin Ling get these treasures? Lin Ling waved his hand. With his knowledge, these were indeed trash treasures. However, he was too lazy to explain. Instead, he looked at Zhang Yingjun seriously and told him about Jin Yanran's collusion with the immortal evil god. Hearing this, Lu Susu and Qin Hu were stunned. Their eyes were filled with anger. Jin Yanran had gone too far. Meanwhile, Zhang Yingjun stood there quietly and did not say a word. Lin Ling sighed softly and left with Lu Susu and Qin Hu. Moreover, Lin Ling faintly knew that Zhang Yingjun also knew about these things. However, he had been giving Jin Yanran a chance, hoping that she would change her mind. Unfortunately, in this world, infatuated people could not exchange for infatuation. In the end, the one who was hurt was still himself. Chapter 1996. Hungry Ghost Path. It won't be long before the devil race and the god race enter the human world. The negotiations between the ancient giants have failed. Therefore, all of you must quickly increase your strength. That way, you will have the strength to protect yourselves. Along the way, Lin Ling said slowly. Lu Susu and Qin Hu were taken aback. Did the humans fail to enter the nation of God? At that time, the devil race and the celestial race would enter the mortal world, and the mortal world would be bathed in blood. Under the heavens, those who have been united for a long time must be divided. Those who have been separated for a long time must be united. This is an unchangeable truth. The human race has been peaceful for 10,000 years. The storms that should come will come. Therefore, it's not a big deal. In fact, no matter what changes there are, strength is everything. Lin Ling looked at the sky indifferently, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Li Xiaoyao was a character from the ancient times and had already seen through all of this. Therefore, no matter what kind of calamity it was fine as long as the people around him were fine. Looking at Lin Ling, they suddenly felt that Lin Ling was even more different than before. Don't worry, you're all my friends. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling said with a smile, but there was a strong confidence in his smile. Lu Susu and Qin Hu felt warmth in their hearts. That's what you said. If I have any difficulties in the future, you must help me. At worst, I'll repay you with my body. Lu Susu said with a smile. In the past, when Lin Ling was still weak, she had helped him many times. Now that Lin Ling had become strong, he had started to protect her. Lin Ling stared at Lu Susu's voluptuous body and shrugged. All right then, you can repay me with your body in the future. With that, he left with a smile. Lu Susu was a little surprised. In the past, Lin Ling was a little shy, but now Lin Ling was very calm. It's good to be young. Plus, he's strong and talented. Which girl wouldn't want to marry him? Unlike me, an old uncle who doesn't love anyone. Qin Hu laughed and said, however, Lu Susu, don't miss out on Lin Ling. In this world, there are very few men like Lin Ling. Tsk, if he doesn't want me, I'll chase after him. Lu Susu curled her lips and said, however, there was a hint of guilt in her eyes. She also knew that Lin Ling was the object of adoration of tens of thousands of girls. She had to hold on to him tightly. Lin Ling casually found a mountain and started cultivating. Although he already had a guess about the outcome of the ancient giants' discussion, he still had to wait for the ancient giants to announce it. After exhausting all the treasures, I've finally stepped into Wu Xing's 9th stage realm. Lin Ling said with a joyful smile. This breakthrough was very smooth, but with Lin Ling's experience, everything was normal because there were too many treasures here. With all of them piled up, it would be abnormal if Lin Ling didn't break through. This time, I've broken through 2 stages consecutively. The following breakthroughs will be difficult. A practitioner's breakthrough had always been 1 step at a time. The first time was smooth, but the second time, the difficulty would be doubled. The reason why he could break through 2 stages consecutively was because he had accumulated too much experience and comprehension. Currently, I have 1,800 power of laws, which is much more than the ordinary Wu Xing's 9th stage realm. If I use the Tyrant Song Sword, I can reach 2,000 and can defeat the ordinary Wu Xing's 10th stage realm. Moreover, my physical energy source has merged together. Space and fire laws can be used at will. This means that if I use the physical energy source's laws on fire, I will have 1,800 power of laws. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and the yellow spring's flame appeared. The white flame was extremely mysterious. It didn't have any scorching feeling, instead it was very cold. 6 paths of reincarnation. Looking at the white flame quietly, Lin Ling's eyes shone. Although he had Li Xiaoyao's memories, Li Xiaoyao wasn't good at the Yellow Springs flames, so he needed to comprehend it himself. Of course, this wasn't difficult for Lin Ling. From the white flame, Lin Ling could faintly see that the 10 great godly flames of heaven and earth were born from the gathering of countless souls. Before the desolate era, the Yellow Springs flame didn't exist, but there were too many dead people. They gathered in the ghost realm and eventually formed the Yellow Springs flame. In fact, the Yellow Springs flame was also a law of heaven and earth. It had the power to cleanse the ghosts of heaven and earth. Because the dead entered the cycle of reincarnation, they could be reborn and the wheel of heaven and earth would have order. Pa. When Lin Ling was comprehending the Yellow Springs flame, the cold white flame floated up and formed 2 huge reincarnation flame circles in the sky. Woo. At the same time, the dead souls of the nation of God all flew towards the reincarnation flame circles and disappeared. This was a kind of reincarnation heavenly power that no one could resist. The 6 paths of reincarnation were divided into 1. Heaven path, 2. Azura path, 3. Human path, 4. Beast path, 5. Hungry ghost path, and 6. Hell path. The hell path was the first path. It mainly produced the suction force of heaven and earth to trap the enemy and turn the dead into the Yellow Springs army. The hungry ghost path was the initial formation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It could raise the power of law by 2,000. And this was also a law martial art. Raising the power of law by 2,000, in addition to Lin Ling's own power of law by 1,800, Lin Ling's law had reached a terrifying limit. Of course, this seemed simple, but even if an ordinary person obtained the 6 paths of reincarnation, it was very difficult to cultivate it successfully. The reason why Lin Ling was successful was because of Li Xiaoyao's memories. This 6 paths of reincarnation is better than many of Li Xiaoyao's martial arts. It's very suitable for me. Not bad. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Right now, his strength had greatly increased. Even if he met Wu Sheng, who was in the 10th stage realm, he could easily defeat him. Even if he met the Son of Desolation, he was not afraid. Although the Son of Desolation's innate talent was higher than his, Lin Ling's law martial art was stronger. Moreover, Lin Ling's innate talent could still be raised. If it was raised, a top genius like the Son of Desolation was not worth mentioning. Of course, Lin Ling was not arrogant. Because according to the norm, the Son of Desolation had no chance to surpass him. But the Son of Desolation and the rest had entered the underground city and had probably obtained many benefits. Their strength had also soared. The cultivation this time has consumed quite a lot of time. But it's time to go back. I've obtained 2 great profound physique innate talents which can allow Yu, and the rest to raise their innate talents. And I wonder how is doing. Lin Ling's lips curled into a gentle smile. He was starting to miss his family. At this moment, in the Immortal God Kingdom, a beautiful figure walked into the imperial city with fury. That long golden hair made many people in the imperial palace have a drastic change in expression. Scram, where's Zhang Yingjun? That woman shouted as if a goddess was enraged. The Immortal God Kingdom's experts gasped. It was actually Jin Yanran. However, many of them were seeing the Sun God Kingdom's goddess for the first time. They could not help but be envious of her beauty. However, they could still see that there was a palm print on her face. The little prince is now at the back mountain of the imperial city. But sir, shouldn't you inform him? Yes. Although Jin Yanran was beautiful, it was too rude for her to barge into the imperial palace like this. Go to hell. Jin Yanran said coldly. She looked like a beauty that could captivate fish and beasts, but when she killed someone, she did not even frown. So domineering. Chapter 1997. He came. Zhang Yingjun, get out here. After entering the immortal divine kingdom, Jin Yanran shouted, causing the vast divine kingdom to sway. Many people frowned. They didn't expect Jin Yanran to be so bold. However, after thinking about it, since the young prince doted on her so much, Jin Yanran was also undisciplined and out of control. Although the young prince dotes on her, she might not be too rude. Could it be that the immortal divine king doesn't care about her? Yes. I heard that the Immortal Divine King and Immortal Buddha King both went to the fifth city. Moreover, the other divine nations, devil race, and human race's ancient giants also went. That is why without the Immortal Divine King, who can stop Jin Yenran? Oh. So that's how it is. However, Jin Yenran is arrogant because of her beauty. I still don't like her. Yes. The Immortal Divine Kingdom's martial artists discussed animatedly. Bang bang bang. Jin Yenran was furious at this moment, because Zhang Yingjuan's friend had stolen her treasure and even hit her. Right now, she wanted to ask what kind of friend Zhang Yingjun had made, and she also wanted to see how proud the man who dared to hit her would be. Therefore, in order to vent her anger, she didn't bother to collect treasures in the underground city. She directly left to find the Immortal Divine Kingdom. Milady. Yes. Along the way, there were still many people who tried to stop Jin Yenran. But, Zhang Yingjun, get out here. Yes. Unfortunately, Jin Yenran was furious and didn't show any mercy. She looked down at those guards and directly attacked, killing them again. Who dares to stop Milady Jin? You're courting death. Yes. Jin Yenran's maid in the Immortal Divine Kingdom also rushed over at this moment to open a path for Jin Yenran. But even the young prince doesn't dare to stop Milady Jin. Do you think you're qualified? Yes. Those maids were used to running amok in the Immortal Divine Kingdom, so they all attacked. In an instant there were countless casualties. No one dared to stop them. Meanwhile, Jin Yenran brought her maids to find Zhang Yingjun. She believed that no matter how many people she killed, Zhang Yingjun wouldn't blame her. Instead, he would blame those guards for their dog eyes. What do you mean? Do you think everyone in the Immortal Divine Kingdom is a slave? Yes. At this moment, two figures flew down from the sky and blocked in front of Jin Yenran and the others. They were Lu Susu and Qin Hu. The others did not dare to stop Jin Yenran because they knew of Jin Yenran's prestige. However, Lu Susu and the others were not afraid because they were not from the Immortal Divine Nation. Most importantly, they knew of Jin Yenran's ugly deeds. Bitch, it's none of your business. Men, slap their mouths and kill them. Jin Yenran shouted angrily. She was unhappy when she saw the two lowly humans. You're too domineering. You want to kill me? Do you think this is your sun god nation? Lu Susu was also very unhappy to see Jin Yenran, but she was not afraid at all. You're nothing but a lowly peasant, and so is the one next to you, and so is that bootlicker. He actually dared to hit me. Tell him to get the hell out here. Today, I'll definitely kill him. And let me tell you, don't think that just because you have Zhang Yingjuan's backing, I won't dare to touch you. If I really want to kill you, Zhang Yingjun won't dare to stop me. Jin Yenran said angrily, which made Qin Hu frown. He was also very unhappy with Jin Yenran, but he still asked, hit you? Who is it? Do you have proof? Yes. It's that Lin something, a peasant's name. I'm too lazy to remember it. As for proof? I'm the proof. Yes. Jin Yenran waved her hand, and let the servant girls hit Lu Susu's face. Thus, Qin Hu could not stand it anymore. This woman was simply unreasonable, unruly, and domineering. However, he knew that Lu Susu's strength was not very strong, so he stood in front of Lu Susu and said, You dare? Yes. I don't dare? Get out of here. Yes. Jin Yenran had gained a lot of benefits from Zhang Yingjun these years, so her strength was stronger than Qin Hu's. She swung her palm through the air. But Qin Hu could not block it at all. He spat out blood and flew 100 meters away. His eyes were full of shock and unwillingness. He was one of the Xian Di 10 heroes of the mortal realm, but in the godly nation, he was not a match for a woman. Oomph! Jin Yenran snorted disdainfully. Her beautiful eyes were full of resentment as she stared indifferently at Lu Susu. This bitch, give me 300 slaps, then sell her in the sun god nation. Oomph! You've gone too far. Oomph! Lu Susu did not expect Jin Yenran to be so bold and domineering. In the Immortal Divine Nation if I say one, no one dares to say two. Oomph! Today, Jin Yenran was obviously furious. She directly announced her status, which made many people sigh. In the immortal divine nation, perhaps other than the immortal God King and the immortal Buddha King, no one dared to provoke Jin Yanran. Oomph! Those servant girls grabbed Lu Susu, and all of them laughed coldly. Not a bad beauty, but too bad you're too lowly. You actually dared to offend our goddess, so we have to hit you. Oomph! I hate people who are prettier than me the most. If your delicate face is scarred, hee, I don't know if you'll feel good in your heart. Oomph! She'll definitely feel good. The heart of beauty is a woman's unchanging mentality. If her face is scarred, how could she not feel good? Hit! One of the servant girls revealed Hong Yen fingernails and said with a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Susu firmly bit her lips. Her status in the human world was not low, but in the immortal divine nation she was very weak. A mere servant girl dared to lecture her. I like your unresigned expression the most, because you really want to kill us, but you can't. Hit! Seeing Lu Susu's appearance, those servant girls were even more proud. Show! A palm swept towards Lu Susu's white and tender face. Among them, the bright red fingernails were extremely dazzling. However, at this moment, an arm grabbed that wrist, making several servant girls stunned. Only then did they realize that it was the young prince Zhang Yingjun. He actually came? At this moment, Zhang Yingjun's face was gloomy. He quietly stood there, making several servant girls nervous. They were not afraid of anyone, but they were afraid of 3 people. One of them was the young prince Zhang Yingjun. This slut dared to curse Master Jin. Young prince, you have to uphold justice for Master Jin. One of the servant girls first covered Lu Susu's face. She's my guest, you can't hit her. Yes. Zhang Yingjun said in a low voice. Those servant girls did not dare to move. Not long ago your friend hit me. Now, you're opposing me because of a vixen. Zhang Yingjun, I'm the goddess of the sun god nation. How many people have pursued me? I've rejected them all and married you. But I didn't expect you to be such a heartless man. You're abandoning your old love after having a new one. Jin Yanran was stunned. She pointed at Zhang Yingjun and angrily cursed. I didn't. Yes. Zhang Yingjun's whole body trembled. Then hit her. Zhang Yingjun, get out of my way. If you dare to stop me again from now on, don't even think about touching me again. Jin Yanran stared at Zhang Yingjun. Her aura was extremely terrifying. It actually made Zhang Yingjun tremble even more violently. Ever since Jin Yanran married him, he had been very good to her. If she wanted a star or a moon, he, Zhang Yingjun, would give it to her without hesitation. Even though Jin Yanran often hit him, he had no regrets. So when he saw Jin Yanran angry, he immediately panicked. Chapter 1998. I'll divorce you. Don't hit me, guards. Come. However, Lu Susu was his friend. How could he allow her to be hit in front of him? After Zhang Yingjun calmed down, he immediately shouted, Let's see who dares to hit me. Go. However, after Zhang Yingjun's voice, Jin Yanran's voice was even louder, making the guards not dare to move. Jin Yanran's prestige was too great. Go. The maids' confidence rose, and they all sneered, wanting to attack. However, at this time, Lin Ling finally arrived. If you don't want to live, then attack. Go. The cold voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell, causing the maidservants to tremble. They looked into the distance and saw a handsome young man standing on a black crow, slowly flying over. Although he was young, the aura he exuded was enough to cause their hearts to tremble. So cold. They all had this feeling. Go. Jin Yanran also saw Lin Ling coming, and she was even more furious. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could still be so arrogant in front of Zhang Yingjun. Moreover, Zhang Yingjun would definitely help her. Go. The maids clenched their teeth, ready to throw caution to the wind. However, when their palms were about to land on Lu Susu's face, a sword slashed over, and several maids were split in two. After falling to the ground, they stared at Lin Ling, not expecting Lin Ling to dare to kill them. One must know that the entire immortal divine nation didn't dare to touch them. Lin Ling was only a guest, who gave him the courage. Go, Go, Zhang Yingjun, look at what kind of friend you made, daring to kill people here. In the future, your immortal divine nation will be destroyed in his hands. Go. Jin Yanran was also surprised, but she was even more furious. Also, he bullied me, did you know? You are my man, but you can't stand up for me. I, Jin Yanran, misjudged you. Go. When Jin Yanran finished speaking, her eyes became hazy with tears. At this moment, Lin Ling descended from the sky and landed beside Lu Susu. After making sure that Lu Susu was fine, he stared at Jin Yanran with disgust in his eyes. You didn't follow the rules of a woman, you were unruly and rude, and today you even dared to hit my friend. If I don't give you 3 slaps, how can I swallow this anger? Lin Ling walked forward step by step, his expression extremely cold. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Zhang Yingjun, why are you standing there? Jin Yanran stared at Zhang Yingjun with her beautiful eyes, but found that Zhang Yingjun was motionless, which made her even angrier. Twisting right and wrong, catching a thief, catching the stolen goods, your skin is really thick. Lin Ling appeared in front of her and viciously slapped her. This slap caused the space to explode, but there was a power that controlled Jin Yanran, preventing her from flying backward. Another slap swept out, and Jin Yanran's chin was slapped crooked. Her hair was messy, and her eyes were full of resentment. Lin Ling, in front of everyone in the immortal divine kingdom, slapped her face, and most importantly, in front of her husband Zhang Yingjun, and this was the second time. Zhang Yingjun hasn't even looked for you, and you're the villain who complained to him. I'll let you complain. Pa! Lin Ling slapped out again, knocking Jin Yanran's teeth away, and then Lin Ling turned and left. Looking at the goddess in such a sorry state, many people felt relieved. Ever since Jin Yanran married into the immortal divine nation, they had suffered a lot from Jin Yanran. It was as if Jin Yanran's marriage to the little prince was a blessing for the little prince, and the little prince had to tolerate her in every way possible. Goddess? She's just a shrew, and now she looks more like a beggar. Good. This little prince's friend is made of flesh and blood. Many people said excitedly in their hearts. Jin Yanran sat on the ground, and her mind was roaring. She couldn't believe everything in front of her. Enough! However, at this time, Zhang Yingjun, who had been silent, finally roared. Enough? The crowd's expression changed. Was Zhang Yingjun going to blame Lin Ling? Zhang Yingjun doted on Jin Yanran. This was a well-known fact in the immortal divine kingdom. Lin Ling hitting Jin Yanran was tantamount to touching Zhang Yingjun's reverse scale. Kill him, he's too arrogant. You must kill him to vent my anger. Jin Yanran also thought so. She roared hysterically. She wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. He dared to hit her, Jin Yanran, so she wouldn't let him have an easy time. She would kill him with 1,000 cuts. Zhang Yingjun's face was black as he walked over step by step. What was surprising was that he walked in front of Jin Yanran and helped her up. However, Jin Yanran's anger still hadn't dissipated. Are you still a man? I was hit by others, but you're indifferent. You're a coward. Kill him right now, and if I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll forgive you. With that, she raised her chin and looked coldly at Lin Ling's slap. However, as soon as she raised her chin, Zhang Yingjun slapped her. The sound of the slap was shocking. Everyone's heart trembled. The young prince who doted on Jin Yanran the most actually hit her. This was the first time. Jin Yanran couldn't believe everything in front of her eyes. She stared at Zhang Yingjun. You dare to hit me? Slap. As if to prove everything, Zhang Yingjun waved his hand again. This slap was not a dream. It was a crisp slap that stunned Jin Yanran. I've been waiting for you all these years because I love you, but I'm disappointed. I've always been patient, but you don't cherish me. Maybe I've been too good to you, so everything became natural. It also made me feel like I owe you everything, but I don't owe you anything. Zhang Yingjun said seriously, and Jin Yanran opened her mouth. She wanted to say something. Shut up. Zhang Yingjun roared, interrupting Jin Yanran. You think I don't know that you're with someone else? You think the immortal divine kingdom doesn't know? Everyone knows, and so do I. It's just that I'm numbing myself. Slap. Another slap struck out. But I should let go. What's the point of forcing a love that doesn't belong to me? So today I'll divorce you. Slap. Zhang Yingjun slapped again. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled. Everyone had their first love, and everyone cherished it. Unfortunately, love wasn't something that could be repaid with effort. Wishful love was like floating clouds. When it was time to wake up, it had to wake up. Zhang Yingjun obviously let go. Divorce me? You're divorcing me in front of the immortal divine kingdom? Jin Yanran kept retreating, and her face was extremely pale. Zhang Yingjun, who had always doted on her, actually divorced her? All of this was absolutely humiliating for her. Moreover, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Because someone had always treated her like a pearl, doted on her, loved her, and tolerated her willfulness. But now, all of this was gone. This made her feel a deep sense of loss. Perhaps, there were some things that could only be regretted after missing them. Of course, this kind of regret wasn't love. She was just not used to losing someone who doted on her. Zhang Yingjun, I'll give you a chance to take back what you said before. Jin Yanran forcefully suppressed her anger and said coldly, otherwise, you'll regret it. Chapter 1999. Why did he block her? Bitch. The crowd squinted their eyes. This was the first time they had seen such a disgusting woman. Hee hee. Zhang Yingjun laughed. His not-so-handsome face laughed miserably. Perhaps it was hard for him to accept that his first love was broken. However, he resolutely took a step forward and used a slap to resolve everything. I won't give you any chance. This slap carried dignity and Zhang Yingjun's break. Now, it was not Jin Yanran giving Zhang Yingjun a chance, but Zhang Yingjun not giving Jin Yanran a chance. I've already divorced you. From today onwards, get the hell out of the immortal divine nation, bitch. After that slap, Zhang Yingjun felt his whole body relax, as if he had seen through something. Bitch, get lost. The entire immortal divine nation's people angrily shouted. It was very satisfying. The goddess of the sun god nation was driven away at this moment. After tomorrow, this matter would definitely spread throughout the immortal divine nation. Jin Yanran would definitely have no face to see anyone. You. Jin Yanran pointed at Zhang Yingjun, unable to speak. Her body was trembling, and the surrounding gazes were like needles to her. She had never thought that she, who was like a goddess, would be humiliated like this one day. You all have to die. Brother evil god, help me. Jin Yanran crazily roared. There was only one voice in her head. She wanted everyone to die. Zhang Yingjun had to die, and his friends had to die. Especially that blue-robe youth. Everything was brought about by him. Evil god. Hearing those words, the crowd's expression changed. Could it be that 4 of the divine geniuses? Their faces instantly paled. The strength of the 4 divine geniuses was only below that of the ancient giants. Now that the ancient giants of the immortal divine nation had left, who could stop those geniuses? Are you scared? Are you regretting it? All of you have to die. Zhang Yingjun, let me tell you, I'm disgusted with you. You're not strong and you're ugly. I don't understand how you're worthy of me. The one who's coming is my ideal husband. You'll see how strong he is. Jin Yanran became high-spirited and pointed at Zhang Yingjun proudly. If he dared to divorce her, she would destroy everything. And you guys, I don't know what kind of drug you gave Zhang Yingjun to make him help you, but you underestimate me too much. The height I'm at is not something you can look up to, so you all have to die, especially that blue-robe guy. You'll be the first to die. Run, all of you run. Let's see which one of you can escape. Jin Yanran seemed to be venting her anger as she shouted. Not good. Zhang Yingjun immediately panicked and hurriedly said to Lin Ling, quickly leave. This person should be the undead evil god. His strength is not something we can resist. Let's go. Many people also said to Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling had awakened the little prince, so they were very grateful to Lin Ling. Leave. Lin Ling's face was calm. He didn't know why he had to leave. After these words, not only Zhang Yingjun and the others, but even Lu Susu and the others were panicking. Lin Ling didn't plan to leave? Lin Ling's strength was very strong, but he was definitely not a match for the 4 legendary geniuses. Hi, you wanna leave? It's too late, you all can't leave. Seeing that everyone was panicking, Jin Yanran was even happier. Let me tell you, the undead evil god is the strongest young generation of the nation of God. His strength can fight against a martial emperor, and he also represents the sun god nation to compete with the other geniuses. Compared to him, you are simply ants, trash, trash. As if she wanted Zhang Yingjun and the others to know how inferior she was, Jin Yanran arrogantly said. Hearing this, Zhang Yingjun and the others frowned. Compared to the undead evil god, they indeed needed to look up, because to represent the nation of God and compete with the other geniuses, this was a supreme honor. Bitch, are you showing off how powerful your adulterer is? Lin Ling shook his head and said, Showing off? Ha, you all are not qualified. My lover is the undead evil god. Can Zhang Yingjun compare to him? Can you compare to him? Apart from the undead divine nation's genius, who can compare to him? You all can't compare to him. Jin Yanran laughed. Her words made many people clench their fists, but they couldn't do anything about it. Indeed, no one could compare to the undead evil god. Yanran, did someone bully you? I'll kill him for you. At this time, the evil chi in the distance was vast and mighty. It actually turned into flames, covering the sky and covering the earth. Before the person arrived, the terrifying aura made many people tremble in fear. That's the heaven and earth divine fire. Quickly run, you can't block it. Zhang Yingjun's face was pale. He reminded Lin Ling, Lu Susu, and the others to run. So what if you know? You really can't block it. Jin Yanran smiled, and her embarrassed look looked even uglier. Die for me. The evil fire in the sky descended, turned into a huge palm, and fiercely slapped towards Zhang Yingjun. The person who came was crazy. He even dared to kill Zhang Yingjun. Seeing this, everyone was even more panicked. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Block? Why should I block it? He took a step forward, and instantly appeared in the sky. He stretched out his hands, and white flames swept out majestically, turned into 2 reincarnation flames, and collided with the huge palm in the sky. Boom! Something shocking happened. The palm formed by the green evil fire in the sky originally slapped towards the ground, but as if it was summoned, it actually flew towards the sky and was bound by the 2 reincarnations. You have some skills. There's finally someone in the undead divine nation that I'm interested in. In the distance, an arrogant voice drifted over, and the evil fire turned into a green ancient sparrow, flying over. The ancient sparrow's cry made everyone's heart rumble, and their eyes turned red. The desire hidden in their bodies couldn't be suppressed. The undead evil god's talent was terrifying. He could trigger evil thoughts, forming evil fire that he could control, and greatly increase his strength. I didn't expect that after the trip to the 5th city, you didn't seem to have gained much. Your strength is still so weak. In the sky, Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence, and the reincarnation flames under his control became even crazier. A powerful suction force was born, and it actually pulled the green flame ancient sparrow into the sky. Then, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he slashed out fiercely. Great creation! After reaching Wu Sheng's 9th stage, Lin Ling's spatial laws had obviously improved greatly. With a slash, the green flame ancient sparrow was split into 2, and it exploded, turning into green flames floating in the sky. On the ground, all the experts' eyes narrowed. The little prince's friend actually broke the undead evil god's attack? No wonder he asked why he should block it. Even Jin Yanran's beautiful eyes narrowed. How could this be? What a strong power of law. Other than the 2 ancient giants and 1 absolute genius, when did such a person appear in the undead divine nation? Why haven't I seen you before? The green flames in the distance came over like a tide, forming a handsome and evil young man in the sky. The power of law in his body actually caused the undead divine nation to shake. Undead evil god. Chapter 2000. Return. However, evil god of immortality ignored him and stared at Lin Ling. This person was so familiar. You've never seen me before? You're so forgetful. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, the yellow spring army flew out like a swarm of locusts, shocking the world. If evil god of immortality didn't know who Lin Ling was before, how could he not know now? After all, in the underground city, those dark crows from the 9 underworlds made all the geniuses of various races helpless. It's you, Lin Ling. Evil god of immortality roared, his pupils constricting. Evil god of immortality knows him? Everyone was shocked, including Jin Yanran, because in their imagination, Lin Ling wasn't qualified to be recognized by evil god of immortality. Kill him, that brat is so arrogant, he dared to hit me, you must kill him. Jin Yanran still didn't know how terrifying Lin Ling was. She pointed at the sky and roared. Lin Ling laughed, yes, come and kill me. However, evil god of immortality was stunned. If he could kill Lin Ling, he would have done it in the underground city. Moreover, he sensed that Lin Ling was stronger than when he was in the underground city. You crazy woman, you don't know how to do good things, you only cause trouble for me. Evil god of immortality suddenly stared at Jin Yanran with resentment. If he knew it was Lin Ling, he definitely wouldn't have come. Jin Yanran, this bitch, actually didn't tell him it was Lin Ling. After speaking, he immediately left, not looking at Jin Yanran again. This decisive attitude undoubtedly shocked the entire immortal divine nation. Evil god of immortality, wait for me. Jin Yanran was stunned and immediately shouted. She still didn't know what happened. Why did evil god of immortality run away? He is Lin Ling, the son of Huang. Not to mention me alone, even if Jin Feiwu and I joined hands, I'm afraid we can't kill him. You're on your own now. Evil god of immortality's angry voice came from afar. He had a feeling that if Lin Ling was forced to use his trump card, he might also die here. Even the undying evil god is scared of him. Is he the son of Huang Lin Ling? Jin Yanran's beautiful eyes stared at the sky. She suddenly felt that she was being ridiculous. She thought that Zhang Yingjun and his friends were all going to die when evil god of immortality came. However, not only did Zhang Yingjun and his friends not die, evil god of immortality was the one who was scared away. This was too dreamy. Evil god of immortality was one of the 4 most dangerous talents of the nation of God. Moreover, even if Lin Ling's strength was not weak, the evil god of immortality should have fought at least once. However, nothing happened. The evil god of immortality ran away as soon as it saw Lin Ling, and even ignored Jin Yanran. Could it be that there was already a battle between them? And in the end, the evil god of immortality was defeated? Not only did Jin Yanran feel that she was being ridiculous, even Zhang Yingjun and the others felt the same. The scene in front of them was too dramatic. This guy left once. What kind of earth-shattering thing did he do this time? Even Qin Hu, who was familiar with Lin Ling's strength, was shocked at this moment. If he remembered correctly, Lin Ling was only stronger than him. His strength was comparable to the Xian D10 heroes, but the Xian D10 heroes was not the Xian D10 heroes. Could it be that in this short period of time, Lin Ling's strength had increased again? The eyes of the entire immortal divine kingdom were staring at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not feel that there was anything strange about it. He indifferently looked into the distance. Before, he did want to kill evil god of immortality, but evil god of immortality was not weak. If he wanted to kill him, he would have to expose himself as a minor saint. In the end, after thinking about it, he decided to let evil god of immortality go. Ha Lin Ling, you're really a freak. When we were in the wild forest, you weren't even this strong. You really scared me. TSKSK, although you're not as handsome as me, your strength is admirable. From now on, you have to protect me. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yingjun excitedly said, the little prince has found a good friend. Many people smiled as well. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Jin Yanran. Pitiful woman, this is your so-called perfect lover? And now, where is your lover? Plop. Jin Yanran dropped to her knees. She liked evil god of immortality because he was strong, funny, and knew 100 ways to make her happy. Therefore, she often compared evil god of immortality to Zhang Yingjun, and Zhang Yingjun was no doubt trash. However, when it came to going through thick and thin together, evil god of immortality was the first to run away. Their previous pledge of undying love was actually a joke. Evil god of immortality was only interested in her treasures. Although Zhang Yingjun is ugly and weak, his love for you is true. Evil god of immortality is handsome, but he's just using you. Unfortunately, you can't see through this. You're short-sighted and only care about vanity. You don't know that being ordinary is true. Lin Ling said word by word. Jin Yanran's face was full of regret. She was sure that when it came to life and death, Zhang Yingjun would be the first to stand in front of her. I was wrong, Yingjun. Give me another chance. She knelt and walked toward Zhang Yingjun. Zhang Yingjun sighed softly. Your lover left, so you're wrong. If your lover didn't leave, you'd still be high and mighty. Jin Yanran, you'd still be ugly. Lin Ling interrupted her directly. Today, I won't kill you. However, I'll take back what you took from Zhang Yingjun. Since you came empty-handed, you can leave empty-handed. Lin Ling pointed at the sky with his right hand. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in the sky and formed a strong suction force that sucked all of Jin Yanran's cultivation. A goddess was reduced to a mortal from now on. Great! The crowd was excited. Over the years, Jin Yanran had gained a lot from Zhang Yingjun. Now, she was returning all of it. You've gone too far. Although Jin Yanran was regretful, she was only regretting that she had lost a sugar daddy. You wanted to hit me before, so I'll take back something. Lu Susu walked over and stretched out her fair arm. Her bright red nails were extremely dazzling. Then she clawed at Jin Yanran. You wanted to disfigure me, so I'll disfigure you. With Jin Yanran's current strength, she obviously couldn't stop Lu Susu. Her face was covered with nail marks and her clothes were torn. She was even more embarrassed. Even Lin Ling was secretly shocked. When a woman became ruthless, she was very scary. You bitch, let go of me. Jin Yanran was furious. A dignified goddess had her clothes torn apart like a shrew. Forget it, let her go. Seeing Jin Yanran's embarrassed appearance, Zhang Yingjun sighed. He asked someone to bring a rag and put it on Jin Yanran's body. Then he turned and left. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. He knew that after experiencing this, Zhang Yingjun would become more mature. He shook his head and said, Men, send the sun god nation's goddess back. Tell her that the immortal divine nation has divorced her. Also, don't let anything happen to her on the way. You must protect her well. No need, I'll go back myself. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Jin Yanran immediately shook her head. However, a large number of experts from the immortal divine nation walked out and volunteered to send Jin Yanran back. Do you have any conditions to refuse now? You killed so many of our brothers before. You should be lucky that we didn't kill you. Chapter 2001. Sensational news. Throw a few eggs at her, this slut. The crowd shouted angrily, throwing eggs and rotten vegetables. Jin Yanran, on the other hand, was dizzy from the eggs. Most importantly, she wanted to leave the unaging divine nation and change her clothes to return with dignity, but the people of the unaging divine nation didn't allow it. They wanted to personally send her off. Thinking about it, if she went back in such a sorry state without any clothes, what kind of mockery would she receive from the Sun Divine Nation? How would she, Jin Yanran, face others in the future? Lin Ling didn't pay attention to her disgrace, because this was Jin Yanran's own sin. He had also reincarnated and left. After waiting for a few more days in the unaging divine nation, Lin Ling prepared to leave. At this time, the unaging divine king and unaging Buddha king finally returned. When they found out about what happened in the unaging divine nation, they both sucked in a cold breath of air and were secretly grateful to Lin Ling. Especially the unaging Buddha Lord. He didn't expect Lin Ling's reputation to be so great in the underground city. At present, who in the demon race, divine race, and human race didn't know about the son of famine Lin Ling? Immediately, the unaging Buddha Lord personally cooked to thank Lin Ling. This made little fatty Zhang Yingjun cry out again. His father cooked for Lin Ling a second time. It was truly rare. Lin Ling, Lu Susu, and the others were all present at the dining table. Lin Ling, thank you. If you weren't here, my unaging divine nation would be in trouble. The unaging Buddha Lord looked at Lin Ling and said. He was even more grateful to Lin Ling for allowing his son to grow up. Hee, it's nothing. Lin Ling laughed. He could be considered to have repaid the unaging Buddha Lord's kindness. He curiously asked, how is the fifth city? The 7 immortal treasures were obtained by experts and divided into 7 parts. The treasures in the underground city were also plundered clean. However, the battle in the underground city was incomparably fierce. Many experts died. Among them, the ancient giants of the human world were injured. Skyshering Wu Xing disappeared. Similarly, the great demon kings of the demon race were also injured. An aging Buddha Lord explained. Lin Ling frowned. The battle in the underground city was indeed fierce. Fortunately, he left early, otherwise he would be in danger. Right, what's the result of the ancient giants' discussion? Lin. Although I am your friend, from the ancient giants of the unaging divine nation, we still wish, the ancient giants of the human world, the ancient giants of the unaging divine nation, and the other ancient giants of the divine nation. The reward is that our 3 great divine nations can enter the human world. Immortal Buddha Lord said with a light sigh. He was sure that the human realm would usher in an era of unprecedented numbers of experts. The experts of the demon race, the god race, and the human race had all gathered together. Hearing this, Lu Susu and the others' expressions changed. This was sensational news. Lin Ling sighed, but he wasn't surprised by this result. Instead, he was worried about Daoist came and the others. The human world is vast and boundless. It is the place that the demons and gods yearn for the most. However, there are sovereigns in this world. It is impossible for the 3 races to maintain a peaceful situation. Therefore, the 3 races finally reached an agreement. 3 years later, the Genesis battle will begin. The winner will unify the 3 races. The unaging Buddha Lord's final words undoubtedly made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. The 3 races collided? The Genesis battle? He immediately asked, the experts of the 3 races will eventually clash? That's not it. It will be a battle on the martial stage. The strongest martial artists of the 3 races will participate. Even the ancient giants will participate. This battle will determine the future of the human world. It will be the most glorious battle in history. An aging Buddha Lord said solemnly. So that's how it is. Lin Ling nodded. He was sure that 3 years later, the human world would be vast and mighty. Although 3 years seemed like a long time, it was actually just a moment of cultivation. Especially for the ancient giants, it was just a blink of an eye. Moreover, according to what I know, the geniuses of various races have obtained benefits in the underground city. 3 years from now, they might become ancient giants. If they want to participate in the Genesis battle, then there will be a 3 Race of Heaven's Pride competition a year from now. If they win, they can participate in the Genesis battle. Immortal Buddha Lord said. He had high hopes for Lin Ling to participate in the competition. Lin Ling immediately made a decision. He had to participate in the competition no matter if it was for himself or for his friends and family. No matter what, I still have to apologize. Because when the ancient giants were discussing this, our unaging divine nation agreed to enter the human world. An aging Buddha Lord said apologetically. It's fine. What will come will come. The Genesis battle? I want to see just how powerful the ancient giants of the 3 races are. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. His words were full of confidence, and even unaging Buddha Lord was secretly surprised. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Today, we won't go home until we're drunk. Tomorrow, we'll return to the human world. Everyone didn't talk much about the previous topic. They all laughed and drank. At this moment, the human world was surging with wind and clouds. After the godly nation opened the enchantment, the demon race entered in a mighty manner. Moreover, what was surprising was that the ghost race also entered with an army. This caused the Genesis battle to have a large number of experts. After the news of the Genesis battle spread, the entire human world was in an uproar. More and more martial artists worked hard to cultivate, trying to shine on the martial stages of the four races and become kings. As for the devil race and ghost race, perhaps because of the battle of creation, they restrained themselves. At the very least, they didn't casually slaughter those mortals. Perhaps to them, if they won, those mortals would very likely become their slaves. At this moment, there were many experts in the rainforest Holy Land. It was like a monolith. The streets and alleys were all talking about the Genesis battle. Unlike the other martial artists, they were extremely confident. Lord Lin will definitely participate in this battle. He will definitely shine brightly. On a city wall, a middle-aged man looked into the distance and smiled. It was Lord Shuiwu. That brat. Sigh, I can't see through him. In the past, I was the lord above him. Now, I have to look up to him. He has also stepped onto an even bigger martial stage and clashed with the experts of the four races. Next to him, a man shook his head and smiled. His smile was extremely evil. It was Lord Pu. Only you are still so evil, daring to call Lin Ling a brat. If those guys outside knew, they would tear you apart. Lord Shuiwu smiled helplessly. I believe that. But I also know that that brat Lin Ling doesn't care about fame. Even if I call him a brat in front of him, he will smile back at me. Lord Pu confidently said. That's true. That brat is becoming stronger and stronger, but he has never been arrogant in front of us. He still remembers the kindness we showed him in the past. To be able to see that brat rise in this life, I am satisfied. Lord Shuiwu agreed with Lord Pu. Lin Ling was arrogant towards his enemies, but he was very good to his friends and family. He never put on airs unless he was angry. And as they were talking, they didn't see that in the distance, dark clouds were falling. A thick killing intent was spreading towards the rainforest Holy Land. Before the Genesis battle began, some people had already begun working hard for the position of king. They had begun to eliminate their opponents. I'm old. To be able to live in the rainforest Holy Land for the rest of my life, I am satisfied. Chapter 2002. The Great Tribulation. Yeah, I've been here for so long that I've started to think of this place as my home. Most importantly, it is because of Lord Lin Ling's protection that we can live such carefree lives. Not far from the city wall, many experts also laughed. They were all Lin Ling's acquaintances, the top experts of Xianpeng province in the past. However, at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky arrived, and a cold shout sounded like a clap of thunder. The earth trembled, and an ominous aura surged into the sky, causing the entire rainforest's sacred ground to sway. Countless people raised their heads and looked up, only to see hundreds of figures in black cloaks floating in the sky. These people arrived in a strange and silent manner, as if they were death gods looking at the heavens and earth. For you, Lady Watermist said with a frown. Kill. The hundreds of figures in the sky were like ghosts. They didn't say much, only one sentence. Your esteemed self, could it be that you wish to offend Huang's son Lin Ling? Sir Pu also spoke up. He could sense that these people's strength was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling, the son of desolation, is someone that no one in the mortal world dares to provoke. Are you not afraid of Lin Ling's revenge? You should know that everyone who offends Lin Ling ends up in a miserable state. Lady Shui Wu added. According to common sense, no one should dare to provoke Lin Ling at this moment. Therefore, he didn't know where those people got their courage from. However, those black-cloaked figures still did not move. One of them even revealed a disdainful sneer. His hand was raised high, like the butcher's knife of the Grim Reaper. The expressions of Lady Shui Wu and the others had finally changed drastically when they saw this. Where did these people come from? What was their goal? Why did they dare to kill Lin Ling even though they knew that the rainforest Holy Land's backer was Lin Ling? Kill! In the sky, the Grim Reaper's butcher's knife finally slashed down. Rumble! The hundreds of Grim Reapers were like ghosts. Every time they attacked, the entire rainforest would shake, and countless people would die. Crazy! Many people from the rainforest Holy Land roared in anger. This was too heartless. Those people were killed just like that. Little Chui. Father, mother. The rainforest Holy Land was in chaos, as if it was the end of the world. Brothers, kill. Lord Watermist looked at the chaos on the ground, his eyes turning red. Kill those bastards. Even if we have to bleed to death, we have to make them pay. Although Lord Pooh looked devilish, he was also an honest man. He had lived in the sacred rainforest for many years and treated this place as his home. Now that a mysterious person was slaughtering people here, he was enraged and decided to throw caution to the wind. He was actually faster than Lady Watermist. You overestimate yourself. The cloaked figure in the sky shook his head and stretched out his hand. Boundless demonic chi turned into a demonic demon king and lunged towards Lord Pooh. The strength of these people was clearly terrifying. Lord Pooh and the rest could not stop them at all. Pooh. Lady Shui Wu gritted her teeth, her body exploded, she turned into water mist and disappeared on the spot, appearing in front of Lord Pooh in the next second. Boom! The Devil King magnate swallowed, causing Lady Water Mist to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her bones and blood were all devoured, and her life force was dissipating. Shui Wu. Lord Pooh was stunned. In truth, he didn't have a deep relationship with Lady Water Mist before this. They only knew each other. But after following Lin Ling, he realized that this legendary Lady Water Mist was also a sentimental person. After that, they often fought against strong enemies together, and in the midst of life and death situations, a bond of comradeship was born. Now, in order to save him, Lady Shui Wu died in the hands of these mysterious people. I will kill you all. Die! This was the first time in his life that Lord Pooh was so angry. No, these people are not ordinary people. Their intentions are very mysterious, they must have a purpose. So, Old Pooh, you must leave this place alive. Let Lin Ling investigate this matter and find out who wants to kill us. Lady Shui Wu said with difficulty. Her body was pulled towards the sky by the Devil King magnate. Lord Pooh's eyes were red, he gritted his teeth. That's right, he could not die. If he died, who would avenge his brothers? Everyone listen to my order, protect Lord Pooh and leave. Yes. Lady Shui Wu's final voice shook the entire rainforest sacred land. Everyone looked up, their eyes seemed to be bleeding. Lady Shui Wu led the rainforest sacred land and treated everyone kindly. After so many years, they had already formed a strong bond of comradeship. But now Lady Shui Wu was dead? Kill! All the martial artists in the rainforest sacred land exploded with killing intent. They were like ants that did not fear death. The cloaked figures in the sky were shocked. In the face of their massacre, ordinary people would have fled long ago, but the martial artists of the rainforest sacred land were very courageous. They actually fought back. This Lin Ling brought up a group of good subordinates. Kill! One of them said coldly, but he did not show any mercy. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Kill! All the cloaked figures attacked, causing demonic energy to surge in the rainforest sacred land. Ordinary martial artists died. Old people died. Children died. This was truly a case of not leaving even the chickens and dogs alive. Smoke billowed, spreading to the rainforest sacred land, as if destroying its former glory. The rainforest sacred land, the most sacred land in Xianping province, had experienced countless calamities, but had survived each time. But this time, the rainforest sacred land could not hold on. It was like a giant that supported the heavens, and at this moment, it collapsed. Ants! Kill! The cloaked figures in the sky were expressionless. Every time they attacked, they would take a large number of lives, but the martial artists in the sky did not stop, like a carp crossing a river. This kind of courage made Lord Pooh, who was far away, shed tears. Good job, his brothers were all good. Even if they were to die, they would die in the charge. Little Tai! Kill! Suddenly, Lord Pooh looked at the brothers he had brought out, his body trembling. A cloaked figure reached out with his claws and tore his brother apart. Lord, leave quickly. If you die, who will avenge us? The man who was torn apart shouted before he died. Little Tai! Run! Lord Pooh roared, then turned around and ran. His heart was broken, he would rather die in the hands of the enemy than run away, But if he did not run, who would tell Lin Ling what happened? The rainforest's sacred land has dignity. Anyone who dares to invade this place will lose without a doubt, even if you are backed by an ancient giant. But Lord Lin Ling, no matter how far he is, must be killed. Brothers, self-destruct. Go! Someone shouted, looking at the sky heroically. 100,000 people self-destruct. This scene will definitely shake the world. Come. Go! Many people laughed out loud, and their voices reverberated in the sky, echoing endlessly. Boom boom boom. Next, 100,000 martial artists self-destructed, forming a terrible storm. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Go! On the ground, the martial artists all flew out, self-destructing their cultivation. 100,000 gradually became 1,000,000, and even 10 million. Even the powerless old men had committed suicide. Even if they had to die, they would die with dignity. What a bunch of trash. Go. Chapter 2003. Who's it? Rumble. A deafening sound shook the heavens and the earth. The entire Xianpeng province was shaken. Far away, the faces of the martial artists changed drastically, guessing that something big had happened in the rainforest. Who is so bold, even daring to touch Lin Ling's territory? Sigh. At present, the ancient giant was injured, and Lin Ling's backer was also weak, so there were many people who dared to kill Lin Ling. Sigh. But Lin Ling's killing god, mad god, even if the opponent is the demon king, he still dared to kill his way into the demon territory. Sigh. Many martial artists were discussing, but they were all clenching their fists. The martial artists of the rainforest were all good. At this moment, the rainforest had turned into ruins, and on the ground, black smoke was like snakes, floating towards the sky from all directions. Are there any survivors? Sigh. One of the cloaked men said. Except for Lord Pu, everyone is dead. This Lord Pu is really ruthless, greedy for life, and afraid of death. He escaped alone. Sigh. Can he escape? Sigh. The other cloaked men sneered. Who said I escaped? Sigh. But at that moment, a voice came from the ground. Mr. Pu, who had escaped, was walking back step by step. All the caped cultivators were astonished. What a fool, he had escaped but now he was coming back, wasn't he courting death? You came back, did you think you wouldn't die? One of the cloaked men said. Who doesn't die since ancient times? Although I came back, I failed to live up to everyone's expectations, but I, Lord Pu, can't watch everyone die while I run away. Sigh. Lord Pu stopped walking, looking at the sky fearlessly. So, you came back? Sigh. The cloaked men looked deeply at Lord Pu. This guy was a man of indomitable spirit. Lin Ling brat, I'm sorry, I'll leave first. Sigh. Lord Pu took a step forward, flying towards the sky. His face was filled with despair. This guy is also a lunatic, kill him. Sigh. The cloaked men were shocked, and their killing intent exploded. Boom, boom. Lord Pu was engulfed by the terrifying attacks. He could not block the attacks of these cloaked men. Although your ambition is praiseworthy, your strength is too weak. The cloaked men shook their heads. But at this moment, a figure flew out from the fluctuation of Lingqi in front of them. If one looked carefully, one would see that his legs and arms were broken. But he still rushed over. Moreover, he rushed towards one of the cloaked men. This made the cloaked man's face change. This guy's fighting spirit was so tenacious. Boom. In the end, Lord Pu self-detonated, causing the cloaked man's clothes to explode. He was in an extremely sorry state. Bastard! The cloaked man roared angrily. An ant actually made him lose face. Let's go. These people might be ants, but they have their own dignity. We've completed our mission. Next, we should go to that place. The leader of the cloaked figures said calmly as he looked at the vast land in shock. Then he disappeared from where he stood. All of the cloaked figures had disappeared. The rainforest's sacred land was silent. The prosperous scene of the past had all disappeared at this moment. Xianpeng province. At this moment, all the experts had their eyes fixed on the rainforest's sacred land. They all sighed. After 1 day and 1 night, the rainforest's sacred land finally welcomed 3 figures. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. These 3 people were Lin Ling, Lu Susu, and Qin Hu. What happened? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He looked at the prosperous and lively hometown of the past. Looking at those familiar memories, his heart ached. This was his real hometown. This place had the ancient Face sect, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and everything that Lin Ling had when he was young. Who was it? Lin Ling's body trembled. A terrifying killing intent rose to the sky. Lin Ling, are you all right? Lu Susu knew how important the rainforest's sacred land was in Lin Ling's heart. Hence, she asked worriedly. However, Lin Ling did not say anything. He continued to look at the land. Not even a chicken or a dog was spared. Such a ruthless method. Qin Hu gritted his teeth and said. He also wanted to know who was so ruthless. Ha Lin Ling, it's time for you to pay the price for your sins today. Those people died for you. Many people had already gathered in the rainforest's sacred land. At the same time, a mocking voice floated out. Everyone looked at the person who spoke and realized that it was Xianhuang Deyu's former Fire Tribe Emperor, Huo. In the past, Huo had wanted to kill Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling brought the 7 emperors and a large number of human realm experts to the Fire Tribe to get justice back. This caused the Fire Tribe's ancestor to step in and remove Huo from his position. From then on, Huo wandered the world. Hence, Huo's hatred for Lin Ling came from the bottom of his heart. Now that Lin Ling was facing a great calamity, he naturally wanted to add insult to injury. Lin Ling, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of an ancient giant. Now, one of the ancient giants is injured and the other is missing. Your good luck has come to an end. Ha! Huo was obviously very excited. His red hair fluttered in the wind. Father, don't say any more. Beside him, Princess Wuxia hurriedly advised. The crowd also felt that Huo was crazy. He was rubbing salt in Lin Ling's wound. Why should I be afraid of him? He's just a desolate son in name. Do you think he dares to kill me? Huo laughed disdainfully. He doesn't want to hear it. I'm going to say it. There are many people who want Lin Ling dead. The demon race, ghost race, human realm experts. Lin Ling's time of death has come. Father! Princess Wuxia's face was pale. She did not know why, but when she looked at the trembling youth in the distance, her heart suddenly felt very painful. She knew that the man was remorseful and guilty. Because of his friends, his hometown had been destroyed. If it was before, Princess Wuxia would have rejoiced in his misfortune. However, since Lin Ling had risen again and again, she had paid special attention to this man. Only now did she realize that this man had put in a lot of effort to reach this point. Moreover, this man was a true man. For Hong Yan, for his brothers, for his hometown, he dared to fight the heavens. Because of this, Princess Wuxia was no longer jealous of Lin Ling. She even admired and adored him. Everyone thought that he was crazy, but who knew the heavy responsibility he shouldered? Lin Ling, your time of death has come. Huo was still shouting to the sky, extremely excited. In the distance, Lin Ling stood there trembling. His eyes were red. Through the eye of time, he saw that Lord Shuiwu, Lord Pu, and the others were all dead. His benefactors of the past had all left him. He even saw Lord Pu self-destruct rather than die. Shio. As Huo was laughing to the heavens, a cold figure appeared in front of him. That billowing killing intent caused the hearts of all the martial artists in the distance to tremble. So cold, so cold. Huo's smile froze. He looked up and saw that Lin Ling had appeared in front of him. His handsome face was extremely cold. What do you want? However, Huo laughed. He did not fear Lin Ling. After all, he was a human realm expert. Chapter 2004. Dark clouds shrouded Lin Ling shouted. The Yellow Spring's flame was like a tide, turning into 6 cycles of reincarnation. Huo's face changed as he was tied up and sucked into the cycle of reincarnation. If he entered the cycle of reincarnation, Huo would die without a doubt. Are you qualified to laugh? A cold voice came, causing Huo's body to tremble. When did Lin Ling become so strong? He, the dignified emperor of the fire race, couldn't even block one move from Lin Ling. He specialized in fire martial arts, but after meeting the Yellow Spring's flame, he could only tremble in fear. Die for me! Lin Ling's voice came from the depths of hell, causing Huayo to be afraid. He was gloating because he didn't fear Lin Ling, but now he had no choice but to be afraid. How terrifying! The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked by the result in front of them. Lin Ling, my father was wrong. If you want to kill him, I'm willing to die for him. Princess Fireglow quickly stood in front of Lin Ling and said while gritting her teeth, "Then you die for me too." Lin Ling was merciless. His comrades and friends were all dead, so who dared to block him? Everyone must die. Even if the great demon king of the demon race came, he would still dare to kill him. Lin Ling, don't. Seeing Lin Ling's terrifying killing intent, Lu Susu quickly rushed over, but Lin Ling was still merciless. He had clearly lost his mind. Lu Susu quickly hugged Lin Ling and made Lin Ling look back. That pair of eyes were full of killing intent, but after seeing that it was Lu Susu, that killing intent finally disappeared. Princess Fireglow is right. You can't kill her. I don't want you to become a mindless killing machine. Lu Susu's eyes were moist. She knew that Lin Ling was in pain, but at this time, she had to pull this man and not let him enter the path of slaughter. Lin Ling's heart was filled with a crazy desire to kill. Unknowingly, a terrifying law of killing had been born, but it also gradually disappeared. If Lu Susu had not stopped Lin Ling, the law of slaughter would have been even more powerful. In the end, the law of slaughter would have formed a devil and escaped from Lin Ling's grasp. Once one reached Lin Ling's level, the devil that was born would undoubtedly be extremely terrifying. I'm fine, Lin Ling said in a hoarse voice. He had Lu Susu release him. Lin Ling took a step forward, grabbed Huayo, and flew towards the ground. They died a heroic death, so no one can laugh at them. Kowtow 3 times for me. Bang bang bang. Huayo was grabbed by Lin Ling and smashed into the ground. He heavily kowtowed, causing the entire ground to crack open. I really envy Lin Ling. To have such a leader in their lifetime, they would be satisfied even if they died. Seeing this shocking scene, many people inwardly sighed. 6 paths of reincarnation. After kowtowing 3 times, Lin Ling threw Huayo away. He raised his hands, and the white flame floated into the sky, forming a 6 paths of reincarnation. On the ground, the vengeful spirits were sucked in one after another. However, because too many vengeful spirits were sucked in, the real 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, forming a scene of 2 6 paths of reincarnation clashing. One was Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation, and the other was the 6 paths of reincarnation from the ghost domain. As everyone knew, the dead would enter reincarnation, but Lin Ling was now snatching the law of heaven and earth. Get lost. Looking at the 6 paths of reincarnation that appeared in the sky, Lin Ling let out a loud roar. His terrifying soul power gushed out and froze time. Moreover, this time, the freezing was directed towards the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky, causing it to stop spinning. Seeing this shocking scene, no one was not shocked. Because this was the first time many martial artists saw the 6 paths of reincarnation, and also the first time they saw the 6 paths of reincarnation being frozen. This meant that Lin Ling's law power had broken away from the law of heaven and earth. So powerful. Many experts sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect that Lin Ling's trump card would be able to resist even the heavens. These cloaked people's origins are mysterious. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Previously, he used the Eye of Time to look at the rainforest's sacred ground, so he knew what was happening here. However, he could not see through the cloaked people's origins. Faintly, he felt that a huge conspiracy was shrouding him. Currently, you are the son of desolation, and you have an ancient powerhouse behind you, but there are still people who want to attack you. Who are these people? Qin, who also guessed, what is their goal? He knew that ordinary people would not dare to attack Lin Ling because the price was too high. However, there were still people who dared to attack him. This meant that there was a terrifying expert behind these mysterious people. Currently, we know that these mysterious people have demonic qi. Lin Ling said coldly. He could not see through all this and could not guess who dared to attack him. Not good, they are luring the tiger away from the mountain. Suddenly, Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. He saw through the eye of time that one of the cloaked people said that the mission was not over. This meant that they still wanted to kill. Could their next target be the True Spirit Island? Their massacre was indeed not random. Instead, there was a plan, and it was a thorough plan. Let's go to True Spirit Island. Lin Ling took a big step and headed toward earthly paradise. There was a teleportation array there, so he could reach True Spirit Island as quickly as possible. Wait for me. Lu Susu and Qin Hu followed. Princess Rosie pondered for a moment and thought of her sister, Princess Fire Spirit. She also followed immediately. At True Spirit Island, Lin Ling's relatives were all there, so Lin Ling was more anxious than anyone else. When he arrived at earthly paradise, Lin Ling immediately headed toward the teleportation array. Stop, who are you? The Demon Clan, Ghost Clan, and Deity Clan are invading. This teleportation array cannot be used casually. An expert blocked Lin Ling's path and prevented Lin Ling from using the teleportation array. How dare you? He is Lin Ling, the son of desolation. What right do you have to stop him? Qin Hu shouted angrily. So it is Lin Ling, the son of desolation. You can use the teleportation array, but you must get the approval of the 7 emperors first. Because all the experts of the various clans are out, we must be cautious. The expert said calmly. Looking at their origins, they seem to be from the Sky Clan. You bastard, we are in a hurry to use the teleportation array. How can we have time to inform the 7 emperors? Even Lu Susu could not stand it. Then we can't help you. The expert sneered. Martial god Tian Yu was missing and the guardian of the mortal realm was seriously injured. Lin Ling had no backing, so they were not afraid of Lin Ling. Great creation. Lin Ling did not waste any time and slashed out with his sword. Rumble. The arrogant expert was split into 2, and the remaining person's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling, are you crazy? We didn't stop you from using the teleportation array. How dare you kill people here? Obviously, they did not expect Lin Ling to kill people without hesitation. Lin Ling raised his sword again, causing them to panic. They immediately said, you can use the teleportation array. Chapter 2005. Behind the scene sculpt. Several heads fell to the ground, causing everyone in heavenly earth to suck in a breath of cold air. The Sky Clan had already compromised, they were afraid and begged for mercy, but Lin Ling still killed them. This kind of ruthlessness caused them to be shocked as well. Lin Ling did not say anything and stepped into the teleportation array. To him, if he delayed for even a moment, his family would be in great danger. So, he would kill anyone who tried to stop him. Everyone followed the teleportation array and reached True Spirit Island. At this moment, True Spirit Island was indeed in great danger. A large number of cloaked men appeared and slaughtered everything on True Spirit Island. That's Lin Ling's family. Kill them. A cloaked man stared at Elder Tai Yen and the rest. His voice was extremely cold. Elder Tai Yen and the rest gritted their teeth. After this group of people arrived, they did not say anything and immediately slaughtered them. Moreover, they were so powerful that they could die at any time. Boom, boom. However, just as the cloaked men attacked, Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, Fire Spirit Princess, and the rest exploded with all their strength. Moreover, they had the immortal weapons left behind by Lin Ling, which temporarily blocked the cloaked men's attacks. They have treasures on them, but they are all one-time use. So, they will die sooner or later. Those cloaked men were like messengers from hell. They were still mercilessly attacking. Rumble. Elder Tai Yen and the rest gathered together and resisted with the treasures left behind by Lin Ling. If it were not for these treasures, they would have died long ago. We must finish this quickly because the Spirit Clan is very close to this place. The experts of the Spirit Clan will rush over at any time. A cloaked man exploded with terrifying strength. This person was actually Wu Sheng's 10th realm. He grabbed with his big hand and the demonic chi was vast and mighty. It was as if he was going to tear the entire island apart. Bastards, stop. At this time, a cold voice finally came out. An old man appeared in the sky with an extremely cold expression. He raised his right hand and a black tortoise shell appeared and covered the ground, blocking the terrifying attack for Elder Tai Yen and the rest. Daoist came. Grandpa Turtle. Everyone gratefully looked at Daoist came. Among them, Lin Yi was fiercely clenching his fists. He was angry at himself for being weak. If he was as strong as his father, how could those people do whatever they wanted? Moreover, they knew that everyone in the rainforest Holy Land had died. This caused them great pain in their hearts. Daoist came. What was surprising was that the cloaked people looked at Daoist came indifferently without the slightest hint of fear. Who are you people? What is your purpose? Daoist came also looked at him. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that there are many people who want to take action against Lin Ling. The scale of this conspiracy is beyond your imagination. The cloaked man said indifferently. Then he shouted coldly, Devil Cloud Moon Concealing Formation. Under his voice, the other cloaked men disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, they appeared around Daoist came and laid down a mysterious devil cloud array. This array had a blood-red moon in the sky, forming a terrifying devil cloud. Daoist came, you were seriously injured in the battle with the 5 great demon kings in the nation of gods. Therefore, this array is not something you can resist. The leader of the cloaked men said, Moreover, you have always been curious about who is behind this and who has such power to summon strong people like us. Now, I can tell you that this person is someone close to you. Who is it? Daoist came's complexion changed dramatically. The person you are most familiar with. The cloaked man said with a faint smile. Daoist came's complexion changed again. Could it be Lin Ling? His heart roared. Lin Ling wanted to take action against him. But Lin Ling has risen. The ancient giants of the mortal realm are either seriously injured or missing. Therefore, Lin Ling wants to be an ancient giant himself. Therefore, he wants to eradicate the strong people of the older generation. The cloaked man said, Nonsense, my father is not an ungrateful person. Lin immediately roared upon hearing this. Elder Tai Yen Yu and the others also didn't believe that Lin Ling wanted to kill Daoist came. Hee, you said the person you were most familiar with at first, and I was wondering who it was. Who would have thought that you would say Lin Ling? What a pity, you want to sow discord. I won't fall for it at all, because I believe in Lin Ling. At this time, Daoist came suddenly laughed. He didn't have much contact with Lin Ling, but he believed in Lin Ling. Hearing this, the cloaked man's complexion changed. However, he sneered and said, Although you believe in Lin Ling, it is undeniable that you had a short period of time before. Although it was a short period of time, it was enough. Array, open and refined Daoist came. Rumble. The entire True Spirit Island was filled with surging devil chi, turning the island into a devil island. The blood-red moon rose into the sky and illuminated the sea outside the island, turning the sea into a blood-red color. You're despicable. Daoist came was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Although array formation was powerful, it took time to set up. In order to distract him, the cloaked man lied to him and said that the person behind this was Lin Ling. Daoist came was aware that according to convention, ordinary people wouldn't dare to kill their way into True Spirit Island. On the contrary, it was possible for familiar people to do so. Because of that brief moment of negligence, the array formation was completed. It had to be said that these cloaked men dared to kill their way into True Spirit Island because they had a thorough plan. This array formation is only SOSO. Watch how I break it. Daoist came coldly shouted. Although he was trapped in the array formation, he firmly believed that the array formation couldn't harm him. Daoist came is an ancient magnate with formidable strength. This array naturally can't trap you. However, you are already injured. Moreover, why would this array trap you? As long as it causes your heart devil to rise, that's enough. The cloaked man sneered. As soon as his words fell, Daoist came's complexion changed. He felt that the killing intent in his heart was quietly spreading like a seed sprouting. This killing intent had been strangled by him a long time ago. How could it sprout now? If it was someone else, this heart devil wouldn't be terrifying. For example, Lin Ling would choose to let it sprout and then slaughter the cloaked men outside. However, for Daoist came, this heart devil was huge. It could even be said that this heart devil was his weakness. The person behind this is the person I am most familiar with. I finally know who it is. It's you, the evil Buddha lineage. Daoist came suddenly shouted, his face full of surprise. Yes, the person behind this is indeed the person you are most familiar with. It is my evil Buddha lineage. You didn't expect this, right? In the past, you separated me and I became stronger and stronger. Now, let us return to one body. The cloaked man finally took off his cloak. What was surprising was that he looked exactly the same as Daoist came. Obviously, he was Daoist Kame's heart devil. Moreover, it was a heart devil that had grown. In the past, the evil Buddha lineage escaped from the God Queen's garden. I didn't expect to see you here today. Fire Spirit Princess, Little Flame, and the others were surprised. They didn't expect that the person behind this was the other side of Daoist Kame. Although I want to say that I am the person behind this, I'm sorry. This plan is beyond my imagination. Even I'm just a chess piece. Chapter 2006. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. There were swords that came from space. You guys are really good at eliminating your opponents in the battle of creation. Kame's spiritual master let out a low roar. He had also sensed how many experts were involved in this massacre. Old fart, you're about to die. Among the cloaked men, an old man said, You were an ancient giant in the past, but today, you're just an ant. With that, he slowly removed his cloak, revealing a familiar face. It was actually the Sky Lord. TSK, I've long heard of Kame's spiritual master's strength. Today, I'll see how great you are. Another cloaked man also removed his cloak, revealing a dark face with horns on his head. He was the Ghost King of the Ox Horn Ghost Clan. Even the Ghost Clan's experts had intervened. On the ground, everyone's expression changed drastically. I, Kame's spiritual master, was born in the desolate antiquity era. I've witnessed the birth of the experts of the four great eras. You want to kill me? You're too weak. Kame's spiritual master. Under the rolling demonic cloud array, Kame's spiritual master changed his old appearance. His clothes were torn, and he grew rapidly, turning into a 100-meter-tall giant. His muscles were extremely solid, and his surroundings were filled with the power of law. This old ghost. The Sky Lord's expression was cold. He raised his right hand, and the power of law was brewing. It turned into a circular slash of light that was extremely terrifying. Sky Tide Slash. The slash of light passed through the demonic cloud and slashed toward Kame's spiritual master. In the process, the slash of light grew larger and larger, as if it could cut the world apart. What a terrifying power of law! The Fire Spirit Princess was shocked. They couldn't see through the power of law at all, but they guessed that it was definitely tens of thousands of laws. Tens of thousands of laws, that was terrifying. This was the great law of heaven and earth. Rumble. Kame's spiritual master's pupils constricted. He closed his dragon-like arms and forcibly blocked the huge slash of light. This showed how terrifying his strength was. King Ghost Flag. Another powerful cloaked man also attacked. A green ghost flag appeared in his hand. He waved it in the wind, and a ghost head appeared. It turned into a huge flag that appeared above Kame's spiritual master's head. Then, it fiercely stabbed down. This ghost flag was also unparalleled in the power of law. Suppress! The cloaked man shouted. Obviously, he wasn't weak. He was only Kame's spiritual master. Buddha raises his head. Daoist Kame roared as he pulled out an arm and raised it towards the sky. He actually managed to block the descent of the ghost flag, as expected of an ancient giant of the mortal world. His strength was truly unparalleled. However, Daoist Kame also spat out a mouthful of blood. If he hadn't been seriously injured, those two people wouldn't have been his match. Come on, come on. But even so, he still faced the sky and roared. It was hard to imagine that once the benevolent Daoist came erupted with his full strength, he would be like an invincible god of war. Rumble. As the three powerhouses clashed, the true spirit island cracked open. The seawater in the distance soared into the sky, forming a sky full of raindrops. If it weren't for the fact that the scene was too cruel, this would definitely be an extremely beautiful scene. Awesome, Grandpa Tortoise, go for it. Looking at the battle in the distance, Lin Yi tightly clenched his small fists. The others were also excited. Now, Daoist Came seemed to be able to block those too. As expected of Daoist Came. If we weren't injured, we wouldn't have been your match. Unfortunately, since we dared to come this time, we were already prepared. At this time, the evil Buddha lineage also joined the battle. It urged the billowing evil clouds to rush towards Daoist Came. What was terrifying was that there was actually a rumbling Buddhist sound within it. The evil clouds merged with the demonic clouds in the sky and rolled like an ocean, causing the blood-colored moon to become even more dazzling. Daoist Came's expression changed drastically as he sensed that the inner demon within his body was being born again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his feet became unstable. However, he quickly stabilized his body again. Hee, I am your weakness. However, the evil Buddha lineage immediately let out a cold voice. I have walked through 4 great eras. How can I fall here? Daoist Came's face was dark gold and it occasionally turned black. It was extremely strange. Obviously, he was already injured. Now that he was attacked from both inside and outside, his injuries were worsened. Rumble. The rain in the sky became even heavier. Countless eyes stared at the towering giant as their eyes became moist. They saw that Daoist Came was spitting out more and more blood. Rumble. Daoist Came finally fell. The deafening sound caused the entire True Spirit Island to shake. It was as if the one who fell was not an old man but a towering mountain. Grandpa Turtle. Seeing this, the eyes of Lin Yi and the others became moist. Yu even cried softly. If Daoist Came had not used his turtle shell to protect them, he would have been able to resist for a longer time. Compared to their crying, all the cloaked people laughed. Their laughter was unbridled and extremely ear-piercing. Obviously, it was their honor to be able to defeat an ancient giant. Evil Buddha, go and devour him. Someone said excitedly. The evil Buddha lineage nodded and walked towards the demonic clouds step by step. Kill all of them. Someone looked at the tunnel and waved his right hand. Ghostly chi suddenly surged from the ground and many skeletons crawled out. Fight! Under the turtle shell, everyone's eyes were red. Starry Left Court Palace and Flaming Right Court Palace. They were going to fight to the death. Protect the young master. Everyone follow me and kill. Shang Qianjun roared. They all chose to fight to the death. Regardless of whether they fought to the death or not, it was already difficult for them to escape after Daoist Came fell. Kill these ants. The cloaked people in the sky looked at them with disdain and ordered a large number of skeletons to kill them. Crow. At this moment, the sound of crows suddenly came from the sky. The sound was not loud, but it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. A dense flock of crows flew over from the sky where the seawater was pouring down. A figure stood on top of one of the crows, holding an ancient sword in his hand. At this moment, it was dazzling, as if he was dominating the world. Suddenly, the crow swooped down. Great creation! There was a sword that came from space. This sword carried unparalleled power and contained the terrifying power of laws. The sword slashed towards the ground. In fact, that sword was also slashing towards the blood-colored moon in the sky. Under countless gazes, cracks appeared on the blood-colored moon, and then it exploded with a boom. The entire array shook. The demonic clouds dispersed and the array collapsed, revealing the old man lying on the ground and the shocked evil Buddha lineage. However, the sword did not stop and slashed towards the cloaked people. The cloaked people's eyes widened. In their eyes, the entire world disappeared. There was only a sword that wanted to take their lives. Dozens of cloaked people trembled. In the next moment, their bodies were divided into two halves. Moreover, it was a neat two halves. Even more than half of the skeletons on the ground were killed. This sword was so terrifying. Without a doubt, this sword caused huge waves to rise in the sky and earth. Chapter 2007. There's no need to give face to the dead. That's Dad. Lin Ling is back. Right? The teleportation array on True Spirit Island was destroyed so Lin Ling could only teleport to Grand Mystic Region. But he still came back. Great, he's finally back. Everyone looked at the man who was like a god descending from the heavens and were all excited. It was too shocking. Their flag was back. Bang. At the same time, Lin Ling jumped down from the sky and stabbed his sword into the ground, shaking the entire island. Those who enter the island, die. His cold voice entered everyone's ears. Overbearing and murderous. The remaining cloaked men narrowed their eyes and their hearts sank. Lin Ling actually broke the array, and without the array, the difficulty of the evil Buddha lineage to devour Daoist came had obviously increased. Moreover, Lin Ling's sword not only broke the array, but also easily killed dozens of cloaked men. And those cloaked men's strength were at Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm. His strength has increased so quickly. Sky Lord frowned. The last time he was chased away by Lin Ling was even weaker than the Xian D10 heroes. But now, even the Xian D10 heroes would not be able to stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're back. At this moment, Daoist Kame's voice was heard. He sat down cross-legged and spoke with difficulty. However, the evil Buddha lineage had disappeared. It had obviously entered his body. Daoist Kame, are you all right? Lin Ling asked worriedly. Now that he had obtained Li Xiaoyao's memories, he was even more familiar with Daoist Kame. In the past, when Li Xiaoyao was weak, Daoist Kame had saved him 8 times. Now, when Lin Ling was weak, Daoist Kame had helped him a few more times. This kindness, no matter if it was in the past or present, Lin Ling had to repay it. I'm fine, I just need some time. Sure. Seeing Lin Ling's arrival, Daoist Kame smiled with relief. Then, he closed his eyes and began to fight against the evil Buddha lineage in his body. Lin Ling also noticed that Kame Daoist was fighting against his heart demon. In this aspect, he couldn't help him for the time being. He looked at Elder Dinyu, Lin Yi, and the others and said with guilt, "Sorry, I came back late." "It's good that you came back." Elder Tian and the others shook their heads. They were already doomed to die today. Lin Ling had returned and saved them once more, so how could they blame Lin Ling? Moreover, this wasn't the first time Lin Ling had saved them. If Daoist Kame hadn't blocked it for us, I'm afraid we would have died long ago. Everyone in the rainforest Holy Land is dead. These people are so hateful. Then, everyone's eyes turned red. Lin Ling's eyes also turned red. If he hadn't rushed over, everyone here would have died today. Lin Ling clenched his fists and his face turned even colder. All of you must die. At this moment, the cloaked men were still floating in the sky, looking indifferently at Lin Ling and shaking their heads. Don't think that you can kill us just because you killed some people. Those people were just ordinary 10th stage Wusheng. Our strength is twice as strong as theirs. One of the cloaked men said coldly. As for the Sky Lord, he sneered. Although Lin Ling was a monster, his strength was obviously not enough to threaten him. Since he dared to come here today, Lin Ling would have to stay here. In fact, Elder Taiyan and the others also knew this, but they didn't seem to have any other choice. Over 2,000 laws in one sword strike. Not bad at all. In addition, your talent isn't weak. No wonder those people weren't your match before. After all, an ordinary 10th stage Wusheng only has 2,000 laws, but you're just a 9th stage Wusheng. TSK, you're indeed a genius. But I'll give you a chance now. Destroy your own cultivation, perhaps? One of the cloaked men from the demon race sneered. His voice was filled with strong confidence. I'll destroy your entire clan. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Ling shouted coldly. Lin Ling was currently in a rage and couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He was domineering and direct. The cloaked man from the demon race clearly had a strong background. He was a demon monarch. After being scolded by Lin Ling, his face turned ashen. While he was also at the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the amount of time he had spent cultivating was 100 times longer than Lin Ling's. Thus, he possessed even more laws, having reached 3,000. Lin Ling still wasn't qualified to be arrogant before him. I gave you face, but you don't want it. The cloaked man shouted coldly. There's no need to give face to a dead person. Lin Ling also shouted coldly. He stretched out his left hand and a white flame floated out towards the sky. Right now, he had a reincarnation cycle in the rainforest's sacred land, so he could only use one. Everyone, don't attack. I'll do it. I want to see how powerful this junior who killed the Demon King's son is. Seeing Lin Ling so arrogant, the cloaked man from the demon race walked out. His white beard grew crazily and turned into a white ocean. You're indeed a monster, but compared to me, you're still too tender. The white beard was like countless tentacles, sweeping towards Lin Ling, making Ancestor Extreme Flame and the rest cry out anxiously. However, under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling didn't move at all. Even the Sky Lord frowned. What was Lin Ling trying to do? However, the next scene made them clear. Only to see those snake-like beards getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. The white reincarnation circle in the sky also emitted a terrifying power of laws. It actually reached over 3,000. Hungry Ghost Dao. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Be careful. The Sky Lord's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling's laws were even more than imagined. The cloaked man from the demon race immediately reacted, but his laws were all sucked over by the reincarnation circle in the sky. Moreover, he was also sucked over. He couldn't block it at all. Not good, save me. The demon race great sovereign was finally afraid, completely afraid. He never thought that a 9th degree junior of Wuxia would actually erupt with 3,000 laws. One had to know that even Wuxia at the 10th degree didn't have 3,000 laws. Help him. A cloaked man frowned. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the rest mocked. Because the cloaked man from the demon race had said that no one was allowed to help, but now someone was helping. These fellows were just putting on an act. I said before, there's no need to give face to a dead person. However, Lin Ling still shouted coldly. What arrogance! Many cloaked men shouted angrily. A mysterious cloaked man immediately attacked. What was surprising was that his right hand turned into a bow. With a pull of his left hand, he shot out close to 3,000 laws. That arrow flew towards the reincarnation flame in the sky, wanting to break through it. But at this time, a shadow strangely appeared and blocked the sword in midair. With a clang, that terrifying arrow of laws was blocked. It was a black crow. Seeing this, all the cloaked men sucked in a breath of cold air. A crow was so abnormal? Save me! While they were still in shock, the cloaked man from the demon race was sucked into the reincarnation circle and disappeared without a trace. Dead. All the cloaked men's mouths were agape. That cloaked man from the demon race had a strong background. He was a general under the 10 great commanders of the demon race. His strength was even stronger than the demon race great sovereign, but now he was easily killed by a junior. Moreover, he didn't even have a chance to resist. Chapter 2008. Shocking to the eye for a moment, all the cloaked figures were so angry that their bodies trembled. Although they hid their identities, their origins were extremely terrifying. Among the various races, they were people who could shake the heavens and earth with just a move of their feet. People from the divine Marquis mansion. Lin Ling coldly looked at one of the cloaked men. That person had shot an arrow before, so he also saw the cloaked man's origin. He didn't expect that this group of cloaked people actually came from various major powers. There were all kinds of people. This massacre was much more complicated than he had imagined. What kind of demon beast is that? Why is its defense so terrifying? One of the cloaked men stared at the primordial divine crow. A demonic beast that can kill you. Lin Ling coldly replied. With a flick of his left finger, the ancient divine crow vanished without a trace. The cloaked figure's countenance drastically changed as he sensed a killing intent descending upon him. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he sensed such a terrifying killing intent. The black wings were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, forcefully resisting the laws. They slashed across the cloaked man's head, causing it to fall off. Goyulu. When his head hit the ground, everyone swallowed their saliva. The cloaked man's origin was also very terrifying. He was one of the top existences in a large force. But now, he died in a single exchange. How can Lin Ling be so powerful? Those cloaked people suddenly realized that their plan was perfect, but they seemed to have missed one person, and that person was Lin Ling. Why is this demonic beast able to ignore the power of law? This kind of demonic beast is too powerful. We have to attack with all our strength and kill that demonic beast. In this way, Lin Ling won't be worth mentioning. A cloaked man said gravely. Hearing this, the other cloaked figures nodded. If they joined forces, it shouldn't be difficult to kill a dark crow. I'm sorry, but there's more than one of these demonic beasts. However, Lin Ling's next sentence sent them from heaven to hell. They subconsciously looked towards the sky and discovered that there were a large number of crows flying in the distant sky. There wasn't just one of those mysterious demonic beasts. Looking around, there were at least 10 million of them. At this moment, all of the cloaked figures trembled. There were too many of them. How could they defend against them? Ha! Good. This is the primordial divine crow from the martial god realm. Its defense is strong and it doesn't fear the power of law, and its speed surpasses the power of law. However, this did not mean that everyone was afraid of the primordial divine crow. A thin and weak cloaked man walked out. Unexpectedly, he was actually very excited. Guichi, what is the meaning of this? A cloaked figure frowned. Because this ancient divine crow is a dark crow. It feeds on Yin energy and is something that comes from the path of ghosts. In terms of the path of ghosts, can it compare to the ghost clan? The cloaked man laughed, causing the other cloaked men to laugh as well. Guichi was just a title, but this person was the patriarch of the tortoise and beast tribe. He was extremely skilled in taming beasts, especially Yin-type beasts. None of them could escape from his grasp. Calm. Even the Sky Lord laughed. He believed in Guichi. Lin Ling, summon all of your crows. I want them to become my ghostly birds. The cloaked figure sneered. Lin Ling, come on. Let's see what other tricks you have. The other cloaked figures sneered as well. Lin Ling frowned. The ghost clan had powerful beast taming skills? His silence. In the eyes of the experts, Lin Ling was clearly afraid. This raised their morale. Without those crows, Lin Ling was not even worth mentioning. Lin Ling, you have no other choice. You will die today, and so will your friends and family. The Sky Lord sneered. Although he wasn't afraid of the primordial divine crow, he wanted to see Lin Ling's tricks taken away by others. His voice interrupted Lin Ling's thoughts. He looked coldly at the crowd. I said, step on this island. That. It was still the same sentence. The cloaked figure's jaws dropped. Crows. At this time, the sky was filled with primordial divine crows. They were majestic and filled with Yin Qi. Good timing. Guichi took off his cloak, revealing a face full of wrinkles. His aura was extremely terrifying. He began to chant in the air. His voice was like a ghost song. It was like a soul-summoning song. Strangely, the primordial divine crows surrounded Guichi but stopped. It was as if they were under Guichi's control. Haha, with these crows, my status will be comparable to the human realm's big shots. Guichi roared excitedly. The other cloaked figures also let out a light breath. As expected of the powerful ghost race. Guichi, give him a taste of his own medicine. Let Lin Ling die at the hands of the crows. A cloaked figure laughed. Letting Lin Ling die at the hands of his own crows was a good way to die. Sure. Guichi nodded indifferently. He looked at Lin Ling. Now, do you have anything to say? Everyone looked at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's expression was still calm. Kill him. Crows. A strange thing happened. The Yin crows that had been hovering in the air once again flew over and surrounded Guichi. How can this be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I used a ghost song and a ghost curse to plant a ghost seed. These crows should listen to me. Guichi roared to the sky. He was so angry that he spat out blood. He was a ghost. but his method of controlling crows was not as good as Lin Ling's? I don't accept this. Gui Qi's body was torn to shreds, leaving only a sound behind. He didn't know that Lin Ling had planted a barrier in the souls of the primordial divine crows. That was the second most powerful beast-taming barrier in the world. A mere ghost trying to compete with him in beast-taming was simply overestimating himself. Another ancient expert of the ghost clan had fallen. The earth was silent. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others looked at the figure in the sky, their hearts trembling. When did Lin Ling become so strong? The sky was also silent. All the cloaked people were shocked. They couldn't understand how a mere Lin Ling could be so powerful. Kill without mercy. Lin Ling ignored their shock and pointed forward with his right hand. Crows. The crows flew over. Their aura was so terrifying that even a martial emperor would be filled with hatred in the underworld. You're courting death. Lin Ling, withdraw your crows. If you go too far, do you know who I am? Those cloaked men all roared, and one after another, they burst out with all their might. There were humans, ghosts, and demons among them. A coffin appeared in the right hand of one of the ghosts. Ghost corpses crawled out, wanting to fight the crows. Those who killed my people, die. Lin Ling shouted. More than 100 crows flew over and engulfed the coffin, tearing the ghost into shreds. Wait, I'm from the ancient Ji family. A human expert shouted. This person was an elder of the ancient Ji family. His strength was only below the family leader. If he came alone, he naturally wouldn't dare to provoke Lin Ling. However, after killing so many people, he had nothing to fear. However, he didn't expect that even the gathering of giants from various clans couldn't stop Lin Ling's rise. Crows. The primordial divine crow didn't care who he was and directly tore the elder to pieces. Blood sprinkled down from the sky. It was a shocking sight. Chapter 2009. The stage in the sky. On the ground, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others clenched their fists. They were very happy. Those despicable people had all been killed. Dad, you're the best. Lin Yi was also very excited. He worshipped Lin Ling even more. At this moment, the sky was filled with a bloody massacre. Moreover, it was Lin Ling's massacre. Those who dared to destroy his rainforest sacred ground would be killed regardless of their origin. Kill until the sky and earth were turned upside down. Not only the ghost race, the devil race, but even the human race, Lin Ling would kill them all. Those who dared to provoke him, Lin Ling, would die. Kill Lin Ling's family. Among all the cloaked people, a cold voice suddenly came. It seemed a bit sinister. Lin Ling looked over and found that it was Heaven Martial Warrior. This guy also joined the massacre? Moreover, death was at hand and he still wanted to make a move against his family? It's you! Yu and Inuara's expressions changed. They thought of Heaven Martial Warrior as their brother. They didn't expect him to want to kill them. I will destroy things that don't belong to me. Lin Ling, you want to kill me? That's impossible. Let me tell you, I obtained a great treasure in the underground city. I'll be waiting for you in the competition in a year. Now, I'm leaving. Heaven Martial Warrior said indifferently and strode away. His words were full of confidence. He came and went as he pleased. Moreover, he let others kill Lin Ling's family, but he didn't kill them himself. Clearly, he wanted to borrow a knife to kill them. Of course, his talent was very strong. The ancient divine crows that approached him all slowed down. It was as if time, space, and laws were all slowed down. A heaven-defying talent. However, since he was here, how could he leave? Freeze time. Right now, Lin Ling's soul force was greatly increased. Once time was frozen, especially when it was targeted at one person, it was extremely terrifying. Heaven Martial Warrior slowed down the surrounding speed, but Lin Ling directly froze him. Why can't I move? Heaven Blessed Martial Warrior froze in the air. He panicked. He found that he couldn't move, and the space around him was also frozen. He could only think. Moreover, he guessed who attacked him. It was Lin Ling. Boom. His heart exploded. Could it be that Lin Ling was hiding another talent? And it was a talent that surpassed all other talents? You said I can kill you? Impossible. Almost at the same time, a figure appeared in front of heaven-blessed martial artist. It was Lin Ling, and he walked over step by step. Heaven martial warrior wanted to resist, but he couldn't and could only watch as Lin Ling approached him. The expressions of the other cloaked figures also changed drastically. They wanted to help, but when they got close to heaven-blessed divine martial, they couldn't move. Lin Ling was even more terrifying than they imagined. I know. What's left behind here is only a strand of your corporeal energy source. You must have cultivated some sort of cultivation art that allowed you to split your corporeal energy source into two, leaving the other half in the ancient rhythm Immortal platform. However, do you think that the other half of your corporeal energy source can return? Lin Ling faintly spoke. Heaven martial warrior's eyes trembled. Lin Ling actually knew his secret. However, he soon realized that the frozen time was about to end. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Clearly, Lin Ling's mysterious talent wasn't very strong. He could still resist. Of course, he wasn't sure what kind of talent it was, and whether it could grow again. If it could, then it would be heaven-defying. Gotcha. Heaven martial warrior shattered like glass. He could move again. Lin Ling, you're too proud. You didn't expect me to break your talent so quickly, right? Goodbye. Heaven martial warrior laughed. But just as he moved, a sword came from the west. A sword mark appeared on his neck, and his head fell to the ground. This sword caused Heaven martial warrior's strength to drop by half. On the ground, the head stared at Lin Ling as if he couldn't believe everything. Because he still couldn't escape and was killed by Lin Ling. Do you think you've seen through my talent? I just took back my talent. Lin Ling said indifferently. Then he turned and left. Boom. The corpse in the sky also exploded, and blood rained down. This kid killed Heaven martial warrior so easily? Among the sons of desolation in the mortal world, his strength is definitely in the top 3. Seeing Heaven martial warrior die, the cloaked people were even more shocked. They all underestimated Lin Ling. They thought the most difficult one to deal with was Kame's spiritual master. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be the most terrifying. Of course, this wasn't because they were arrogant, but because they didn't expect Lin Ling's growth to be so fast. Even Daoist Kame, who was in the distance, opened his eyes to take a look. He couldn't help but smile in relief. Previously, if Lin Ling was in danger, he would have risked his life to help. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to hold the fort by himself. This meant that besides the giants of the mortal world, no one was Lin Ling's opponent. His growth speed is really terrifying. Kame's spiritual master had seen the geniuses of the 4 eras, but Lin Ling was the most monstrous of them all. He wasn't the only one who thought so. The Sky Master also thought so. In the past, Lin Ling repeatedly opposed him and made him suffer losses. However, Lin Ling was so arrogant because he had the backing of the ancient giants. But now Lin Ling could threaten him directly. It even made him, the Sky Lord, feel immense pressure. Lin Ling couldn't be left alive. Great Sky Slash. The Sky Lord let out a low roar and pointed out a finger. Whoosh! That slash carried the innate ability of the Sky Clan. It quickly crossed space and cut off a strand of Lin Ling's long hair. The Sky Clan was a clan that specialized in the sky and space. It's the Sky Master. The remaining cloaked men's spirits were lifted. Yes, they had forgotten about the Sky Master because the Sky Master was a giant of the mortal world. He was one of the 3 legendary powerhouses of the mortal world. Now that he had made his move, Lin Ling was dead for sure. Good, the Sky Master has finally made his move. The Sky Master is also proficient in the law of space, and the law of space is powerful. Lin Ling is dead for sure. As long as Lin Ling is dead, there is no need to worry about these dark crows. Excited voices floated out. They didn't see that as the top powerhouses of their respective clans, they were actually afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the long hair floating on the ground, and his eyes flickered. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have cut off your hair. At this time, the Sky Master said indifferently. He was also saying that if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Then why didn't you kill me? You missed the opportunity. Lin Ling said indifferently. Ha! You still don't understand. It's actually very easy for me to kill you because I can use 10,000 law of space at any time. So what if I missed the opportunity before? I can easily create another opportunity. Moreover, I just didn't kill you before. The Sky Master shook his head in disdain and walked toward Lin Ling step by step. His pace wasn't fast, but it was magical. It was as if the sky was his stage, and on this stage, he could do anything. Chapter 2010. Show mercy to me? What's a pity? Lin Ling asked curiously, as if he didn't know how strong the Sky Master was. As soon as he said this, the cloaked people all laughed. Although they were constantly avoiding the ancient heaven divine crows, it didn't stop them from watching Lin Ling die. It's a pity that with your talent and so many powerful trump cards, you should hide and not appear in front of the Sky Master. You made the Sky Master a criminal in the mortal world. Everyone can kill him. The Sky Master definitely wants to kill you as soon as possible. You shouldn't have come. Lin Ling, now do you know what a pity is? Those experts all mocked, making Lin Ling continue to shake his head. I don't see how it's a pity. If I didn't come, who would take revenge for the rainforest holy land? If I didn't come, you, the Sky Master, would be free. So, to be able to see you again, that's my blessing. I can take revenge for both old and new grudges. Blessing? All the cloaked people's expressions froze, then the mocking smile on their faces deepened. The Sky Master was also stunned. Was it Lin Ling's blessing? Wasn't it his blessing? Could it be that Lin Ling still wanted to kill him? With these ancient heaven divine crows? Ha! The Sky Master finally laughed loudly. What a joke! I could kill you before, but I didn't. You should be lucky, but you say that meeting me is your blessing. Does this mean that you can easily kill me? The Sky Master quickened his pace, shaking his head as he walked. You can kill me but you didn't? Then kill me for me to see. What was surprising was that Lin Ling was also walking forward. All the cloaked people shook their heads. The Sky Master was one of the 3 legends of the mortal world, and Lin Ling actually didn't run. Facts have proven everything. Now I'll cut off one of your arms. The Sky Master disdained to explain. He stretched out his right hand and lightly tapped. The great law erupted again. It was the law of space speed, a speed that even Lin Ling had to look up to. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Elder Taiyan and the others tensed up. Lin Ling wasn't strong enough to shake the Sky Lord. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling's steps still didn't stop. With a light wave of his right arm, that terrifying finger of laws missed. One had to know that this was the power of laws. It represented the laws of heaven and earth, represented the 4 seasons, represented life and death. Lin Ling had actually avoided it? How lucky! The Sky Lord was also secretly shocked, but he didn't care. He thought that Lin Ling had been lucky enough to avoid the attack. After all, not to mention that Lin Ling only had a mere 3,000 laws, even if he had 8,000 laws, Lin Ling would not be his match. He was the master of the sky, and the sky was his world. Break your left arm. The Sky Lord spoke again. Everyone stared at Lin Ling previously, it was a fluke, but now it shouldn't be a fluke. But reality proved that Lin Ling was still lucky. Lin Ling dodged that terrifying finger of law once again. Boom. At this moment, everyone's hearts exploded. Even they couldn't avoid the Sky Lord's attack, but Lin Ling had avoided it twice in a row. Was this still a fluke? This shouldn't be a fluke, right? You said you can easily kill me? Lin Ling also spat out a sentence. As for the Sky Lord, his eyes trembled fiercely. He wanted to see through Lin Ling, but he found that Lin Ling was indeed only as if. How is this possible? I've unleashed 15,000 nomological laws. The Sky Lord exclaimed in shock. What was going on? You said you can easily kill me? You didn't kill me before, so you were being merciful to me? Lin Ling said again. His words were like a resounding slap to the Sky Lord's face, causing him to grit his teeth. Impossible, my strength surpasses yours by so much, and my laws are several times yours. It's absolutely impossible, it's definitely a fluke. The Sky Lord's entire body bloomed with white light, rising up, forming a white divine bird in the sky, sacred and oppressive. That divine bird's wings swept, and thousands of rays of light shot out like sea urchins. A ray of light actually suppressed the power of 5,000 laws, and the speed was extremely fast, surpassing Lin Ling's speed of piercing through space. Clearly, he erupted with his full strength. This move, even the Son of Desolation could not block it. He's going to die this time. The Sky Lord roared. He's definitely dead. Those cloaked people were also roaring. They discovered that their palms were already sweating from nervousness. Moreover, Lin Ling did not let the ancient heaven divine crows chase after them. It was as if he wanted them to see whether he, Lin Ling, would die. Boom! Terrifying laws descended, causing the sky to immediately explode. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling still continued forward, not even a single hair on his head damaged. How could they know that the present Lin Ling had activated the evasion domain, consuming his soul force to avoid the laws of heaven and earth, so he did not fear the Sky Lord's attack? Of course, although this evasion domain was heaven-defying, it had a time limit. Once his soul force was exhausted, he would lose his divine might. Even so, it still caused the Sky Lord and the others to feel their mouths go dry. What kind of demonic technique did you use? The Sky Lord was close to going crazy. Since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying thing happen. Demonic technique? I was just lucky. However, what angered the Sky Lord was that Lin Ling actually said it was a fluke. Moreover, as Lin Ling continued forward, he had already arrived in front of the Sky Lord. Looking at him face to face, he seemed to be asking the Sky Lord, "Aren't you able to kill me at any time? Come and kill me. Die." The Sky Lord had clearly lost his mind. He continuously attacked, but Lin Ling avoided them all. The cloaked men around him were dumbfounded. Lin Ling seemed to be in an invincible state. Could it be that even a legend of the mortal realm was helpless against him? Why was Lin Ling not so strong in the rumors? When did he become so strong? Questions after questions bombarded them, making them dizzy. Even with their seniority, none of them could see where Lin Ling's mysteriousness came from. How could they know that Lin Ling had now obtained Li Xiaoyao's memories, so to Lin Ling, they were like juniors? Have you had enough fun? Lin Ling finally spat out a sentence. Fun? A legend of the mortal realm was actually playing? Not to mention the Sky Lord, even the cloaked men were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. They had calculated everything for today's massacre, but they did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Lin Ling, I don't know what kind of demonic technique you used, but let me tell you, if you want to kill me, dream on. The Sky Lord's long hair was disheveled because of anger. Then let me tell you. First, my demonic technique has actually just ended, so I can't avoid your next attack. Second, you escaped last time, so you shouldn't appear in front of me again, because that will kill you. Lin Ling was only a step away from the Sky Lord. He raised his head and said this. Such boldness shocked everyone. The Sky Lord's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly laughed. Then you shouldn't have told me. He immediately attacked. He did not understand why Lin Ling told him that secret. Wasn't that courting death? I told you because I wanted you to die knowing. Chapter 2011. A clean slaughter. This was a shocking serpent mouth. It was as if the serpent mouth contained the laws of time. Its aura was extremely terrifying, as if it was comparable to an ancient giant. When the huge mouth opened, the Sky Lord felt a strong pressure. This mysterious thing didn't seem to be from this world. Furthermore, it seemed to have existed in an era that was even more distant than the Sky Lord. No! The Sky Lord let out a furious roar. He finally understood why Lin Ling had told him the secret. Because even if he knew, the next moment would be his death. He was swallowed in one gulp and died without a doubt. One of the 3 great legends of the human realm had fallen here. Moreover, he had died very miserably. He had actually been killed by a single move. Only before he died did he realize that it was indeed a blessing for Lin Ling to have met him, because he would definitely kill him. Dead? Even the Sky Lord is dead? The expressions of those cloaked people were all frozen in place. Their gazes fell on Lin Ling, and only then did they discover that a black snake was slowly growing. Moreover, it was growing bigger and bigger, as if it had turned into a black dragon. Moreover, it was holding Lin Ling on top of the snake's head. The furious roar of the giant snake caused everyone to tremble in fear. It was as if they had seen the arrival of a great calamity. The huge black snake was a little saint. Moreover, the little saint was extremely excited because he had finally returned after so many years. Roar, roar, roar. The roars continued, and the sea in the distance continued to explode. The seawater was like rain, sprinkling down. The rain seemed to be getting heavier. However, this time, it was Lin Ling's storm. I've said it before. Those who step onto this island will die. Lin Ling stood on top of the giant serpent's head. His robe fluttered in the wind, but his voice was extremely cold. At this moment, all the cloaked men were afraid. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. Not only did he have the dark crow, but he also had the mysterious ancient serpent. They had underestimated Lin Ling. Kill! Lin Ling pointed to the front, killing decisively and cleanly. He saw Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and the comrades and friends who had grown up with him. Therefore, he had to kill them all. Lin Ling, spare our lives. We were only following orders. You dare to kill me? I am the Grand Minister of the Xianyuan clan. Some of the cloaked men were begging for mercy, some were still arrogant, but that didn't stop them from dying. Kill them all. Great Flame Ancestor and the others all shouted. At first, the cloaked man was so noble, looking at them like they were ants. But now, his life was in the hands of someone else. How ironic. Ancient Ji clan, Xianyuan clan, Ghost tribe, and Demon tribe. Very well, I can tell you that the Ancient Ji clan, Xianyuan clan, and the Divine Marquis mansion are no more. When the cloaked people were being slaughtered, they heard Lin Ling's firm voice. They suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ling wouldn't give up. He wanted to tell the human race, devil race, ghost race, and even the divine race that if they dared to kill him, Lin Ling, then they would be exterminated. Crazy. The son of desolation Lin Ling was crazy. They didn't know that Lin Ling already knew Li Xiaoyao's secret. Therefore, he didn't need to hide anymore. It was time to show his strength in front of the world. He wanted everyone to fear him. No, spare our lives. Your Excellency Lin Ling, we know we were wrong. The voices of the experts continued to float out, but they were getting softer and softer. No matter what their origin was, they were all turned into a pile of yellow soil today. Lin Ling took a step forward and headed towards the island. At this moment, Daoist opened his eyes and looked at the little saint in shock. Obviously, he recognized the little saint. This was Li Xiaoyao's mount. Don't move. You still need to focus on resisting the inner devil. I will lay down an enchantment for you and kill the evil Buddha lineage in your body forever. Lin Ling came in front of Daoist and said with a smile. Kill forever? Could it be the light-sharing dust immortal formation with such power? Daoist body trembled as he stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Boom. Daoist heart roared. In the past, it was this ancient enchantment that separated his inner devil. However, he couldn't bear it at that time, so he didn't kill the inner devil and let it go. Because of this, his close friends complained to him. Now, this enchantment that had disappeared in the long river of history appeared again? If he didn't remember wrongly, only Li Xiaoyao could lay down this ancient enchantment. Daoist raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with a face full of excitement. An ancient enchantment and a little saint. Unless he was a fool, he would have already guessed something. I already told you not to be so sentimental and soft-hearted. Now you know how to regret it. Lin Ling smiled gently. You are him? Daoist almost stood up, but he was still resisting the inner devil, so he held back. This time, my eyesight isn't blurred. Lin Ling nodded. Ha, you are still alive. Ha 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 ha, you didn't die. I've missed you so much all these years. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I first saw you. So it was you. Everything was because of you. You hid so much from me. Daoist laughed, but his old eyes were filled with tears. His close friend had reincarnated and had always been by his side. His wish of many years had finally been fulfilled. Ancestor Tian and the others were stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. Old Tortoise, is your surname Lai? I already told you that I am him, but you didn't believe me. You even said that you are my father. Lin Ling curled his lips. Daoist was speechless. At that time, he naturally didn't believe that Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao. When Lin Ling was talking, he also laid down the enchantment. White light shrouded the surroundings, making Daoist feel comfortable. Holy qi, righteous qi, noble qi, and Buddhist qi flowed into his body. No, I almost succeeded. I'm not reconciled. For you. Inside the tortoise formation man's body, the evil Buddha lineage roared again and again. This was an exceptional opportunity, but he still failed because a pure and holy radiance rushed into his dantian and wrapped around him, slowly burning him up. This kind of power was very familiar. It almost killed him a long time ago. It's you. You actually didn't die. The evil Buddha lineage was actually the dark side of Daoist came. Therefore, he recognized Lin Ling. Everyone said that Luo Fanchen was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. It turns out that you are. Everyone was fooled. If they knew that you were Li Xiaoyao, they wouldn't have killed Luo Fanchen. They would have killed you instead. The voice of the evil Buddha lineage became smaller and smaller, gradually turning into ashes. They are just fools. Lin Ling said indifferently. His heart relaxed. Today, everyone who came here was annihilated. This time, they are finally ruthless. Daoist sighed. Then, under the nourishment of the ancient enchantment, the injuries on his body slowly recovered. Lin Ling walked toward Elder Din and the others, then picked up Lin. Dad, you are so powerful. Lin Yi kissed Lin Ling's face and said proudly for Lin Ling, My lord, we have passed another tribulation. Big brother, your strength has greatly improved compared to before entering the nation of God. As expected of the boss. Bad guy. One by one, his acquaintances laughed as they surrounded Lin Ling. They knew that if it weren't for this man, they would have died many times over. Chapter 2012. Back in Xianping province, Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you. Yu and the others held onto Lin Ling's hand, feeling emotional. Every time there was a storm, it was Lin Ling who gave them a safe harbor. To be able to marry Lin Ling in this life was their blessing. Sister Lu Susu, you're here too. Thank you. After that, Lu Susu and Qin who also arrived, causing Yu and the others to laugh. However, at this moment, Lu Susu and the others were shocked by Lin Ling's strength. They didn't expect Lin Ling to still have a trump card hidden. Even the Master of the Sky was killed. Could it be that Lin Ling had already become a giant of the mortal world? However, seeing Lin Ling reunited with his family, they were still very happy because they were also part of it. Old Turtle, how's your recovery? About 70%. You won't die anyway. Thank you. After catching up, Lin Ling looked at Daoist in the distance and said, Stinking brat, you actually cursed me to death. Daoist scolded jokingly. Thinking of his contact with Lin Ling, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He remembered that the first time Lin Ling coveted his dragon turtle battleship. It turned out that Lin Ling was just taking back his own treasure. What are you going to do? Daoist asked again. Those who dare to touch my family, even if they are far away, will be killed. I'll go and destroy the ancient Ji family, Xinyuan clan, and Divine Marquis Manor. Thank you. Lin Ling looked into the distance, his eyes cold and emotionless. Daoist body trembled. They are from the human world's highest Deacon Palace. It will be very difficult to kill them. Thank you. No matter how difficult it is, I'll kill whoever dares to stop me. Thank you. Lin Ling said word by word. He didn't provoke anyone, but others wanted to bully him. If he endured today's matter, then his previous life's Li Xiaoyao would have lived in vain. What? Hearing those words, everyone's heart roared. They didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from, but they believed in Lin Ling's words. That's right, whoever dares to touch my home will be punished no matter how far away they are. Daoist stared blankly at Lin Ling and shook his head. Whether it was Lin Ling or Li Xiaoyao, their temperaments were the same. They would repay kindness with kindness. Moreover, he was surprised by Lin Ling's decision at first, but after seeing the little saint, he immediately knew that Lin Ling's current strength was comparable to the giants of the mortal world. This meant that Lin Ling had become one of the legends of the mortal world. This was because the Sky Lord had died in the mouth of a little saint, and the little saint was Li Xiaoyao's mount. Although he was not as strong as an ancient giant, he was definitely not weaker than a legend of the mortal world. If that's the case, let's go together. Daoist Master Kame had a feeling that the human race, demon race, turtle race, and deity race were going to raise a huge wave because a venerable emperor had risen. Let's go. Lin Ling looked at everyone, then waved his right hand. The little saint turned into a streak of black light and disappeared into Lin Ling's sleeve. Lin Ling, what kind of snake is that? Yu, who was beside Lin Ling, asked in surprise. It's called the Little Saint, a mysterious scaled divine snake. It has half the bloodline of a god and comes from the martial god world. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Half the bloodline of a god? Where did Lin Ling get such a terrifying ancient snake? However, you don't have to be so surprised. I have found a Xian body for you. It is very suitable for Yu and you. It can greatly increase your strength. Lin Ling said again. Really? Yu and Yu both smiled. Their talents were indeed not bad, but in the end, it depended on who they were facing. If they were facing the giants of the mortal realm, they would naturally be weaker. Therefore, when they encountered life-threatening danger earlier, they blamed themselves. Why couldn't they help the true spirit island? Why couldn't they help the rainforest sacred land? And now, they also had the chance to become stronger. Now that I've returned, everyone has the chance to become stronger. Wu Sheng is the least. Lin Ling looked at Shang Qianjun and the others and said, My lord, really? Boss, I love you to death. Everyone was overjoyed. In fact, they were not weak, but it depended on who they were facing. The cloaked figures were the top experts of various worlds. Naturally, they were no match for them. However, in the mortal world, they were still an extremely powerful force. The ancient Ji family and the Xinyuan clan have been eyeing us covetously. Now that martial god Tianyu has gone missing and the mortal world guardian is severely injured, they are seizing the opportunity to kill us. Bai Yun Tiandi said with a frown. She knew why the other party was so fearless. It was because of the disappearance of those ancient giants. Apart from us, their target is spiritual Master Gui. This is just the beginning. Next will be the mortal world guardian. If they find martial god Tianyu, they will also kill him. Everything is for the creation battle 3 years later. Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked into the distance. At this moment, the final battle of this world was quietly approaching. Who would rule the world? Everything would be decided in 3 years. Everyone chatted as they walked towards the ancient Ji family. On the way, Yu and Yuer, Yumun Yun, and the Fire Spirit Princess all took the initiative to walk with Lu Susu. They were sharp enough to notice that Lu Susu seemed to like Lin Ling. They did not object to this. Lin Ling was too outstanding and too perfect. It was normal for other girls to like him. They did not ask for anything. They only wanted to stay by Lin Ling's side forever. That was enough. Because if it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would have been separated by life and death. When this guy was Li Xiaoyao, he had good luck with women. Now that he is Lin Ling, his luck with women is still enviable. Spiritual Master Gui shook his head helplessly. All the women around Lin Ling were beauties. They were willing to follow Lin Ling. This was Lin Ling's blessing. For this trip, let's go back to Xianping province first. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said. In fact, he knew that there were many forces involved in this massacre. However, he lacked evidence to prove that there were other forces involved. He was sure that it was the ancient Ji family, the Xinyuan family, and the Shenhou mansion. Therefore, he started with them first. Father, where are Uncle Shui Wu and the others? At this time, Lin asked. Everyone was silent. Lin Ling sighed softly. They're already dead. Everyone's dead. I'm a step too late. Lin Ling, you don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. Yu quickly held Lin Ling's hand and said. Lin Ling felt warm in his heart. He shook his head and said, even so, they died for me. They didn't want to participate in this creation battle. They just wanted to live a peaceful life. However, they were mercilessly slaughtered. However, although they died, I used the 6 paths of reincarnation to snatch them away from the laws of heaven and earth. From now on, they are ghosts. Hearing this, Spiritual Master Gue gasped and said, you have disrupted the order of heaven and earth. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. They would enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, Lin Ling had broken the laws of heaven and earth and forcibly kept the ghosts. This was obviously against the laws of heaven and earth. It's none of my business. Old Tortoise, you are good at everything, but you are too pedantic and stubborn. Lin Ling shook his head and said. Spiritual Master Gue nodded gloomily. This was indeed his shortcoming. This was also the reason why he was weaker than Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao could break the laws of heaven and earth, but he couldn't. Old Tortoise?